Chapter 151 Uncle. Crazy selling. 3.3 billion gold coins. In the Sun and Moon Pavilion. Qin Hung thought about the two characters, Qin Gua, and unconsciously flipped through the book of etiquette with his fingers. Cheap and knowledgeable parents. Their village was massacred and hunted down. Qin State. Qin Hung. These clues are connected together, and gradually form a clear clue. Qin Hung, an otaku, has read many novels in his previous life. When these clues were connected together, the first thing that came to his mind was that he could not be the illegitimate son of the Emperor of Qin, who was living abroad. Right? The current clues suggest that this is 80% possible. If so, then you have entered a very dangerous situation. The royal family has been cruel since ancient times, especially for the fight for the throne. Any sibling relationship is bullshit. Only those who survive are qualified to write history. Everyone else is a stepping stone. Can you avoid it yourself? Can I hide here for the rest of my life? Qin Hung shook his head in his heart. Even if he wants to hide, if he doesn't provoke others, others will provoke him. If he is really some kind of bullshit prince, then no matter whether he has the intention to compete for the throne or not, his existence is destined to prevent him from escaping this battle. He had a feeling that he might be exposed soon. It's not that he hid it well, but because of Mingyu. He was being chased by the Yin sect disciples in front of him. Mingyu went to vent his anger and kill someone, but she came back seriously injured, although he was cured by himself. But is it really over? The grudge between Yimen and Mingyu is definitely not over. If Yimen comes to kill him one day, he will definitely be exposed if he sees him. Certainly, he has an invisibility ring, so running away is no problem. I just want to find a safe place to practice, but it will probably be difficult. Strength. My strength is still too weak. He doesn't care about any bullshit prince. He just wants to play games quietly and be promoted to the full legendary level. At that time, the world will be invincible, and the Qin state and the emperor will all be destroyed by a shower of sparks. Everything is empty. Strength is the foundation. That's the kingly way. Just like now, if he is promoted to the 8-star grandmaster, he can immediately let that evil woman Mingyu kneel down and wash his feet. Shampoo. Therefore, strength is king. While Qin Hung was thinking about it, Xuanju and the others suddenly felt that the air was a little stuffy, and there seemed to be an oppressive force filling the entire room, making it difficult for them to breathe. This is. Several people looked at each other with shock in their eyes, looking around in panic. But immediately all the pressure disappeared again, as if it had never been there. Ling Xuanju and others looked around suspiciously. But at this moment, Qin Hung slapped the lid on the etiquette knowledge in his hand and laughed. Ha ha! Senior sisters! I remember them all! Qin Hung originally wanted to pretend not to look so powerful. But now that he feels the crisis coming, there is no need to hide some things. Now that Fengyu Tower wants to train him as a young master, the better his performance is, the more Fengyu sect will pay more attention to him. He will definitely be regarded as a key protection target. Then you will be safer. Besides, Qin Hung believed that the other party would not want to dissect him just because of his outstanding memory. Finally, he desperately hoped to get 3 days of leveling time. As long as he can practice with peace of mind for 3 more days, he will definitely become a master. You can also activate a second character. By then, with his top-notch equipment, invisibility, poisoning, summoning mythical beasts, and various powerful skills, he probably won't have any problem defeating Mingyu. After all, Mingyu is just a 7-star grandmaster. What? Junior brother, do you remember it all? Is it true or false? When Chunju and others heard Qin Hung say that they remembered everything, they were all stunned. And then, their faces were full of disbelief. Xiaoju. Junior brother, senior sister knows that you don't want to study, but this is a required course for you. You'd better take a good look at it with peace of mind. Dongju. That's right. If you really study hard, you can remember these things in 2 days at most. Until then, sisters, you can do whatever you want. Xiaoju. Junior brother, you can't aim too high. You have to be down to earth and take it step by step. Dongmei. Junior brother, you have read it all over again. Then senior sister will show you the first etiquette first. You can read it. Stop. 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 Qin Hung shouted hurriedly. I really know how to do it. Let's test it. I'm in a hurry to go to bed, and I'm sleepy. Junior brother, Chuanju still wanted to persuade. But Qin Hingting stood up suddenly and made a ceremonial posture. Before Chuanju and the others could react, he made a long series of postures one after another. He was even mumbling about what kind of etiquette this is. What kind of etiquette that is. Seeing Qin Heng's continuous demonstrations, Chunju and others were completely stunned. This junior fellow student's demonstration score was not bad. Even perfect. It's like I've been practicing for a long time. The girls were completely dumbfounded. How can it be? How could there be someone in the world with such an extraordinary memory? He must have learned it before. How is it? Senior sisters, did I make any mistakes in my demonstration? Qin Heng said with a smile. The girls are silent. Chunju said at this time. No. You are so good. So I will test you randomly. Sister, please give me the question. Qin Heng handed over his hand. Chunju began to flip through the book of etiquette at will, calling out etiquette from time to time and asking Qin Heng to do it. As a result, something happened that shocked the girls. No matter how Xiaoju poses the question, this junior brother can demonstrate it perfectly. Xiaoju reached the end and considered all the etiquette in the entire book of etiquette for Qin Heng. But nothing troubled him. All passed perfectly. That's it. The sixth girl's mouth was completely open, and she looked at Qin Heng with a shocked face, not knowing what to say. Sister, can I go to bed? Qin Heng asked with a smile. Yes. Yes. Chunju replied mechanically, her mind still a little confused. Then if I don't get up, don't ask me to eat. I'm quite lethargic. Qin Heng confessed. Went to the toilet first. Had sex. Drank a cup of fragrant tea made by Xiaoju. Returned to the master bedroom on the second floor. Closed the door. And got on the bed. Entered the game. Chunju and the six of them were left looking at each other. After a while, Dongmei smiled and said, We seem to have found a treasure. Yeah. I found a treasure. I found a big treasure. Let's go and report to the lady. Soon, in the nearby Mingyu Pavilion, 6 women reported to Mingyu about Qin Heng's amazing talent. Real? Mingyu was equally shocked. And then a faint smile appeared on her face unconsciously. Qin Heng, you are giving your sister more and more surprises. With such a terrifying memory. His understanding is absolutely terrifying. This will be a great advantage for learning martial arts in the future. This level of etiquette must be learned. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing for Mingyu man to act like a country boy after being taken out? It's better now. Qin Heng's understanding is astonishing and earth-shattering. Warlock. Amazing understanding. Unexpectedly, Mingyu, also picked up a treasure. It all depends on how good his martial arts is. If he can master both martial arts and martial arts, he could become a top master. Maybe you can still rely on him in the future. At this moment, Mingyu thinks very far away. At this moment, Chunju spoke again. Sister Yu, Qin Heng has gone to bed. Do you want to wake him up later to study other content? No. He probably overused his brain. Let him have a good sleep. Prepare some energy-replenishing ingredients and arrange them for him when he wakes up. By the way, if he doesn't get up, there's no need to call him. Of course, just visit occasionally while the person is sleeping. Also, make those ingredients more spicy. Forget it. I'll do it. You guys help me get ready. Mingyu explained in one breath. And the girls were completely stunned. The young lady cooks the dishes herself for a disciple to eat? What is rhythm? Thinking of Qin Heng's stunning appearance, as well as his terrifying understanding and memory, a thought flashed through the minds of the women. Could this be my future uncle? Regardless of what the girls thought, Qin Heng had already appeared on the 5th floor of Zuma. With the invisibility ring, he stood firm on the 5th floor of Zuma without any danger. Qin Heng, who had just killed a few wedge moths and was about to administer the poison, received a private message from a gold medal businessman. Brother, come up here. My little sister has waited so long that all the flowers have withered. Come on. Come on. I can't stand the wait. Qin Heng. Looking at the time, it was already past 12 noon. It was originally agreed with the gold medal businessman that there would be a transaction today. It is estimated that the other party has prepared a large number of gold coins. But he has not come up yet. And he is impatient. Oh, how's the price? Is it back to the price before the maintenance? Qin Heng is not in a hurry now. Of course. But, brother, I swallowed so much in one mouthful, so I have to get a little discount. The gold medal businessman said angrily. That voice made Qin Heng get goosebumps all over his body. Stop. 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 Qin Heng interrupted the other party hurriedly. A little discount. No problem. But just wait for me for about 20 minutes. The amount of this transaction is too large, and it will definitely not be completed within a short period of time. Therefore, Jin Hung planned to beat up the Zuma guard captains on the 5th and 4th floors first. Okay. Don't say more than 20 minutes. An hour is fine. My little sister's door is always open for you. Uh-huh. The gold medal businessman chuckled. As long as Jin Hung was willing to trade with her. She was afraid that Jin Hung would let her go. Jin Hung randomly arrived at the hall on the 5th floor of Zuma. The difference from fighting monsters before is that the monsters here are not as dense as before when they were not cleared out at the beginning. After bringing the monster back to life, you can find a way to run. Therefore, Jin Hung does not need to clean them one by one. He only needs to lure the Zuma monster back to life and reward it with a soul fire talisman if it sees that the Zuma monster runs more coquettishly. The monsters are not so dense, and these perverted monsters will naturally chase Jin Hung. But Jin Hung had been prepared for a long time. He only took action after being separated from a bunch of monsters. After shooting the opponent, immediately turn invisible again, and the monster will no longer be able to see him. Then, see if it is the perverted Zuma monster or the Zuma guard captain. If it is not, skip it. If it is, start summoning small skeletons to surround yourself, and then clean up the perverted Zuma and others. Therefore, it only took him less than 10 minutes to be very lucky to meet Captain Zuma. Unfortunately, only a ghost suit, male, and a demon robe, female, were exploded, as well as a bunch of ordinary equipment. If you sell all these things, they will be worth at least 1/3 of the Walmart brand. So that's fine. After packing his things, Jin Hung ran to the Zuma Hall on the 4th floor. After defeating the captain of the Zuma Guard, but still not destroying the famous brand. The best thing is a gold bracelet with a tattoo and a copy of Magic Shield. Not bad. These things can be worth a lot of money. Call out! Jin Hung returned to the city and arrived at the inn warehouse in an instant. Puff pung pung. Ring ring ring. Boom. As soon as I came in, I saw a lot of people competing in the Song Inn. The gold medal businessman was lying on the ground. Obviously, this is another group of players who are killing people in the warehouse. Jin Hung ran to the 2nd floor. It was okay here. Only a few people were trading here. Come to the 2nd floor of the inn. Soon, the gold medal businessman came. Before Jin Hung could say anything, gold medal businessman number 2, 3, and all the way to the 20th came over. Obviously, the stomach of the gold medal businessman is still too small to swallow this huge deal. I brought many sisters over. As a businessman, she has not opened so many warehouses for something worth more than 2 billion yuan. She had to admire Jin Heng's courage. How many times would the warehouse have to be upgraded to store so many things? Next, Jin Hung began to discuss the price of each equipment with the gold medal merchant. The first thing to sell was the equipment that Jin Hung purchased after he attacked the city. He purchased 450 million worth of items at that time. Skill books account for 50 million. And the rest are equipment and the like. Jin Hung sold all the 400 million pieces of equipment to the gold medal merchant at 3 times the price. 1.2 billion was sold here. But does Jin Hung only have so much equipment? No. He still has many more. Before the maintenance, he himself had cleared 20 lines of evil vipers and several Woma cult leader guards. After the siege, he spent more than a day cleaning the palace of the Corpse King. And Zuma kept cleaning the 5th floor. This equipment is really too much. In fact, he only had a vague idea of what the 400 million pieces of equipment were. When he got there, he was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, he just took out a package of things from the warehouse with a swipe, and then traded it with the other party. When making a transaction, he roughly estimates the price, offers a slight discount. The other party gives the money, and Jin Hung trades. Every transaction is a one-time payment. As a result, when Jin Hung finished trading all the ordinary equipment and ordinary top-quality equipment, he had received an astonishing 2 billion gold coins plus the previous 1.2 billion. Do you still have gold coins? Jin Hung asked. There are still 1.5 billion. The gold medal businessman said in surprise. Fortunately, she had enough funds. Almost. Jin Hung chuckled and continued trading. The piece of meat traded first this time. Jin Hung kept the venison pieces with quality above 20 and sold all the others. When he first bought it, he spent about 200 on chicken pieces and 400 on venison. The average price is around 300. But now the price of chicken nuggets has risen to 3,000 gold coins apiece. And he sells it to a gold medal merchant for 2,000 gold coins apiece. The price of venison increased to 8,000. And he sold it to a gold medal merchant for 6,000. The average price has increased by about 13 times. In total, he ate less than 40 million gold coins worth of meat. It's not that he buys less, but the price of the meat is lower when he buys it. The total price is naturally not much, but the rewards are incredibly rich. He sold a total of 500 million gold coins. It's simply so enjoyable. Next, of course, is the skill book. Qin Hung has no plans to sell intermediate and advanced skill books yet. The skill books he currently sells include Mages, Resist Ring of Fire, Tempting Light, Hellfire, Thunder, Fireball, Teleportation. Taoist Priests include Poison Technique, Soul Fire Talisman. The Warriors is the same. Attack and Kill Sword skills. In addition to these skill books, Qin Hung plans to suppress the remaining intermediate skill books. For example, the price of the Master's Explosive Flame is really one price per day. As for Half Moon Scimitar, that is above level 28. There are not many players above level 28 now. He is probably the only one above level 30. So there's no rush with these skill books. As a result, the price of these skill books has increased again today, and the price has returned to a relatively high price, even taller than before. The merchant's purchase price for a copy of Resist the Ring of Fire reached 80,000 gold coins. The Light of Temptation, 150,000 gold coins. Hellfire, 150,000 gold coins. The Thunder and Lightning Technique reached 200,000 gold coins. Big Fireball, 150,000 gold coins. Instant Movement, 180,000 gold coins. Poisoning, 200,000 gold coins. Soul Fire Talisman, 220,000 gold coins. Attack and Kill Swordsmanship, 250,000 gold coins. When Qin Hung first opened the district, he bought all the skill books. But there aren't actually many copies. Later, he purchased and chartered the First Line Corps King Palace for a period of time. During maintenance, the skill books of 20 lines were scanned, but 10 copies of each kind is actually not much. During the subsequent siege, he purchased a skill book worth 50 million gold coins. But there are more than a bunch of intermediate and advanced people here. In the end, he held the 20-line Corps King Palace for more than a day. He looked at the poison spells he had collected the most, and they only amounted to over 1,500 copies. In the end, after selling these skill books, Qin Hung sold them for a total of more than 800 million. The equipment was sold for 2 billion. The meat pieces were sold for 500 million. And the skill books were sold for 800 million. Qin Hung got 3.3 billion gold coins here. This is because he didn't throw away the intermediate and advanced skill book in his hand. Otherwise it would be even more terrifying. Of course, he still has many things that he doesn't have, such as gold mines, black iron ores, brand name equipment, medicinal powder, etc. For gold mines and black iron mines, players are still in the leveling stage, and there are still few, or none at all, who go to Shabak to upgrade their weapons. Therefore, the price of this thing has not increased at all, and he will continue to eat it. He has enough gold coins for the brand name equipment for the time being, but he won't sell it. The price of the remaining Taoist Priest's medicinal powder has risen to 10,000 gold coins per pack today. It has tripled, but Qin Hung won't sell it. He has only received a total of more than 20,000 packages. Now the upgrade depends on poison. Should he buy them again after they are sold out? That's not a disease. Therefore, these medicinal powders will not be sold and are reserved for upgrades. It took Qin Hung more than 2 hours to complete all transactions. This is done by just using your mind. You can take all the things from the warehouse and fill up a package at once. Otherwise you will be exhausted. Brother, happy cooperation. Be sure to contact me if you have goods in the future. My little sister guarantees that there will be no leftover food for you. The gold medal businessman who had eaten and drank a lot smiled excitedly. Chapter 152 Sweeping Goods. The lucky +9 is just around the corner. In the inn warehouse. When Qin Hung was about to leave, the gold medal businessman stopped him and said angrily, Brother, if there is any way to make a fortune in the future, for example, I can help my little sister with meat or something like that. Which city are you in? Our sisters will treat you to dinner another day. Hee. Qin Hung. Does this have any hint? Unfortunately, I am not in China. Ha ha. There is no way for me to get rich. It's just a mistake. I will try my best to find you when the goods are available in the future. There's no need to treat you to a meal. Our school's clothes management is too strict. Qin Hung shook his head and refused. Okay. Thank you. Let's wait until you have your winter vacation. The gold medal businessman said with a sweet smile. obviously still unwilling to give up. But she didn't bother Qin Hung anymore, and went to sell the goods with a group of sisters. With such a large amount, she invested more than 600,000 Chinese dollars at once. If she didn't sell it earlier, if we do another event, we will be in trouble. Back in the Tuqing safety zone, the gold medal merchant was shouting about selling goods. But his mind became active. She didn't just invite the prodigal son casually, but she really wanted to make this friend. She felt that the other party should be a relative of the official family. Not to mention equipment, medicine powder, and skill books. This can also be explained by foresight. But meat? This thing unless you get the news. Stock up in advance. Otherwise, who would eat such garbage? Although, Tianyao Prodigal's explanation was that he had done the blessing task in advance and felt that the meat would expand dramatically. So he ate it. But the gold medal girl just doesn't believe this rhetoric. No matter how you feel about the price increase, you can't go crazy and sweep away all the high-quality meat in the entire server. Right? Tianyao Prodigal gave her so many pieces of meat in one transaction. After the server maintenance and update, all the good quality meat pieces were gone. It can be seen that before the maintenance, the entire server's meat pieces were in the hands of Tianyao Prodigal. Otherwise, he couldn't have so many. Also, she has also read the legendary guide on the legendary trumpet. It was mentioned in it that the skill book was available when the zone was opened, but then disappeared before 12 o'clock. The legendary trumpet even swore that it was recycled by the system. During this time, the Tianyao Prodigal son frantically obtained a large amount of gold coins from their merchants. He must have bought those skill books. There are also high-quality pieces of meat mentioned in the legendary trumpet post. According to their findings, they will be cleared by the system after a while. But it turned out that these high-quality meat cuts were all in the hands of the prodigal son from Tianyao. A person's vision is very important, but it is so accurate every time. She wouldn't believe it even if she killed a gold medal businessman. There is only one truth. The prodigal son of Tianyao is an official relative. Has great power. She had really planned to seduce the prodigal son from the end of the world just now. She had so many girls at her disposal. And if she could really give him a hint, she might be able to get rich immediately. For example, the average price of meat cuts has skyrocketed more than 10 times. Needless to say, skill books, which were sold in stores for several thousand gold coins, are now sold for 200,000 to 300,000. Some have reached 1 million. It can also be seen from the book Tianyao Prodigal sells her that the other party has a large number of intermediate and advanced skill books. In addition to buying what they have every day, they also contracted 20 corpse king palaces. She seriously suspected that the prodigal son of Tianyao had already been killing corpses in Tiantian Palace. Otherwise, how could she sell so much equipment of more than 10 levels every day? But if no one knows how to enter the corpse king's palace, what kind of wisdom is needed to find out in such a short time? And the invisibility ring. The skill necklace fell into the opponent's hands for no reason. All this shows one thing. Tianyao Prodigal is absolutely impossible to be an ordinary player. Legend is now a game played by tens of millions of people. But hundreds of millions in the future is not a dream. If the national war system is opened later, the cake will be too big. If you can catch up with him offline, it doesn't matter if you sacrifice a little girl. Such a pity. At this moment, the gold medal businessman thought a lot. Finally, she had a change of thought. It seems that in this game, trash can become valuable. So where are the junk materials still in the game now? The price of meat pieces has increased. The price of medicinal powder materials has increased. And the rest is ore. But there are a lot of ores. And they all seem useless. I wonder if the prodigal son of Tianyao is eating it. Besides, are these ores really useless? Thinking of this, the gold medal businessman immediately ordered the two sisters to run through all the NPCs in the entire server to see if there is any place where the ore needs to be used. And to see if there is anything special that looks like garbage. Indian warehouse. After the gold medal businessman left, Qin Hung also fell into deep thought. This girl actually wanted him to point out some stocking strategies. This was not a good sign. Apparently, the pieces of meat he sold in large quantities aroused the other party's great sexual interest. From this point of view, maybe the ore must be eaten quickly. Otherwise the sister will go crazy. And maybe nothing will happen to him. Looking at the funds in his hand, he sold more than 3.3 billion gold coins this time, adding the tens of millions before. He now has just over 3.42 billion in hand. Is this a lot of gold coins? Not much at all. Even very little. Because he needs 2 billion gold coins to unlock the trumpet. And 500 million gold coins to upgrade his official position. That's 2.5 billion removed here. There are still 900 million gold coins left. Now if he wants to buy ore, In the past, there were 50,000 to 60,000 people online at the same time on the server. He needs about 15 million gold coins to scan for, or every day. What about now? With tens of millions more people coming in, can he still have a monopoly? If one line is considered to have 200,000 people online at the same time, then it is about 4 times higher than before. In other words, for a server, if he wants to scan all the black iron ore with quality above 10 and gold mine with quality above 15 every day, he will need about 60 million gold coins. 10 lines is 600 million. If you sweep down 20 lines, it is 1.2 billion. Only by scanning goods for 1.2 billion a day can we have a complete monopoly. This is still an ideal state. This is simply not realistic. He doesn't have that many gold coins. Even if he worked tirelessly every day to fight monsters and bosses, it would be difficult for him to earn 1.2 billion gold coins. Therefore, it is impossible for him to have a complete monopoly. If you can't monopolize, you have to change your strategy. Buy better quality ones. For example, he can buy black iron ore with quality above 15. For gold mines, buy ones with quality above 18. This thing is different from the meat. The quality of the meat is the same, no matter what the quality is. 5 qualities and 15 qualities have the same purpose. There is no difference. Except for more than 20 venison. It is for preparation for future tasks. But the ores are different. The quality is a few points different. And the prices vary greatly. Taking his experience in his previous life as an example, the average player's purchase price for quality 10 black iron ore is around 50,000 gold coins. But the one with quality 15 reaches more than 200,000 gold coins. A quality 30 mine king even reaches several million gold coins. The same goes for gold mines. The higher the quality, the more expensive the price. Considering the next actions of the gold metal merchant, Qin Hung planned to collect a wave of good quality ore first. Also, he had to buy deer blood. After the maintenance, except for the first line, he didn't buy any other lines. Besides, even in the first line, there should be novice villages such as Ginkgo Village. Once the map is bigger, novices should be able to trade freely in the village. Coupled with the announcement of the Blessing Necklace mission, there are now too many deer digging troops. It will definitely produce a lot. You have to rush to buy this thing. Maybe it will be swept away by the gold metal merchant. As for opening a trumpet now and getting promoted to an official position, put your official position aside for a while, and then you will be promoted as soon as you get a wave of goods. As for the second role, it can be activated now. But Qin Hung didn't plan to open it immediately, because according to the system prompts, after this thing is turned on, 2 characters can be controlled at the same time. However, the system does not clearly state whether it is possible to control a character alone. If you can, it's nothing. But if it's not possible, and you have to control 2 characters after entering, this will be a big problem. Although his large account is level 34, where can he take the level 1 trumpet to level up? The trumpet will definitely not be able to enter Zumas. There are people everywhere now. The only place to go is the Shabak secret passage. Where else can I go? But the problem comes again. With a trumpet, it will be difficult for his large experience to increase. He has not yet reached level 35 with a dog. It's best to be able to take the dog with you before opening a trumpet account. Leveling is safer. And more importantly, Qin Hung wanted to become a master first. Is it really safe to go to secret passages to level up? It would be terrible if this place was exposed not long after he took the trumpet to fight in the secret passage. Why do you say it's miserable? The level of the trumpet is too low. Even if you wear the invisibility ring, you will not be able to rush into Zuma 4 or 5. You will most likely die at 3. When the time comes, without a safe place, will he be able to poison the monster? When the time comes, he will have to go to Centipede Cave or Pig Cave to compete with others for monster leveling. If this is really the case, it will be terrible. And it's extremely miserable. Don't look at the fact that he has been promoted from level 33 to level 34 in only 5 or 6 hours. This is based on the fact that when there are a large number of monsters and no one is fighting them, he can continue to poison them. In other crowded places, you just poison a few monsters, and a group of people lured away the other monsters and finished beating them. Is it your turn to poison Anshin again and again? At that time, there will be no such rich method to level up. If he wants to advance from 34 to 35, he will have to rely on his leveling experience in his previous life. I don't think you can go up there for more than half a month. This is still pretty fast. No matter how many people there are. A month or 2 is not unusual. As for the experience, he needs to be promoted to Grandmaster. He has calculated that he needs to be promoted to at least level 37. Although both accounts are leveling up at the same time, the experience gained should be accumulated together and counted as external experience. But Xiao Xiao is too slow to fight. If he does this, he won't have enough experience to be promoted to a Grandmaster in just a few months or even half a year. Is it miserable? Maybe others may not be able to discover the fragrant stone tomb in the secret passage. But what if? There is really no way to say such a thing. Who can guarantee that others will never discover it? As long as someone sees it and experiments a few more times, it will be discovered. Therefore, if there is a faster way, Qin Heng will not do it if he has to take an uncertain path. Anyway, Qin Heng decided to try harder and wait until he reaches level 37 and be promoted to Grandmaster before opening an alt account. By doing this, within a day or two at most, he would be able to safely be promoted to Grandmaster. But now, it is better to swallow a wave of dear blood first. Anyway, there is teleportation now, so there is no need to run away. It is very fast. Call out. Qin Heng arrived at the Tuqing safe zone and was teleported to the Viper Valley village the next moment. Open the blacksmith shop and scroll down. Sure enough, there are a lot more gold ores and black iron ores. Qin Heng started to scan the goods. Gold ore only needs quality 18 or above, and black iron ore only needs quality 15 or above. Fortunately, he has a warehouse with him, so he doesn't have to go back and forth between the blacksmith and the warehouse. So he can buy it quickly. It took Qin Heng less than 2 minutes to scan the goods and stock up with his mind. I haven't done any shopping in the past few days. There are indeed a lot of goods. Even if Qin Heng only bought high-quality ones, he still spent 10,000 gold coins. After scanning the grocery store, there was no blessing oil or god of war oil. Qin Heng was not discouraged. This thing is random. How can it be available at any time? After scanning the ores here, he didn't even bother to go to the store to look for the best ones. He was too tired and there might not be any yet. Some time ago, he found it difficult to scan for goods. And now, he would not waste time looking for them. Then teleport to Beach City. When I came to the blacksmith shop, I had the same crazy shopping spree, spending more than 10 million gold coins. After scanning, he came to the drugstore. He had scanned not long ago, and this time, there were only 5 bottles of deer blood, which was not bad. Call out. I teleported non-stop to Ginkgo village. There were indeed many more newbies here than before, and new people were constantly coming in. But there are so many villages that we can already run around. When he came to the pharmacy, Qin Heng was surprised to find that there were 50 bottles of deer blood here. This is the amount accumulated up to now after maintenance, which is not bad. He came to the blacksmith shop again and took a look at the goods here. There were only a few pieces of gold or with a quality of 15 or above. The system should refresh automatically. That's it for sure. There is no need to visit the blacksmith shops in Xinshu village and Tuqing. The next moment, he came to the border village. I also bought 45 bottles of deer blood at the pharmacy here. Qin Heng was about to change lines and scan goods, but suddenly stopped again. The next moment, he teleported to the Woma forest village through the veteran. Sure enough, there is a pharmacy here too. To his surprise, he found 100 bottles of flying deer blood here. Maybe it's because he hasn't been here since the district was opened. In his previous life, he didn't stay in Woma forest for long, and he wasn't sure if there was a pharmacy here. It just occurred to me that as the novice area of a large map, there must be a pharmacy in the village. Come over and take a look. It's true. Surprisingly, after the storage was completed, Qin Heng began to change lines and scan the goods. It took Qin Heng at most 5 minutes to scan the goods for 2 blacksmiths, plus Bikishing and several pharmacies in the novice area. This is all thanks to the powerful transmission of the current veterans. It arrived in a snap. After buying deer blood in various pharmacies, it takes 10 seconds to get it. In other words, buying or takes some time. Therefore, Qin Heng spent an hour and a half scanning the remaining 19 lines. Each line costs about 20 million gold coins, including the front line. It cost almost 400 million gold coins. It mainly costs money for ores and deer blood. One bottle only costs 1,000 gold coins, so I won't mention it. After the ore is scanned this time, I estimate that I won't have to spend so much every day in the future, because this is after accumulated maintenance until now. In fact, the high-quality shipment rate is very low, and it is probably due to the initial refresh of the system. Based on this calculation, it is estimated that buying ore every day in the future will only cost about 60 to 70 million gold coins. He can still afford it. In addition, He also bought more than 100 bottles of deer blood from each line, in addition to the ones he bought from the previous line. He now has a total of 2,300 bottles of deer blood. If we scan the goods once a day from now on, we can visually scan at least about 500 bottles. This is a good thing. If it sells for millions of gold coins in the future, it will really make a fortune. He doesn't think that his current worth is enough. There are too many places where gold coins are needed. After scanning the goods, Qin Hung returned to the front line and began to be promoted to official positions. Ding dong! Do you want to spend 500 million gold coins to upgrade to a centurion? Yes! The bell rang, and 500 million gold coins were deducted from Qin Heng's package, and his attribute points have once again increased a little higher than the original ones. Qin Hung looked at his character attribute panel with satisfaction, and finally fixed his eyes on the value of luck. His eyes brightened. Lucky +1. +2. The luck in front is increased by 1, which is a bit of luck brought by his original Wuji stick. The following, add 2, is added in green font. This is the same as other attributes added, and is expressed in green fonts to distinguish them. All attributes are added, not just attack, defense, Taoist skills, etc., but all of them are added. Lucky +3. As long as you work harder. Lucky +9 is not a dream. How perverted will the character be after being lucky enough to add 9? Every attack is the highest value attack. For example, Qin Heng's attack power is 10/50ths. So with a lucky addition of 9, his attack power will be the maximum 50 every time. In addition to his luck value, Qin Hung looked at his other attribute and also smiled. Increase magic dodge by 20%. Increase poison avoidance by 20%. These two are also attributes added by the official system after being promoted twice. Don't underestimate this 20% increase. If Qin Hung wears the top quality white tiger tooth necklace with 40% evasion, it will be equivalent to a 60% increase in magic evasion. During the last siege, it was precisely because of this 10% increase in evasion that he achieved 50% evasion of abnormal magic after wearing the 40% tiger teeth. Only then can you move freely among the crowd. Otherwise, just 40% magic dodge is still a bit unsatisfactory. In addition, he is also very good at dodging poisons. After all, he also has a charm ring with 30 dodge. In short, seeing the extra increase in luck and magic dodge, Qin Hung felt like he had eaten a peach. As long as you get promoted to official positions a few more times, your luck will be increased by 9 and magic evasion will be 100%. It will not be a dream. Imagine 100% magic evasion. That would be the mage's nemesis. Just stand there and let the mage hit you, and you won't lose any blood at all. In addition to these most perverted attributes, other attributes are also awesome. Agility, accuracy, defense, attack. These things are all good. The excited Qin Hung clicked to upgrade his official position again. He wanted to see what conditions were needed for the next promotion. Ding dong! The level is less than 40, and the gold coins are less than 5 billion. Please keep up the good work. Qin Hung. Day. Have fun. With a sigh, Qin Hung was about to go to Zuma to continue leveling, when an Yuan Jiang Tianmu came over for a private chat. Boss Prodigal Son, do you want to accept the lantern necklace that adds 2 to your luck? What? A lantern necklace for lucky +2? Qin Heng's face showed ecstasy. Chapter 153 Lucky +2 Necklace Value. Level 35. Summon the Beast. A lantern necklace for lucky +2? Qin Hung was really overjoyed when he heard this. He was thinking about how to put together a set of 9 sets. Is this what you want? However, he still took a few deep breaths, tried his best to control his emotions, and replied in a calm voice. Lucky +2. What attribute is this? What is its use? This was not the first time he had dealt with Kishiyu and Tenmu. This guy is very clever. During the first Woma 3 tragedy, he still remembered that the other party went down, picked up a few things and ran away. Later, during the second Woma 3 tragedy, guild members were even encouraged to wear big pants to rob things. In short, this is a guy whose head turns relatively quickly. If I act ecstatic, the other party might see the flaw and the lion will open his mouth. Then the gain outweighs the loss. Anyway, the other party has no use. And I don't know the use. No rush. Take your time. Well, boss, I don't know. I just heard from them that you might collect weird things. So I'm asking you. At this time, and Yuan Jiang and Tengu were fighting monsters on the front line with the poor households and others. This lantern necklace with a lucky bonus of 2 was exploded by a wood guard and picked up by him. As a result, after asking everyone around me, No one knew what the lucky +2 was for. Some people like Xingye Sadness and Mood Level speculated that it was to increase the monster explosion rate, while Fearless Lone Wolf and Dudu were guessing that it was to increase the drop rate of top quality items. As a result, he put it on and tried to kill monsters alone for a while. And the test results were shocking. After testing it for several hours, there was no difference from not wearing it. Just when he was depressed and wanted to sell it to a gold medal businessman, the poor family asked him to ask the prodigal son of Tianya if he would accept it. That guy likes to collect messy things. Maybe he will give you a new wand. Ha ha. He joked after naming the poor person, in the mood to give it a try. And Yuan Jiang and Tianmu chatted privately with Tianyao Prodigal. Well, this thing may increase the drop rate of things. Do you really want to sell it? Qin Heng reminded him, pretending to be casual. In the past, many players who played Legends got a luck-enhancing chain. Their first reaction was that after wearing it, they would kill monsters and explode many things. So they would try it. Qin Heng himself had made this kind of mistake. So he didn't believe that a clever guy like Yuan Jiang and Tianmu hadn't tried it. I must have tried it. But it didn't work. So I thought of selling it to myself. He said this because he wanted the other party to have the illusion that he was taking advantage of him. Sure enough. And Yuanjia Tianmu's surprised voice came from the other side. Really? Does it still have this function? But, boss, I think I can't use this thing even if I follow the name of boss to hunt for treasures every day. Why don't I sell it to you? If you hunt for treasure alone, it will definitely be more effective than me. Hearing this, Qin Heng was absolutely sure that the guy opposite must have tried it. Otherwise, when such a thief hears this news, he will definitely not sell it but will give it a try. Of course, if the other party really wants to try it first. Qin Heng also has a backup plan. I will definitely remind the other person that if it is useless, sell it to me and collect it for myself to play with. It should be no problem. I can get it. Now, if the other party wants to sell it to him directly, that's easy to say. Then come to Tuqingyan. Call out. Within a few seconds, and Yuan Jiang Tianmu had appeared in front of Qin Heng, holding a sea soul, a magic helmet, a flat armor, 2 steel bracelets, and 2 hexagonal rings. Qin Heng rolled his eyes at this outfit and almost didn't recognize it. Holy crap! How poor you are! Ha ha! Follow the naming boss to hunt for treasures. There are so many people. It doesn't matter if I have less attack power. And Yu Tianmu said with a smile. Where is your best equipment? Put it all on. Let me see what you are missing, and I will give it to you. Qin Heng said with a smile. This is my best at the moment. Kishihara and Tengu shrugged. Qin Heng. My day. He was really speechless. Ha ha. The family is short of money. And Yuan Jiang Tianmu said without concealment. If he didn't say it, others would guess it after seeing that he sold his equipment. So he might as well be honest. So, it seems to be similar to the situation of watching the sea. However, Guanhai is much stronger now. Relying on his advantage in the Xiangshi tomb, gained a lot of equipment and experience. He is in top form now. With a sigh, Qin Heng asked, Then what do you want to change? Boss Prodigal. Just give it to me. I guess this won't be of much use anyway. I've tried it. It won't increase the explosion rate of equipment. And the drop rate of top quality items is not clear. Because I played with it for a few hours. It dropped a few pieces of common gear. He has been following Tianyao Wanderer for more than a day or two. The equipment is sold cheaply, and he is a very nice person. Kishi Yuanjia and Tenma feel that it is better to be more practical. Besides, everyone in the guild also knew that he had experimented. If he didn't tell and sold it at a high price, if the other brothers in the guild said it later, this brotherhood would probably come to an end. Qin Heng nodded and said with a smile, Do you want gold coins or equipment? And Yuan Jiang Tianmu was silent for a moment and said, Well, 1 million gold coins. If not, I can give you 600,000 gold coins. Can? Qin Heng smiled softly and took out some things from the warehouse. Opening the transaction column, Kishihara and Tinger placed the lucky +2 lantern necklace. Qin Heng put down 1 million gold coins, and the two happily clicked the deal. Goodbye. Happy cooperation. And Yuan Jiang and Tianmu were about to leave, but Tianyao Longzi clicked on the transaction bar again. Then, he stared blankly at the Tianyao Prodigal opposite, putting on pieces of equipment with his eyes wide open. The magic wand, 2 ruby rings, 2 Siberian bracelets, a life necklace, and all his subsequent skill books, including Explosive Flame, Firewall, Fast Light Movie, Hell's Thunder, Magic Shield, Holy Word, and Hail Roar that he has not learned yet. After placing it, the other party directly clicked the transaction, and Yuan Jiangtianmu was completely dumbfounded and said blankly, "Boss Luangzi, what are you doing?" Qin Heng chuckled and said, "Ha, I'm not short of money. What I hate the most is that my brothers are in rags for the sake of the family. These equipments are given to you. Level them up carefully. Only when you reach a higher level can you earn more money." When Qin Heng first started the transaction, he didn't dare to put these things in. And he didn't even dare to give him even a piece of Woma equipment. I was just afraid that the other party would guess how valuable this thing was and regret it. Then the gains will outweigh the losses. But now it's different. I can send it directly to you. How valuable is the Lucky +2 necklace? In the previous legendary game, this was an extremely rare item. Its value can be exchanged for a set of Chiyu brand equipment that is more awesome than the Zuma brand. If a server produces less Lucky 2 necklaces, it can even compete with Paralysis Rings and Resurrection Rings, because it is a necessary item for players to form a Lucky +9 set. If players want to form a Lucky +9 set, they can only rely on weapons and necklaces. The luck value of a weapon can only be increased to a maximum of 7 points. The difference between the 2 points of luck must rely on the necklace's bonus. And a weapon with 7 luck bonuses is also extremely difficult to get. If you are unlucky, you won't be able to drink it without thousands of bottles of blessing oil. It's not easy to get Lucky 7. But you have to rely on the bonus of the necklace. And the Lucky +2 necklace just meets the conditions. In short, in the legendary game of Qin Heng's previous life, even one server could not come up with a few sets of Lucky +9 equipment. The most important thing is that there are too few necklaces with Lucky +2 or more. Of course, there are also necklaces that add 3, 4, or even 5 luck. That is really the best of the best. Rare to find. This is too precious. And Yuan Jiang and Tianmu were completely stunned by the sudden happiness. I was stammering and couldn't speak. I wanted to, but I was too embarrassed to click OK. But looking at so much equipment, it felt a little awkward. And my breathing was heavy. If there are so many good things, how much can they be sold for? It should be enough to solve the problems at home. You don't want it, right? Do you look down on me? If you don't want it, I'll throw it away. I will never take back what I gave away. Humph. Qin Heng snorted coldly. And then Yuan Jiang and Tianmu were speechless for a while. Come on. Others say they want to lose it. No matter how pretentious I am. It doesn't matter. Besides, he did need these things. So he finally clicked the deal. Looking at a package of Walmart brand name equipment, he felt an unreal feeling. Seeing that the other party accepted it, Qin Heng also breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he has given so many things to the other party, even if the other party knows the preciousness of the Lucky 2 necklace in the future, he probably won't criticize him. After all, the impression he gave the other party now was that he didn't know the value of this thing. Thank you, brother prodigal son. Thank you. Thank you. After a while, and Yuan Jiang and Tianmu thanked him repeatedly. Qin Heng even felt the other party's trembling voice. Can I take it and sell it? And Yuan Jiang Tianmu asked weakly. He wanted to sell, but he was afraid that if he sold out, the other party would be unhappy. Let's go back to the previous sentence. Look down on him. Isn't that nonsense? Ha. I gave it to you, so it belongs to you. Whatever you want to do. That's all your business. I went to level up. 88. Qin Heng stored the lantern necklace and flew away with a whoosh, rushing all the way to Zuma Temple. Seeing that the other party left, Kishiyu and Tenma were stunned for a moment. Then a silly smile appeared on his face, and finally turned into a loud laugh. There was a hint of crying in the laughter, which was the sound of tears of joy. He is just an ordinary worker in China. The factory closed down due to the recession this year. He has been looking for a job for a long time, but at his age of about 40, without skills, it is really difficult to find a good job. I have a job worth 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, but I can't support my family. I have elderly parents at home and a son who is in college. How can this little money be enough? By this time, he was extremely regretful. I regret that I didn't go to school when I was young, which made it so difficult to find a job now. But it's too late. This legendary virtual gaming helmet was obtained by him through a lottery. With nothing to do at home, he went up to take a look. Not to mention, besides leveling up and having fun, you can actually earn some money to support your family, especially after the guild is established. The named boss will receive a subsidy of 200 to 300 when engaging in guild wars. In addition, He is smart enough to keep picking up things and then go back to save them, so he could earn hundreds every day. This made his wife, who had been nagging him every day, look better. But a few days ago, my mother suddenly fell seriously ill. Although my mother was cured, the family's savings were instantly depleted, and they still owed a lot of foreign debt. Now my mother needs money to recuperate at home every day, and even her son's living expenses in college are almost gone. This forced him to sell all the characters and equipment in the game and send money to his son every day like squeezing out toothpaste. Unexpectedly, he got an unexpected fortune today. He really felt like crying. After a while, after he recovered, he contacted the gold medal merchant and prepared to sell these brand name equipment. 10 minutes later, in an old residential building in a small town in China, a middle-aged man excitedly took off his gaming helmet and rushed out of the room. Wife! Wife! I made money! Qin Heng didn't know the situation of Yuan Jiang and Tiantui, but he could also guess that this guy's family wasn't in a good place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to go out wearing trash every day. After giving the other party a brand name Walmart, it is none of his business whether the other party sells it or wears it. He wouldn't give the other person a lot of things like a saint. After all, he himself was poor. It seemed that there was no shortage of gold coins, and there were many things. But when he thought about the 5 billion gold coins needed for his next promotion to an official position, he felt so poor. With his thoughts on his mind, Qin Heng entered the 5th floor of Zuma. As luck would have it, as soon as I killed the first perverted Zuma guard, I exploded with an inferno. The price of purgatory has skyrocketed as players level up. It's the price of 3 ordinary Walmart name brands. The excited Qin Heng began to listen to the chat in the guild while leveling up with peace of mind. In a blink of an eye, it's past 7 o'clock in the evening. In the Sun and Moon Pavilion, Mingyu glanced into Qin Heng's room, frowned slightly, and returned to the hall. Miss, you've reheated the food 5 times. Why don't you ask your junior brother to get up? Chunju asked. No. His breathing is stable. He should be fine. Just wait. You guys keep an eye on it. If he doesn't get up and the dish is cold, reheat it. After finishing her words, Mingyu flashed her body and arrived at the martial arts field in the courtyard. He started to meditate with his legs crossed. My lady seems to have become a lot more diligent in her practice. Chunju blinked and looked outside. Well, it seems that it started today. Right. It feels like she has become a different person today. After cooking, she just practices. Practices again. Xiaoju sighed. Don't take a break. Don't hurt your body. Xiaoju and others were equally worried. Only Dongmei looked at the young lady in the martial arts arena, and then at Qin Heng sleeping in the bedroom. Thoughtfully, in the legendary game Zuma Temple, after more than 6 hours of continuous fighting, Qin Heng obtained a large number of equipment, potions, etc. During this period, he killed a total of 4 Zuma Guard captains, but none of them revealed famous equipment. Only 2 captains of Zuma's guards gave them a copy of Half Moon Scimitar and Howling Hail. As for the perverted Zuma guards, they just exploded with some high-end ordinary equipment, such as demon-killing rings, etc. Not one of the best products has been produced. The only good news is that today the equipment drop rate seems to be back to its previous level. It's not like after the maintenance, killing a bunch of monsters and nothing will come out. This also made Qin Heng secretly happy. With this kind of explosion rate, ordinary equipment and those skill books with more than 10 levels probably won't go up any further. The only ones that can continue to increase in price are those intermediate skill books and advanced skill books. The equipment, skill books, etc. in his hand were thrown away in a relatively timely manner. Otherwise, it doesn't mean much if it's in your hands and there's no room for growth. Maybe there will be an event another day and the price will drop again. Finally, after a while, a white light lit up, and Qin Heng upgraded again. The prodigal son of the end of the world, level 35. Experience value, 888/400000. Finally reached level 35. Qin Heng couldn't wait to take out a skill book and learn it immediately. Summon the mythical beast, level 0. Proficiency, 0/10,000. Note, can summon a powerful fire-breathing beast as his follower. Pung! Qin Heng raised his hand, and an amulet flew out and exploded beside him. Then a red beast with red hair and a look like a big wolf dog appeared, laid down next to him, and began to circle around him. This thing looks like a red dog, so legendary players affectionately call it a dog. Therefore, the skill book, Summoning the Divine Beast, is called the dog book by the players. And the Taoist priest who brings the mythical beast is called a dog Dao by the players. The dog's defense, attack, and HP are worlds apart compared to those of a skeleton. A level 0 dog can withstand the attacks of a bunch of ordinary Zuma monsters for a while. As for the second level skeleton, it still couldn't withstand a few blows. A Taoist priest with a dog is extremely powerful and can challenge any profession in a solo fight. Especially the dog track with level 7. Which is really the object of fear for everyone. If the level is suppressed, it would be very simple for one person to pick more than 10 players below level 30. Of course, there are also people who are afraid of dogs. That is a mage above level 32. Mages in this period can learn Holy Word. The Holy Word spell has a chance of killing the Taoist priest's summons at once. Which is one of the reasons why Taoist priests hate mages. After finally leveling up the dog to level 7. Who wouldn't be angry when it is suddenly killed by a cheap mage's Holy Word? After Qin Hung was able to summon mythical beasts in his previous life, it became much easier to fight monsters. He just threw the dog into the pile of monsters. I stood invisible and had sex with the girl. I didn't even use poison. The dog just kept spraying the monster to death. Very awesome. In fact, the legendary Taoist priests did not level up quickly in the early stage. It was not until they got dogs that the Taoist priests leveled up much faster. Qin Heng's upgrade method of constantly poisoning monsters is rarely used by people. It is too luxurious and there are not so many monsters to poison. At this time, all the surrounding monsters were cleared by Qin Hung. Suddenly, 2 wedge moths were refreshed not far away. When the wedge moth saw Qin Hung, it immediately flew towards him. Ouch. Without Qin Heng's command. With a loud roar, the divine beast that was originally on all fours suddenly stood up and instantly transformed into a huge divine beast more than 3 meters high. It roared and opened its mouth, and a stream of hot red flame spurted out from its mouth. The wedge moths that rushed towards it from both ends were immediately burned and screamed, and their blood volume dropped wildly. Puff puff. Soon, the 2 wedge moths were sprayed to death by the dog before they could even fly to it. At this point, Qin Hung finally has more powerful skills. Chapter 154 Phone Use Sword Dance. Guild violence escalates. Store functions are open. Finally reaching level 35. Qin Hung stopped fighting monsters and leveled up. He found a corner in the corridor and quit the game. From leveling up at around 12 noon to now at around 7 p.m. I am still very exhausted mentally. And the most important thing is that he can't hold it in any longer. Brush. Qin Hung sat up. The oil lamp had already been lit in the room, and the full moon was already hanging high outside the window. Qin Heng's movement to stand up immediately alerted Chun Ju and Xia Ju, who were in the living room. Now it was time for the 2 of them to serve. Junior brother is awake? The 2 stood up in surprise, only to see Qin Hung rushing over in a hurry, running down the stairs in a blink of an eye, out of the attic, and went straight to the toilet next to them. This, after the 2 were stunned for a moment. They suddenly laughed softly. However, I am still very satisfied with this junior brother's endurance. After all, I haven't gone to the toilet since noon until now, which is enough to prove the junior brother's yang energy. Sufficient yang qi will naturally be of great benefit to subsequent cultivation, and may even be beneficial to some people in the future. After having a good time in the toilet, Qin Hung walked out with a satisfied look on his face. As soon as he walked out of the toilet, he suddenly heard bursts of sword whistling in the distance. He walked over slowly and quietly, and it turned out that Mingyu was dancing with a sword in the martial arts arena. Under the full moon, the moonlight filled the martial arts arena. The beauty is dressed in white, and with her graceful figure, she looks like a dancing fairy in a painting. Every move of Mingyu's sword is like a lover's touch. Graceful, extremely stunning, dazzling, and intoxicating. But in Qin Heng's eyes, there is another very different side. With the blessing of the skill necklace, he could see clearly every time Mingyu drew her sword. This seemingly elegant and alluring sword dance is actually a set of extremely powerful killing swords. Every sword thrown out is a personal injury. Every move is beautiful, but every move is deadly. As if feeling Qin Heng's presence, Mingyu's sword swung lightly. Suddenly, the whistling sword energy sounded more violently, filling the entire courtyard, and the leaves on the surrounding ground were entangled and dancing with powerful internal force. In the end, all the leaves were softened by her into a leaf sword, and she suddenly swung it against a huge stone next to the martial arts field. The next moment, Yi Jian hit the boulder with strong light. Boom! A loud noise. The huge boulder over 1 foot high was shattered into pieces by this sword light. Countless gravel splashed. Many of them went straight to Qin Hung. Before the stone arrived, a huge shock wave had already hit. Qin Hung screamed. His eyes widened, and he sat down on the ground in fear. Just when the shock wave was carrying gravel and was about to hit Qin Hung, a graceful figure appeared in front of him in the next moment. Countless gravels came, but they all hit 3 meters in front of her, making a crackling sound, and countless gravels fell to the ground. "Are you okay?" Mingyu turned around and smiled. The smile was so eye-catching under the moonlight that Qin Hung was stunned. He quickly lowered his head and said, "Thank you, Sister Yu, for saving your life." "Ha ha. I was reckless. It's okay." As soon as Mingyu reached out, Qin Hung blinked, mechanically stretched out his hand, and was pulled up by the other party. Soft as if boneless? Feeling the other person's silky jade hand, Qin Hung stood up and quickly let go. Although he felt a little reluctant and wanted to hold on for a few more seconds, he also understood that such blasphemy was unacceptable. Otherwise, this evil woman might think that he was a deceiver, turn around and stab him, and then she would die unjustly. Mingyu didn't seem to care about such details, but asked crisply, "How is my swordsmanship?" "It's very powerful." "What kind of swordsmanship is this?" "Fengyu sword dance. My Fengyu sex unique skill," Mingyu said with a proud look on her face. "Fengyu sword dance? The sword is as its name suggests. Powerful," Qin Hung praised. "Want to learn?" Mingyu suddenly asked. "Think. Can I do it?" Qin Hung had a look of surprise on his face. "Of course. All my Fengyu sect disciples can learn it. But if you want to practice this sword technique, you must first become a 1-star warrior." "Can a 1-star warrior learn such a powerful swordsmanship?" Qin Hung asked in disbelief. "Yes, but I can only learn the superficial aspects of this sword technique. This sword technique requires the support of strong internal force. The stronger the internal force, the more powerful it can be." "Ah, it's a pity that I'm just an ordinary person." Qin Hung looked sad. "Ordinary people? Are you a liar?" "Miss, how long do you want to deceive me?" Mingyu murmured in her heart, wishing she could hold his head and rub it hard a few times. However, if this little man wants to conceal his identity, just pretend that he doesn't know. Hee hee. "Little man, the game has just begun. You can't escape from my grasp." Various thoughts of ravaging the opponent's leader flashed through his mind, but on the surface he smiled. "It's okay. After you have rested for these 3 days, we can teach you how to cultivate your inner strength first. Let's go and eat." Qin Hung followed Mingyu, his eyes a little wandering. He was not looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, but Mingyu's sword dance just now flashed in his mind. After watching the other party's sword dance just now, Qin Hung suddenly realized that he seemed to already know how to do it. Yes, learned it. Originally, he thought that the skill necklace could only fulfill its function if he got the sword manual. That doesn't seem to be the case now. Rather, as long as he sees something once, he can remember it. You can learn it. Of course, to learn this kind of awesome swordsmanship, you must have a variety of mental techniques and formulas to achieve maximum power. But just now, under the heaven-defying power of the skill necklace, when Qin Hung watched the Mingyu sword dance, with every move, another shadow appeared in his mind to teach him how to practice. After reading it once, the figure in my mind seems to have been practiced millions of times. The key points of various moves and the operation roots of various internal skills are all presented one by one. Qin Hung learned it directly. In other words, with the skills necklace, he can see at a glance no matter what kind of martial arts others use in front of him. Skill necklace. Full understanding. It's so outrageous. Back in the living room, Chuanju and others had prepared meals. Xiaju even brought hot water for Qin Hung to wash. "Isn't my treatment too good?" Qin Hung scratched his head and asked. "Ha ha. You have a very good memory. We plan to focus on training you." Mingyu was also washing her face. She had just finished practicing and was sweating all over. After washing, Qin Hung saw Mingyu sitting down and seemed to be preparing to eat. He immediately stopped and did not dare to move forward. "Sit down. They usually serve me. After you come, for the sake of convenience, I will come here every day to have food. Do you have any objection?" No. No objection." Qin Hung sat down carefully. I'm muttering in my heart. My day. Are you afraid of running away? Even watching the meal. Qin Hingdong sat down carefully, and Chuanju served the rice and said with a smile, "These dishes are made by the young lady herself. You are in for a treat. Cook by yourself? Do you know how to cook?" Qin Hung was dumbfounded. "Ha ha. I will do it when I have nothing to do during cultivation. Mingyu picked up a piece of braised beef with chopsticks. And after taking a bite, she frowned slightly. She doesn't like spicy food. Miss, I know you are happy. Seeing this, Xiaoju opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Mingyu coughing. Damn girl. Can you say this nonsense? Don't I want to lose face? Glancing at Qin Hung, I saw that he didn't seem to hear anything, but was looking at the food in a daze. Eat. Are you afraid that my cooking will not taste good? This is spicy braised beef rush. This is spicy king turtle. This is abalone soup. This is black tiger ginseng. This is... Mingyu introduced 8 dishes in one breath, leaving Qin Hung completely confused. These dishes sound like great tonics. Depend on. This is really the key point of training. Should we start with the body first? Qin Hung looked carefully at the large pot of so-called abalone soup. He couldn't see the shape in his memory. The abalone was all cooked to pieces. Are we just going to eat? They won't eat. After Qin Hung took 2 bites, he looked at Chunju and Xiaoju standing next to him. We've already eaten. Xiaoju pursed her lips and smiled. Qin Hung nodded, guessing that his status might not allow him to eat. But why did he allow himself to eat with Mingyu? Forget it. Why do you think so much? If they can't starve, let's eat first. He was really hungry after not eating for a day. He ate cautiously at first, but this dish really suited his taste. As I ate, I became more energetic, and my movements became bigger and bigger. Seeing Mingyu didn't seem to have any dissatisfaction. In the end, he ignored any rules and started gobbling up the food. Mingyu frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. She just chewed slowly and quietly, with the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Obviously, she was very satisfied with Qin Hung's performance. My mother was indeed right. If you want to gain a man's approval, it's best to capture his appetite. Fortunately, I learned cooking from Fatty Xiao for a while when I had nothing to do. Otherwise, if you really can't do it, you'll have to go over and learn a few tricks when everything seems to be fine. The two of them probably didn't know each other very well when they were eating, and they didn't have much communication. However, it seemed that the food was too spicy. From time to time, Mingyu picked up the water glass and drank elegantly. Sister, you don't need to put anything so spicy next time. Looking at Mingyu's pretty red face, Qin Hung suddenly said, Oh! Seeing Qin Hung speak, Mingyu took a sip of water again and asked, What are you going to do during your 2 days of rest? Sleep. Qin Hung stuffed in a piece of beef. Mingyu had made this thing really chewy and chewy. Sleep? Mingyu frowned slightly. Was this because her brain was working too hard? Doesn't he need to practice talismans? However, the warlock seems to be cultivating his mental power with his eyes closed. Could it be that he was practicing magic under the guise of sleeping? Mingyu feels that this possibility is very high. Okay, if you like sleeping, you can sleep well these days. But after 3 days, you must start cultivating your internal strength. Qin Hung nodded and said nothing. He was really not familiar with Mingyu, so he was afraid that if he spoke too much, he would make mistakes. So he just finished eating. Qin Hung finished eating first, but Mingyu was still eating slowly. Sister, you, please eat slowly. I'm going to rest. Qin Hung picked up the bowl and wanted to wash it, but was stopped by Chunju. Let's do it. Go ahead. After receiving Mingyu's affirmative reply, Qin Hung returned upstairs, closed the door, lay on the bed, and entered the game in the blink of an eye. Miss, junior brother, he doesn't seem to have taken a shower. Do you want us to call him? Help him wash it? Xiaoju reminded. No. Let's wait until tomorrow. He may be really tired today. After saying that, Mingyu, who was chewing slowly, listened attentively for a while. Then her expression changed, and she suddenly let out a long breath. Open your mouth wide. Stick out your pink tongue. Fan it with your hands. And breathe hard. So spicy! So spicy! She suddenly picked up the water glass, no longer caring about the image, and drank it hard. Gula gula. Drink a big cup in one go. Chunju comes up and refills. Then Mingyu picked up half the plate of nyochong and started to wolf it down. Swallow hard and drink hard at the same time. Where is the image of a lady at all? Grandmaster, I consume a lot of food every day. In addition, she hasn't eaten at the end of the day because she was waiting for Qin Hung to eat. Can she not be hungry? Just watching Qin Hung gobble it up. She wanted to take a stick. Now that Qin Hung is gone, she no longer cares about her image and eats freely. In less than 5 minutes, she had wiped out most of the remaining food on the table. But this is just the beginning. She turned around and entered another room. Soon, Xiaoju and Chunju brought out a roasted suckling pig and a roasted calf. A table full of dishes. Mingyu held a pig thigh and began to chew it wildly. The whole room was filled with the sound of her chewing. There was also a voice that whispered instructions. Chunju, take my token to the door and get all the warlock skills collected from the door. Of course, Qin Hung doesn't know the changes in the bright moon. After entering the game at this time, he continues to level up, with the help of a dog as a powerful helper. Qin Hung's monster killing speed increased again. The zero-level dog's health, defense, attack, etc. are naturally much more powerful than the little skeleton. But I can't hold it for long. At this time, Qin Hung can choose to use healing skills to increase its blood, so that it can advance to one level. Dogs that level up will be even more powerful. However, Qin Hung didn't do this. When the dog died, he summoned another one. Anyway, the dog's skill level needs to be improved. Originally, Qin Hung had been summoning skeletons for a long time and had trained the little skeletons to the second level. But his leveling speed is too fast. Before the little skeleton reaches level 3, he can already summon dogs. Who would summon skeletons when there are dogs? This made Qin Hung, who originally planned to cultivate the skeleton under the sword, a little regretful. I haven't experienced practicing skeleton training under the sword for more than 20 years. However, this dog probably has to train under the sword of the sword guard. The proficiency level of the starting hand is 10,000. If you want to cultivate to the third level dog, it is really difficult to cultivate it without being under the sword. Qin Hung plans to take time to practice when the time comes. However, there are also level restrictions for those who want to practice dog training. At the first level, you can practice at level 35. At level 2, you need to reach level 37 to practice. At level 3, you need level 40 to practice. Once the level 3 dog is summoned, its blood volume can reach an astonishing 800. Attack, defense, attack speed, action speed, etc. will all be accelerated a lot. And level 3 dogs can even fight monsters and be upgraded to level 7. The color of the 7th level dog is dark blue. And its attack, defense and attack speed are extremely abnormal. There is no pressure to challenge monsters at the leader level. Therefore, the skill, summoning the divine beast, is the symbol of the rise of Taoist players. There is a huge difference between having a dog and not having a dog. When I was playing Legend in my previous life, the most expensive among all the skill books was the Summoning Divine Beast book. When it's expensive, it can sell for tens of thousands. If you change a car, someone will do it. To make a comparison, a copy of the Mage's Magic Shield can be exchanged for a girl for one night, while a dog book can be exchanged for more than 10 Magic Shield copies without any pressure, or even more. This is the value of Summon the Divine Beast. Now, in this legendary game worth tens of millions, Qin Hung doesn't know what price a dog book will fetch. In short, it must be much more exaggerated than the previous life. After all, a piece of junk equipment of more than 10 levels here was sold for 1 or 200,000 gold coins. This is the advantage of having more people. With less equipment and more people, you can sell it for sky-high prices. However, now that the price of meat is skyrocketing, many brothers in the guild are driving trumpets to dig for meat. At the end of the day, if you are lucky, you can really make a lot of money. Qin Hung thought that when upgraded weapons became popular and they were skyrocketed, there might be many people mining full-time. Nowadays, there are probably players who specialize in digging for meat. At this time, the guild was still very lively. Name the difficult household with wooden level. Beep 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 beep. Fearless lone wolf. The sadness of the starry night. Dragon tattoo. The sword is going to HL. Kishiyu Tingyur and others are going around to rob the boss. The entire guild and the other 10 major guilds have not stopped fighting for 24 hours. That's right. 3 more major guilds have become the targets of the Marfa Friendship Alliance's war. However, naming the households with difficulties is obviously not enough, as they think the number is too small. No. A system prompt sounded. Ding dong! The guild has been successfully promoted to the 2nd level guild, and the upper limit has been increased by 1,000 people. 1 more vice president has been added. Add elite member settings. Added guild president channel and guild elite channel. Added guild band setting. All guild members' experience in killing monsters and upgrading will be increased by 1%. The guild store is open. The sudden sound immediately startled everyone, and then they were ecstatic. But before they could react, another system prompt sounded. Ding dong! The guild has been successfully promoted to the 3rd level guild, and the upper limit has been increased by 1,000 people. One more vice president, and one more elite member. The experience of members of the guild in killing monsters increases by 2%. Before anyone could react, another system prompt sounded. Ding dong! The guild has been successfully promoted to the 4th level guild, and the upper limit has been increased by 1,000 people. One more vice president, and one more elite member. The experience points of members of the guild for killing monsters are increased by 3%, and the items in the guild store are increased. 3 consecutive system prompts made everyone in the guild buzz. Immediately afterwards, before the sounds of worship could be heard, the screams of naming the needy households rang out first. Oh my god! To be promoted to a 5th level guild, I need to reach level 30. Damn it! Obviously, the person with difficulty in naming is not satisfied with being promoted to the 4th level guild. He also wants to be promoted to the 5th level, or even higher. But my level got stuck. But this is enough to shock everyone. Guan Hai. The boss is mighty. Xingye Sadness. The boss is mighty. Fearless Lone Wolf. The boss is mighty. The Legation Surgeon. The boss is mighty. Dujaladudada. Boss is awesome. Yujian goes to HL. Pay attention to the formation upstairs. The boss is awesome. Kishi Yuan Jian Tengu. You are wrong upstairs. It should be the boss who is really awesome. Game Puzzle. The boss is so awesome. Night Owl. The boss is so awesome. Bai Yifei. Boss is so powerful. Mishar. Boss is so awesome. This cost 700 million. Cloud Emperor God of Killing. TCH. New here. Right. What a fuss. The boss invested 300,000 in a guild battle. Mr. Payne. Yes. The 700 million is only 140,000. For the boss. It's nothing. Book-loving insect. Wow. Look at the guild store. There are so many good things. Chapter 155 Zuma Fierce Battle. Master of Weapon Upgrades. Qin Hung was also secretly surprised when he heard the shouting and discussion among the people in the guild. It's really a great idea to name a household in need. Promoted the guild to the 4th level guild in one breath. It cost a total of 140,000 Chinese dollars. How can ordinary people have such courage? Qin Hung was once again glad in his heart that he didn't do it himself or let Guan Hai do it. Otherwise, upgrading this industry will be a big problem. When the time comes, not only will he have to work hard to earn gold coins to upgrade his official position, but he will also have to spend a lot of gold coins to upgrade his guild. Now I'm fine. I found a great guy. It's perfect. Qin Hung stood invisible not far from the monster and began to check the guild's functions, adding vice presidents and elite members. He doesn't have to worry about these things. However, he was a little surprised that the vice president also had the guild mute function. The most surprising thing is that guild members can get bonus experience points. Now for level 4 guilds. The experience bonus has reached 3%. This means that if he originally had 10,000 experience points, it has now become 10,300. Although it doesn't seem like a lot, it gradually adds up to a considerable amount. When the person with difficulty in naming reaches level 30, he will definitely continue to upgrade his guild. At that time, more experience points will be added. With his thoughts on his mind, Qin Hung opened the guild store. He finally understood why everyone was so surprised. The guild store did sell 2 good things that were not available outside. Small solar water. Price, 1,000 gold coins. Powerful sun water, selling for 2,000 gold coins. In the game Legend of the Past Life, the pharmacies in the early stages did not sell powerful solar water. After the system was revised later, these powerful potions appeared in the store. I didn't expect to put it directly in the guild store here. This is a benefit for guild members. After all, the powerful solar water, a life-saving thing, currently does not explode except for boss. But other monsters. But how can there be so many bosses for everyone to kill? Nowadays, major guilds are constantly piking everywhere. So this strategic material is extremely scarce. Therefore, a bottle of powerful solar water is sold for 5,000 gold coins. Now, with the powerful sun water, the combat power of the Marfa Friendship Alliance will be greatly improved. As long as the people who have trouble naming are willing to pay the money. It is estimated that every member of the guild will have a backpack of powerful solar water. Huh? It seems that, in this way, the guild members can make a fortune. If they buy it and sell it outside, it is probably good. Judging from the prompts when upgrading the guild, small solar water should be added when promoting to the 2nd level. There is no change when promoted to level 3. But when promoted to level 4, powerful solar water is added. At present, maybe in the entire server, only the Marfa Friendship Alliance has been promoted to level 4. After all, it is estimated that not many people would do it if they spent 140,000 Chinese dollars to advance to the guild. It's hard to say. Maybe he just did it because he was so arrogant. Also, there are spies in this guild store. It is estimated that in the next moment, other powerful people will know the function of the guild store. Qin Hung thought of a lot in an instant. Selling powerful solar water is probably really something that can be done. So he immediately shouted in the guild, "Brothers who want to do business, buy strong solar water and sell it." Although there are spies, Qin Hung doesn't care anymore. If he didn't say it, others would have guessed it. So he shouted to remind everyone, "Sell it, Kishiyu Tengu." Damn! What a great idea! Game puzzle. Ha. Not bad. Not bad. Tian Liang. The prodigal boss reminded me wonderfully. I didn't even expect it. Tian Duster. Ha. That's great. I don't have to go mining anymore. Suifeng Shuquang. Wonderful. I'm going to make a fortune. Mu Shuiwei. Brothers in the meeting should unify the prices. Don't lower the prices randomly. Naming the households with difficulty. We will sell them all for 5,000 gold coins. Whoever sells at a low price will be kicked out. There is no other way. If you don't be strict, the price of this powerful solar water may soon be reduced to 2,500 gold coins. Under the high pressure of naming the households with difficulties, everyone in the guild happily started buying and buying, shouting in various safe areas to sell powerful solar water. This thing is in short supply, and naturally many wealthy players bought it crazily at the beginning. Even ordinary players will buy a few to save their lives. Naturally, Qin Hung would not make this money, nor would the other rich people in the meeting. Qin Hung felt that the people who went to make this money were the ones, like Ruin Yuan Jiang Tianmu, who were relatively short of money. But he miscalculated. If one person earns 3,000 gold coins, 10 of them will earn 30,000 gold coins. 100 earns 300,000. Therefore, most of the people in the meeting went to sell powerful solar water. But this thing costs 5,000 gold coins each. There are so many rich people in the market, and it is quickly saturated. Boss, how about we lower the price? Some people want to buy it, but can't afford it. Kishihara and Tinger suggested. Yes, if you sell one for 4,000 gold coins, there should be a big market. Yume licked his lips. Gold medal merchant. Actually, the most reasonable price is to sell it for 3,000 gold coins each. We have a large quantity, so we should go for it so that ordinary players can afford it. Naming the households in difficulty. But, if this happens, won't the prices go down? Tianya Prodigal. I think the gold medal sister is right. Sell it as soon as you can. Other guilds will start selling this thing soon. Also, if you hurry up and recruit people, just say that we are already a level 4 guild, with bonus experience points for killing monsters, and powerful solar water for sale. Although the guild was promoted, Qin Hung found that the guy who had trouble naming was still hunting for treasures everywhere. So he quickly reminded him, now is the time to attract people. Maybe we can attract players from other guilds. That's right. Okay, you all can sell it for 3,000 gold coins. Whatever you can sell. The family who had difficulty naming them laughed. Ding dong. The system prompts that the household with difficulty naming Dudu will be appointed as the vice president. Ding dong. The system prompts that the household in need of naming be named Xingya Sadness as the vice president. Ding dong. The system prompts that the households with difficulties are naming the fearless lone wolf as the vice president. The vice presidents all hurry back to the city to recruit people. Use a server-wide announcement to shout out our advantages. I will reimburse you. Urge the households who had difficulty naming. What about you? Asked the fearless lone wolf. Me? I will seize the time to advance to level 30, and then continue to advance to the guild. The person who had difficulty naming himself said with a shameless smile. It immediately caused a burst of boos from everyone in the meeting. Boss, is it appropriate for Xingye and the others to be vice presidents? Be careful if the other party is a spy. They will kick out the members. Qin Hung chatted privately about naming the households in need. He had played Legend for half his life in his previous life, and he had seen too many instances of kicking out all guild members, especially when the siege was fierce. The other side spies suddenly kicked out all the guild members, which was a disaster. Therefore, the vice president of the guild who can pull people in or kick people out must be appointed with caution. Haha. Don't worry. Xingye and I A few of us have known each other offline. The person who had trouble naming the person chuckled. My day! No wonder Xingya's sadness and the others are so rich. It turns out they are all in the same circle. Qin Hung felt relieved now. Otherwise it would be a big trouble if he was entrusted to an unjust person. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Hung returned to the 4th floor again and beat the captain of the Zuma guard. No accident. No shipment. But if you drop a man in a demon robe and a woman in a god of war armor, and add a bunch of equipment, it's okay. And it can be sold for a small 20 million gold coins. Call out! Qin Hung randomly planned to return to the 5th floor of Zuma. After landing, he appeared in a room full of Zuma monsters. What surprised Qin Hung was that there were actually 2 players killing Zuma monsters here. There were no witch moths in the entire small room. A bunch of monsters were being poisoned by 2 Taoist priests. One of the Taoist priests is invisible and blocking the door with a skeleton, while the other Taoist priest is poisoning outside. The corridor outside was also very empty. It had obviously been cleaned up by the 2 of them. What shocked Qin Hung even more was that in this room, in addition to monsters, there was also a 7th level skeleton. Someone actually cultivated the skeleton to the 7th level. How awesome! Qin Hung looked outside attentively and was stunned. One of them was Feng Shigua, a Taoist priest who had an acquaintance in the Corpse King Hall. However, Feng Shigua, who was originally wearing medium-sized armor, was already at level 26. He changed into a soul battle suit, holding a 1/4 demon subduer in his hand, 2 platinum and Z-bead necklaces, and 2 Taoist bracelets. The other one is a 29th level Taoist priest named Yizhuiqing Great Wall, holding a 1/4 of the best silver snake, wearing a Z-bead necklace, 2 platinum rings, a 3-eye bracelet, and a Tao 2 bracelet. My day! I am the prodigal son of the great villain Tianya. Qin Hung looked at the 2 people among the monsters in the room, and the 2 people outside were also looking at him. Feng Shigua naturally recognized Qin Hung at a glance. Oh! Tianya Prodigal? The most perverted player in the server? The Great Wall stared at Qin Hung with great interest, and then said with envy, TSK. TSK. Invisibility ring. Infinity stick. Attack 1 prayer helmet. Z-bead necklace. Platinum ring. 3-eyed bracelet. Ghost suit. As expected, he is indeed the #1 perverted player. Although Qin Hung was among the monsters, the monsters did not attack him because of the invisibility ring. He asked curiously, how did you rush in? One is level 26 and the other is level 29. Although they are Taoist priests, if they want to rush in and fight, they can still create a space to stand. That is really awesome. The one at level 29 is a high level, so it's okay to talk about it. But it would be even more terrifying if this level 26 Feng Shigua could rush in. When I saw him in the Corpse King's palace 2 days ago, I felt that this person was not simple. He was less than level 22, but he dared to poison a large number of Corpse Kings in the Corpse King's palace. If he hadn't happened to go there, those Corpse Kings must have belonged to him. Now after just over 2 days of not seeing each other, the other party has already reached level 26. Obviously, he has mastered the rich method of killing monsters with poison. Looking at the equipment of these 2 people, they must be at the level of rich people. This game has no shortage of smart people, and it is really rare to see someone who is rich and smart at the same time. Just like naming a poor household, no matter how grand they are, naming a guild would be trashy. Ha ha! Of course you rushed in. It turns out you are the famous prodigal son of the world. Tear the Great Wall greeted with a smile. Qin Hung also cupped his hands and said, can we not clean up this place? We need to knock down the 5th floor. The map on the 5th floor is very big, and there are not many of these 2 people. If 3 people fight, it is completely enough. Going further down here is the entrance to the 5th floor. Even if you don't tell yourself, the other party can see it after clearing it. So he invited the 2 of them to go directly to the 5th floor. After all, if the 4th floor was cleared by them, more people would probably rush in. Oh! Why? Yes! Are you afraid that others will come in? Feng Shigua asked. And the next moment, he realized it. Qin Hung smiled lightly and said nothing. When dealing with smart people, it goes without saying, okay, come out and take us there. Yiqing Chancheng rolled his eyes and said with a smile. Qin Hung frowned slightly, walked around the monster, and came to Feng Shigua. Feng Shigua turned to one side and Qin Hung passed through. But just when he went out, 2 amulets struck him without warning. HP reduced by 40. HP reduced by 35. The Great Wall and Feng Shiguo actually killed Qin Hung after he came out. Apparently he took a fancy to the equipment on Qin Hung and became greedy. Qin Hung was not surprised. As a hardcore player, he was wary of meeting players in such dangerous areas. The reason why he dared to stand in front of these two people was naturally because he was not afraid of them. Although their equipment is luxurious, he is already level 35. So he is still afraid of these two people? After being attacked, he calmly drank 2 bottles of powerful solar water in an instant, immediately replenishing his blood volume. Give these two people some more poison. Give yourself the Holy War Armor and Ghost Shield. Healing. Drink the powerful Golden Elixir. During this process, the attacks of Yetier Great Wall and Feng Shiguan never stopped. But Qin Hang's blood volume was as high as 306 drops of blood. The two of them were able to beat Qin Hung to death with more than 80 drops of blood. After Qin Hung finished applying the Ghost Shield to himself, the attack power of the Soul Fire Talisman of the two of them was obviously reduced a lot. It dropped to more than 70 points. But Qin Hung would be afraid of them if he drank the powerful solar water hard top. When the two of them saw that Qin Hung did not run away but dared to fight back, they were so excited that they narrowed their eyes. This Tianel prodigal is obviously too arrogant. This is exactly what they want. Brush. The Great Wall of Tears was coated with red poison and green poison. And with another hiss, it summoned the 7th level skeleton inside. Obviously, he wanted Qin Hung to taste the horror of the 7th level skeleton. But something happened that made him depressed. The 7th level skeleton turned a blind eye to Qin Hung in front of him. Instead of going up to chop him, he quickly circled around him. My day! What happened? Seeing that the 7th level skeleton could not be reached, I burst into tears and almost fainted. Busy. Don't count on skeleton. He's invisible. Skeleton must not be able to see the person in the invisible state. Feng Shiguo kept patting Qin Hung with the Soul Fire Talisman, and he saw the key point of the problem at a glance. Damn it! Damn it! Hit him with the Soul Fire Talisman! I don't believe it. The two of us can't beat him. He burst into tears and cursed the Great Wall. Neither of them moved. Just stand there and have sex with Qin Hung. There was no way. There were monsters in the room and not far away. If the two of them moved, those monsters would definitely rush out. At this moment, with a loud bang, Qin Hung also waved an amulet and exploded next to him. A red dog appeared, howling and turning into a monster over 3 meters tall in the blink of an eye. Hack! What is this? The Great Wall burst into tears when he suddenly saw such a big guy appearing in front of him, and was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. Call. It's a good thing he didn't run away. As soon as he ran away, Qin Hang's dog sprayed flames at him. The blood volume is reduced by 35. Bang! Qin Hung ignored Feng Shiguo's running away, but turned around and called out the Soul Fire Talisman on Feng Shiguo's forehead. With a loud bang, 55 drops of his blood were taken away. Hack! The attack is so high! Feng Shiguo cursed angrily, kept adding blood to himself, and drank powerful solar water. But he didn't dare to run. There are too many monsters around. You will die faster if you run. At the same time, he shouted loudly. Busy. Don't run. Invisible. Invisible. This must be his pet. It should be that. Summoning the divine beast, Itai Qing Great Wall, who was running around, heard this and immediately turned back and ran not far away. Invisible. Sure enough, the monster that had been following him and spitting fire stopped spraying him, and turned around to spray the monster next to him. Depend on. Is this the Taoist priest's level 35 skill? Summoning the divine beast. Wild. Biozi kept adding blood to himself, feeling envious at the same time. By the way, I took a picture of Qin Hang's and Zhang's scarf. Ha ha. You two are so bold. How dare you come up with your idea on my head? Qin Hung smiled and kept patting Feng Shiguo next to him with the Soul Fire Talisman. At the same time, I felt a little depressed. This is the only bad thing about Taoist priests' fights. After becoming invisible, the babies will no longer hit each other. At this time, the battle is all about equipment and potions. Fortunately, these are his strengths. When Feng Shiguo burst into tears when the Great Wall came back, he drank the powerful solar water and carried it to death. But immediately he felt something was wrong. The attack speed of Tianao Prodigal is too fast. Much faster than before. He attacked the opponent twice with the Soul Fire Talisman. And the opponent can hit him 3 times. Or even 4 times. Each attack took away more than 50 drops of his blood. How could he, a level 26 Taoist priest, be able to withstand such terrifying speed and attack? He only has 192 drops of blood. This caused him to drink the powerful solar water non-stop. But how could a Taoist priest like him get so much powerful solar water? Besides, a lot of it was consumed when rushing down. Therefore, the Great Wall of China just turned back in less than 3 seconds. Feng Shiguo no longer had the powerful sun water and cursed angrily. Damn! He is so perverted! Withdraw! With a whoosh, he randomly flew away with more than 50 drops of blood. After finally rushing in. Of course he couldn't bear to leave. The two of them fight poisonous monsters with busy here. And they level up. The most important thing is that the explosion rate here is so high. I just killed a Zuma archer with 1600 health and exploded a magic wand. It was so exciting. Whoosh! Feng Shiguo fell into the pile of monsters in the central hall on the 4th floor of Zuma. Phew! Phew! Before he could react, more than a dozen wedged moss around him had sprayed his face. And then a huge hammer hit his head with a bang. With a sound, Feng Shiguo lay on the ground. Potions, random teleportation scrolls, and equipment exploded all over the floor. My day! Feng Shiguo was so frightened that he quickly opened the character equipment column and breathed a sigh of relief. All the equipment was there. He looked at the newly exploded wand in the package again. And it was still there. What fell on the ground were just a few ordinary pieces of equipment that he had just hit. Busy! I'm dead! Are you still fighting that pervert? Stop fighting. You can't beat him. Run away! Damn! Are you dead? Did you drop something? I can't bear it, and go back to the city. From the opposite side came the depressing voice of the Great Wall of China. Ha ha. A few pieces of garbage were lost. Tianyao Prodigal is so perverted. Wait until I help you upgrade to a 1/5 silver snake. And then we can go find him to settle the score. Ha ha. Okay. This is what you said. I'm going to catch your snake. If you can't get it, you can buy more demons, and I'll see if I can get 1/6 of them. His equipment is too abnormal, and the difference is too big. So it's impossible to fight. Okay. Ha ha. I didn't force you to upgrade your weapons. You said so yourself. When he heard that Feng Shiguo was going to take the initiative to upgrade his weapons, he burst into tears and was overjoyed. This guy is really good at upgrading weapons. He upgraded my 1/4 silver snake. And Feng Shiguo also upgraded 1/4 of the demons in his own hands. When he imagined the upcoming January 6th of the demons, he burst into tears and laughed so hard that his eyes almost narrowed. The other side, Qin Hung, who had beaten the two away, returned to the 5th floor and continued to level up. Chapter 156 Level 37. Those Years of Lost Youth. It's late at night. Almost 12 o'clock in the evening. In China. In a residential building in a corner. And Yuan Jiang and Tianmu were still lying on the sofa playing games. Since he was out of work during this period and spent all day playing games. His wife, who is much younger than him, has not let him go back to the house to sleep. Although he made a fortune today, he still habitually lay on the sofa and continued playing until he got tired and fell asleep on the sofa. At this time, a beautiful middle-aged woman walked towards him wearing pajamas and slippers. This is Lao An's wife, who is more than 10 years younger than him and less than 40 years old. Damn it! Get up! You don't have to sleep on the sofa. The woman shook in Yuan Jiang Tengu. And in Yuan Jiang Tengu, who was fighting monsters in the game, quickly returned to the city and went offline again. He was afraid that if he responded too late, his wife would be in trouble if she pulled out his network cable later. Honey, what are you doing? You're fighting the boss. Kishihara and Tenmu said depressedly. Husband, I said that since you can make money, I will allow you to go back to the house. Now go to bed and fight the boss. It's so cold here. The woman smiled and took in Yuan Jiang Tianmu's hand and led her into the house. And Yuan Jiang and Tianmu's expression suddenly changed. No, wife, I haven't made any money yet. I feel guilty. I'm sorry for you too. Just let me work harder. Don't worry. I'll set a small goal first and make 100 million first. No. The layout is a bit small. The goal should be bigger. Earn 500 million. As long as you don't make 500 million, I will never go back to my room to sleep. Go back to the house and sleep? Joke. I am already 50. And I really can't stand the trouble. But this sofa is still comfortable. I was smart back then and spent a lot of money to buy this sofa. Thinking of his own cleverness. And Yuan Jiang and Tianmu felt proud. Earn enough 500 million before you go back to the house? When the woman heard this, her smiling face suddenly sank. Do you want to make yourself a widow? She rolled her eyes and smiled immediately. Earn 500 million. Right? It's hard enough. How can you, my husband, bear this kind of sin alone? As my wife, I have the obligation to reward you and help you relieve your stress. Then I'll stay with you here. Anyway, this sofa is big and comfortable enough. Don't tell me we haven't had a fight on the sofa yet. With that said, he laid down on the sofa and a monkey stole the peach. And Yuan Jiang and Tianmu were confused at that time and quickly begged, Honey, are you crazy? What will your parents do when they see you later? Ha. If you don't want to go back to the house to do the cleaning, then you can do it here. You can do it as you like. If you don't fix it, I'll fix it. Stop. I'll go back to the house with you. Very good. If you don't come in within 10 minutes, you'll be fined here tonight. The woman entered the house with a triumphant smile, and Yuan Jiang Tianmu shakily lit a cigarette. And after taking a few puffs, he picked up a cup. This was the wolfberry tea he made. He drank it in one gulp and walked helplessly towards the room. At this moment, a sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. The wind is rustling and the water is cold. Once the strong man is gone, he will never return. Naturally, Qin Hung, who was fighting monsters, would not have guessed such an incident involving an ordinary person. At this time, he was working hard to poison Dudu. After the battle with Feng Shiguo and Yidier at the Great Wall just now, Qin Hung felt a crisis. Zuma, as the player level increases, seems to be no longer a forbidden area. Level 24 Taoist priests can rush in. If others just fly randomly, the chance of rushing in is still quite high. Of course, the Taoist priest would have an advantage after rushing in. When it is not cleared away, only Taoist priests who know the invisibility technique rush in and have a chance to stand firm. No other profession is currently possible, but there are more and more advanced players. When the time comes, those lone rangers who like to hunt for treasure will definitely come to Zuma to explore if they can't get the boss in Woma, Centipede, Zombie Cave, and Corpse King Hall. The monsters in Zuma are much more advanced than other places at first glance. There is no reason why good things can't be found here. As soon as there are more people, Zuma will probably be cleared away soon. And if the news spreads that killing the perverted Zuma monster can reveal famous brand equipment, it is estimated that this place will instantly become a place where major guilds compete. Although, there is a powerful guild behind him, but he really doesn't want to hang out with the poor families named after them. What can a large group of people do after finally getting a few brand name equipment, but they still can't get a share of 3 melons and 2 dates? Perhaps poorer players such as Yuan Jiang Tiandu, Game Mystery, and Tianshun can earn 200 to 300 Chinese coins a day, which is more than 1 million gold coins. That would make them laugh to death. It's much better than them working. But can Qin Hung do this? The gold coins he needs now are getting more and more terrifying. Not to mention earning more than 1 million gold coins a day. Even if he earns 10 million gold coins a day, he feels poor. No. Making 100 million a day is still too slow for him. Not to mention the gold coins in the outside world that are still in a sealed state. Let's talk about the 5 billion gold coins needed to further improve his official position. 5 billion. If he makes 100 million a day, he will have 50 days. Perhaps for an ordinary person, earning 5 billion gold coins in 50 days is a lot. After all, converted into Chinese dollars, it is 1 million. But Qin Hung really can't wait. If you really want to do this, it will be too slow. There are so many realms ahead. Who knows how many gold coins are needed? Therefore, he would not hang out with others unless absolutely necessary. But now as players improve, Zuma Temple may soon fall. This forced him to seize the last chance. Even though he seems to be here and doesn't get much in one day, he actually earns a lot in one day. At the end of the day, Zuma, the captain of the guard, can take over the 4th and 5th floors. These 2 bosses can be cleared every 3 hours, which means you can clear them 8 times a day, 2 at a time. There are 16 in total. Each boss can contribute an average of at least 10 million gold coins to him without the use of famous brand goods and advanced skill books. There are 160 million gold coins here. Abnormal Zuma monsters. Don't say too much in one day. You can always get 200 of them. On average, 3 pieces of ordinary high-end goods can be produced here. But more than 66 high-end goods can be produced here. High-end goods include the God of War armor worth about 7 million, as well as blue jade necklaces and magnifying glasses worth only about 500,000 each. After conversion, there are always 3 million pieces. And there are almost 200 million here. As for ordinary Zuma monsters, they always have a few packages of equipment at the end of the day. There are at least 50 million more here. In other words, if he doesn't buy brand name goods in a day, he can earn about 400 million gold coins in Zuma. If there are 1 or 2 famous brands and some top quality products, it will be estimated to be around 450 million. Therefore, this place is definitely a treasure. In this way, it would only take him a few days to collect the money to be promoted to the next official position. Is the official position system important? Of course it's important. All attributes are increased by 1 point. Luck value and magic dodge are increasing. As long as he is promoted to an official position again and his luck value increases to 3. Plus the lucky 2-lantern necklace. He will have 5 points of luck. Is it difficult to get to 4 o'clock? It's not difficult to add 4 lucky weapons to your weapon. When the time comes, the whole body will be blessed with 9 sets of luck. Which is awesome just thinking about it. Therefore, if you can make more money now, make more money. Otherwise, with a large influx of players, where would he get so much money? However, unlike Woma 3, you can't fly randomly here. Therefore, he could only resign himself to his fate. However, after realizing the crisis, he was even more reluctant to open a trumpet account first. Let's eat here first, so that we don't have anywhere to eat later. As he was thinking about something, an elegant system prompt sounded. Ding dong! Do you want to sign in? It's 12 o'clock again. Yes! Ding dong! Congratulations on getting a bottle of blessing oil, 50,000 gold coins, and a copy of the sacred armor technique. A bottle of blessing oil? Signing in directly rewards blessing oil? Looks awesome. Jin Hung really didn't expect to be rewarded with this thing. The reward this time is pretty good. A bottle of blessing oil. And after a while, it won't be a big problem to sell the holy war armor for 1 to 2 million gold coins. Not bad. There are more than 10 bottles of blessing oil. Drink one? Thinking of this, Jin Hung's hands itched, and he used it immediately. With a grunt, he finished using the blessing oil he had just received. Congratulations on adding 1 to your weapon luck. Holy shit. What the system boss rewards is awesomeness. The system guy is awesome. While he was praising the system master in his heart, Jin Hung stopped in a hurry and stopped drinking the blessing oil. At present, there is still much difference. The little blessing oil on him is not enough. Save it and add it all at once later. After understanding the current situation, Jin Hung no longer cared about the affairs in the guild, fearing that it would affect the leveling speed. So he simply turned off the guild channel. Promoting to level 36 requires 4 million experience points. Jin Hung is currently fighting monsters with level 4 poison, and has added a powerful thug called a dog. Therefore, his leveling speed has been accelerated a lot again. He can kill about 30 monsters in 1 minute. With a 3% experience commission, Jin Hung can gain about 13,000 experience points in 1 minute. In this way, the time to advance to level 36 is actually shorter than the time to advance to level 35. It takes just over 5 hours to upgrade. Of course, this is a theoretical value, but in reality it takes longer than this, because he has to spend extra time fighting the perverted Zuma. Right? I had another fight with Feng Shigua and the Great Wall of Tears. Every time the captain of the guard Zuma refreshed, I had to refresh it. Therefore, it was not until around 3 o'clock in the morning that he upgraded. A white light lit up, and he upgraded again. The prodigal son of the end of the world, level 36. Experience value, 888/480000. The experience value for reaching level 37 has once again soared a lot. In his previous life, Jin Hung might have had a headache. But now, of course he wouldn't. It would only take a few more hours. In fact, he is now very happy that he can stay up 24 hours a day. In my previous life, no matter how late I stayed up all night to play, I would have had to catch up on at least 5 or 6 hours of sleep during the day. Of course, there are gods among them. In his previous life, when Jin Hung was just playing Legend, even though he had a computer at home, he was still willing to go to an internet cafe with his friends to spend the night. There is no way. I am alone at home. There is really no atmosphere. Unlike in an internet cafe, the atmosphere is so intense that it explodes. At that time, all the players in the internet cafe were playing Legend. And even the bar machines were used by the network administrator's sister to play Legend. Everyone had cigarettes in their mouths. And the whole internet cafe was full of smoke. Many people came late and stood behind others to watch, waiting for the opportunity. Whenever you see someone encountering a boss, you will immediately scream with excitement. Damn! Woma guards! Fight quickly! Damn it! White wild boar! Fight quickly! Fight quickly! It can explode the verdict! Hack! The true leader! The true leader of the unknown dark palace! Fight quickly! Explosive dog book! Nah! Evil poisonous snake! Damn it! There is another one next to it! Fight them together! Use mines to blow them up together! 2 verdicts! Will it? If you don't know how, I'll fight for you! Get off! Stop making such a fuss! I'm looking for you when the boss is gone! When I see a good thing being beaten against a boss, I feel so excited. Even more excited than the people who are playing. Holy shit! The power ring! Pick it up quickly! Nah! Dog book! Pick up the dog book quickly! The little monster next to you is stepping on it. Left. Left. These are normal players. The most amazing thing is that these people are really talented. Qin Hung once saw a sand sculptor who kept singing, "Sell your love," into the headset all night long. It was simply a magical sound that penetrated his ears. Thinking about it now, he wanted to beat that Birdman to death. But the ones he saw the most were the great players. What is a great player? Eat, drink, have sex, and sleep all at the internet cafe. A one-stop shop. I'm hungry. Network administrator. Bring me a bucket of instant noodles and 2 ham sausages. Thirsty. Network administrator. Bring me a bottle of Coke. I was sleepy. Network administrator. Come and pack by, Shaw. I can't stand it any longer. So I squint my eyes and hang up the phone. I couldn't stand it any longer and fell asleep. That was also on the chair. Occasionally I wake up and take a look. Then buy potions. And then play. And this kind of people basically never leave internet cafes. Qin Hung once saw someone staying in an internet cafe for half a year without going out. The white shirt on his body has turned gray. His hair is like a chicken coop. His eyes are sunken. He stares hard. And he is still leveling up. That smell on you. Even if you pass by from a distance, you can smell the smell of dead rats. What makes Qin Hung speechless is that there are many such people in internet cafes. And the players who go to play Legends don't care at all whether the person sitting next to them is such a great master. Even many beautiful girls can endure this kind of poisonous gas bombing in order to fight for the legend. In short, this kind of person works all day long, with a machine running non-stop, and never sleeps. When you go to bed, no matter day or night, if you fall asleep while playing, then sleep, and as long as someone alerts them, wakes up, and continues to do it. The internet cafe is so noisy and crowded. So it's not like I wake up after just sleeping for a while. Qin Hang's visual inspection showed that such a person would not sleep more than 2 hours a day. I really couldn't bear it anymore. When I went home to go to bed, I would stumble along the road with my eyes squinted. It's like this for everyone who walks and rides a bicycle back. Not to mention someone who can fall asleep while riding. The most amazing thing is that the chef at his relative's restaurant was so sleepy that he could fall asleep while frying vegetables because he stayed up late playing Legend. He could fall asleep leaning against the refrigerator and chop vegetables while sleeping. This is the legendary god Qin Hung has seen. Qin Hung didn't know if this would happen in China today. But one thing was definitely different. This is a virtual game and must be played at home. Or there are internet cafes. But everyone wears a virtual helmet. So how can they still call out to friends? The past is gone after all. There was a time when people stayed up all night. That era when all internet cafes were hacking Legends. That era of offline real-person PK because of a piece of equipment. In that era, it didn't matter if the young couple got divorced. But the legendary equipment had to be separated. In that era where you would grab a few like-minded people to have breakfast and brag after staying up all night. That era when we skipped school every day and spent nights online. The time when I spent a month squatting in the palace of the Corpse King just to write a book. The era when people were cheated of their equipment and they were thrown angrily in the safe zone. In that era, if you buy a piece of brand name equipment, you will not leave the internet cafe for 7 days and 7 nights. That era when you and your loved one walked on Sanya Island and vowed to each other. It's already a cloud of the past. Gone forever. Shaking his head and getting rid of the everlasting memory in his mind. Qin Hung continued to brush on the 5th floor of Zuma. For 0.8 million experience points. 13,000 experience points per minute. It only takes Qin Hung more than 6 hours to rush up. And as long as he rises up, he will have enough experience points to be promoted to Grandmaster. Time passed quietly while Qin Hung was fighting monsters and leveling up. Around 8 o'clock in the morning. In the Sun and Moon Pavilion, Chunju, Xiaoju and others were walking back and forth outside Qin Heng's room. It's past 8 o'clock now. The sun is shining on my buttocks. But my junior brother is still sleeping. They had already prepared it early, but they didn't dare to disturb it. The lady said that as long as the junior brother breathes evenly, you don't have to worry about him, and he can sleep as he pleases. Therefore, they can only wait helplessly. Do you think junior brother will be okay? Xiaoju asked. What could be wrong? His breathing is normal. Dongju curled her lips. But why are you so sleepy? Didn't the lady say that people with good memories will be like this if they use their brains too much? Yes. Just wait. Where is the lady? She is still practicing in her room. Qin Heng didn't know that Chunju and the others couldn't see him getting anxious. Seeing that no one disturbed him, he felt secretly happy. From around 3 o'clock in the morning, he practiced leveling up to 10 o'clock in the morning. During this period, many perverted Zuma monsters and Zuma guard captains were killed. Brand name equipment. Got a silver snake. After 24 hours a day, I obtained 3 pieces of brand name equipment. Speaking of which, the explosion rate is still very good. After all, this is also the best map in the game currently. And the explosion rate should not be 3 levels higher than Woma. The best equipment. Qin Heng only managed to get a Demon 1 Taoist helmet. It's also very good. By this time, Qin Heng could hardly hold it in any longer. Finally, after enduring for a while, a white light rose, and Qin Heng finally upgraded. The prodigal son of the end of the world, level 37. Experience value, 666/560000. Finally promoted, Qin Heng happily found a corner, logged off, and quit the game. As soon as I exited, I went to the restroom in a hurry, under the service of Chunju and others. Qin Heng and Mingyu had a delicious breakfast together. After the meal, Qin Heng then asked to go back to sleep. Mingyu wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't. Miss, didn't you ask me to prepare the magician's spell? Why don't you show it to him? After Qin Heng left, Chunju asked in a low voice. Not the time. Mingyu shook her head. Now by giving Qin Heng the warlock skills, doesn't this make it clear that he knows he is a warlock? In this way, the other party may guess that he already knows that he saved him, thinking of the embarrassing things that happened when she saved herself. Mingyu doesn't have the courage to face it yet. Since ancient times, when women are older than men, they will gossip endlessly. Not to mention that I am many years older. I am 8 years older than the other person. Will he dislike himself? Will people gossip about you? This is also a headache for Mingyu. Forget it. Take your time. Maybe someday we'll kill it first, and then tell it later? Cooked rice. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind. But they were rejected one by Mingyu. She is still a girl from a good family. How could she do such a thing? Qin Heng is lying on the bed at this time. Who knows what Mingyu is thinking? He is adjusting his breathing and preparing to hit the Master Realm. Chapter 157. Another explosion of Zuma equipment. Promoted to 7-star Grandmaster. Mingyu Pavilion. After Qin Heng adjusted his breathing, he opened the character panel. Qin Heng, host. 6 stars of martial arts. 312124/2400000. Remaining experience value, 18461314. Gold coin, 241314. 7758 seal. This. Depend on. It's not enough. It's still a little short of that. Qin Heng looked left and right, and felt that it was still about 2.5 million short. It seems that I was so anxious that I remembered everything wrongly. In desperation, Qin Heng had no choice but to enter the game again and continue to fight monsters. The experience required to advance to level 38 is 5.6 million, which is 13,000 experience per minute. When converted into time, it takes more than 7 hours, in addition to the time wasted running back and forth to defeat the boss, etc. It is estimated that it will take 8 hours to complete. However, Qin Heng does not need so much experience to become a master. As long as you have beaten more than 2.5 million, that's enough. That's just over 3 hours of fighting. Qin Heng still didn't start chatting in the guild and just focused on leveling up. However, during this period, he asked about the situation of the little ones from the families who had difficulty in naming. The situation of their family is very complicated. They are not at their original address, and we are looking for them, came the helpless voice of a household with difficulty in naming. He said people to search in the mountains, but they found nothing. The little one's family is no longer there, and the people around them don't know where their family has gone. Don't worry. I've contacted the authorities, and I believe there will be results soon. He comforted those who had difficulty naming. Okay. Thanks. Haha. Thank me for what I did. Let's be friends and do whatever we can. The person who named the person in need laughed. Shin Hung continued to level up. And soon, more than 3 hours passed. He also has more than 2.5 million experience points. During this period, 2 Zuma guard captains and more than 20 perverted Zuma monsters were killed. But unfortunately none of the Woma brand name equipment was dropped. Not to mention Zuma's brand name equipment. This made Shin Hung, who had been hanging out with Zuma for several days, look depressed. Is this because the official will not put Zuma equipment in it? Otherwise, this explosion rate is too touching. Right? Just when Shin Hung was about to finish poisoning this wave of monsters, and then log off and be promoted to Grandmaster, a few more Zuma archers were refreshed in the monster group. Under the poison, one of the Zuma archers attacks very quickly and does high damage. Perverted Zuma archer. Shin Hung's eyes lit up. A soul fire talisman swatted over and wiped away 50 drops of the opponent's blood. Sure enough, this is a perverted Zuma archer with 1600 HP. Although he has played so many games without breaking the Zuma brand. What if it happens? Since the Zuma guard chief can explode the dragon bracelet, then these perverted Zuma should also be able to explode the Zuma jewelry. It's just a matter of probability. Therefore, Shin Hung was excited every time he beat the perverted Zuma. Even if the Zuma brand cannot be used, it would be better to use the W-Mart brand. Anyway, no matter what, Shin Hung will be excited when he sees these monsters that can explode top-level equipment. Although I am almost disappointed every time. It is exactly what the players said back then. Perverted Zuma tortured me thousands of times, but I still fell in love with him. With excitement, Shin Hung violently beat up the perverted Zuma archer, only to make it bleed continuously. Finally, a towel was used to suck it away. There was a jingle, and something and a pile of gold coins fell on the ground. A beam of orange light shot into the sky as the thing fell. It was so bright that Shin Hung's eyes narrowed. Orange light beam. Not a red light beam. Shin Hung looked at the ground excitedly. His eyes widened instantly. It was really shipped. There is a ring lying on the ground. Purple bisnail. Shin Hung brushed his hands excitedly, rushed forward, and picked up the ring that was emitting an orange beam of light. Opening the package, I saw a ring with a faint orange glow lying on it. The surface layer of this ring looks like a light red SHL, and it looks particularly thick. Legend has it that this was made by a divine craftsman using the horns of a divine dragon. Extremely powerful. Teeth-made bracelets. Longyao made a purple snail. Look at the properties again. Purple bisnail. Magic 0 out of 5. Weight 2. Duration 5/5. Requires 24 points of mana. Shin Hung couldn't wear the purple snail, and couldn't see the properties of the purple snail. The current Legend official website only introduces the hidden attributes of Woma's famous brand equipment, Jing Zhongyue and Wuji stick. Therefore, Shin Hung is not sure whether this thing is the same as the purple snail in the previous life, which can extend the duration of continuous magic skills. Combined with the hidden attributes of Wuji stick and so on, it should be almost the same. This hidden attribute is still very powerful, and can extend the time of the fire wall and magic shield. For high-level mages, both skills are very useful. The wall of fire is the magic skill of the mage to burn pigs, and the magic shield is the skill of the mage to save his life. However, this is just a legend from the previous legendary game, because the hidden attributes at that time were not announced at all, and it was all up to the players themselves. Therefore, some people say that the hidden attributes of purple snails can increase magic damage by 30%, making it easier to seduce pets, etc. In short, there are different opinions, and no one is convinced. Of course, these are all speculations. We will have to wait until the legend is officially announced in the future, or Shin Hung's trumpet can be worn. No matter what, this purple snail ring is currently the most top-notch brand name equipment for mages. It's great to be able to explode one in a few days. After looking at it a few more times happily, Shin Hung finished fighting the remaining monsters and found a corner to get off the line. After going offline, Shin Hung lay on the bed and looked at the time. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Get up and get ready to pee and start promoting to Grandmaster. Junior brother, are you up? You just had dinner. Seeing Shin Hung getting up, Chuinju and others quickly greeted him and started dinner. There was no other way. Miss Mingyu was so hungry that she cooed, but she still didn't want to eat first and wanted to wait for Shin Hung. Actually, once you have cultivated to the master level, you will be fine if you don't eat or drink water for 10.5 days. If you don't eat or drink, you will consume your own internal energy to maintain body nutrients. Doing so will weaken your body. Therefore, replenishing a large amount of food every day is what a master must do. Unless there is no other way. Then you can only use your cultivation to carry it. Qin Heng could wake up so quickly. And Mingyu came over in a flash after getting the news. She was a little used to not having meals on time for the past 2 days. What's even more depressing is that she has to maintain the image of a lady in front of Qin Heng. And it's hard to even eat a meal. It's really torture. But in this situation, not only was Mingyu not angry, she even went to Fatty Xiao today to ask about how to make some ingredients. Once again, a table of sumptuous dishes was prepared for Qin Heng. Of course, she cooked the food she and Qin Heng ate. But when Qin Heng finished eating and she ate alone, it was Fatty Xiao and the others who cooked it. After all, a grandmaster eats a lot. If this master really prepares ingredients for himself every day, it will really waste a lot of time. No need to practice anymore. Therefore, the general master will have his own strong support team. However, when Mingyu came this time, she brought someone with her. Round. Qin Heng was always lethargic, and Mingyu was afraid that something was wrong with him. So she called Yuan over and planned to get Qin Heng a checkup after eating. TSK. TSK. Qin Heng, you are having a good time in your little life. After Yuan came over, she looked at the place, then at Qin Heng's clothes, and suddenly sighed. Hello, Dr. Yuan. Qin Heng bowed his hands. No, I can't bear it now. Dr. Yuan opened her mouth, and a jade hand came over from behind. So she quickly stopped, looking at the pretty and slightly blushing Mingyu next to her. Yuan was really curious. She really couldn't figure out when Qin Heng became obsessed with the good sister Yu. She asked Mingyu privately, but Mingyu hesitated and just said that she found Qin Heng's memory was super strong and wanted to focus on cultivating it. But who would believe this lie? They moved to one of the 2 most luxurious buildings in Fengyu building. The 2 of them lived next to each other. According to Chuingju and the others, they even ate together. Mingyu even cooked vegetables for Qin Heng to eat. Even a blind man can see that there is no 300 taels of silver here. Now the young master, the young lady, the elders, and the servant disciples are all discussing the matter between Qin Heng and Mingyu. Among them, most people speculated that Qin Heng might be the illegitimate son of the sect owner. This is easy to explain. The siblings have nothing to say about food and accommodation. But after studying Qin Heng's Yuan, I certainly don't agree with this statement. Qin Heng's blood composition was very different from Mingyu's. So there was no way they could be siblings. So, I really wish there was only one woman who could give so much. This woman is in heat. When the food was served, there was an additional Dr. Yuan. And Qin Heng was even more afraid to speak. Just eat and drink quickly with your head down. But Mingyu still chewed slowly, eating spicy vegetables and drinking water. Watching this scene, Yuan was speechless again. I have to change my eating habits just for the sake of a little man. I feel so wrong to myself. Are you saying this is not in heat? Of course. During the meal, Yuan still asked about Qin Heng's situation while eating. For example, have you gone blind, vomited, had a headache, or had diarrhea? When asked about diarrhea, Mingyu glared at her. If I don't ask clearly, how would I know if there is anything wrong with him? Yuan shrugged innocently. The meal ended with Yuan's constant questioning. Qin Heng and Yuan finished eating first. Mingyu looked at the table and saw that there were still more than half of the dishes. She swallowed secretly and said, Yuan, go up and check him first. After watching the 2 of them go upstairs, enter the room and close the door, Mingyu started frantically sweeping up the food again. After a delicious meal, she finished her meal and looked upstairs, then at the next door. Finally, she resisted the urge to go next door for another big meal and went upstairs. In the room, Yuan felt Qin Heng's pulse, looked at his tongue, rolled her eyelids, asked Qin Heng some random things, and finally took out a needle. Wait, what are you doing? Qin Heng asked anxiously. Take a few drops of blood to see if there is anything wrong with your body, Dr. Yuan said with a smile. This has nothing to do with the brain. Right. Do you want me to blow your brains out? Yuan looked at Qin Heng's big head and seemed to be thinking about where to start. Forget it. I'll do it myself. How dare he let Yuan stab him? With his current 6-star cultivation level and the top quality equipment he is wearing, Qin Heng was very suspicious of Yuan, who also had a 6-star cultivation level. It was really difficult to prick his finger. After all, in the outside world, a little defense can increase one's defense by 10%. How much defense does Qin Hung have now? Prayer Helmet March 4th. Ghost Armor April 7th. Ghost Bracelet 0/3. Three-Eyed Bracelet plus Hidden 2 halves. 2 Platinum Rings. Plus Hidden Properties. 2/3 each. Self-Defense 6 out of 6. Defense increased by official position 2 of 2. As for rings, because they have the function of a special equipment slot, Qin Hung now wears 2 platinum rings when he goes offline. Anyway, as long as the invisibility ring is equipped in the external special equipment slot and placed in the package in the game, it will not affect its external functions. In this way, after saying that, she turned and left, gently closed the door, went downstairs, and went straight to the next room. She wasn't full just now, so she had to eat again quickly. Seeing Mingyu leaving, Qin Hung stood up and locked the door. After taking a pill to restore his mental strength, he lay on the bed. After calming down, he opened the real-life character panel. Qin Hung, host. 6 stars of martial arts. 312124/2400000. Remaining experience value, 21 million. Gold coin, 2413247758 seal. The experience value is enough to be promoted to 7-star Grandmaster. Promotion. Boom. Following Qin Hung's thoughts, the legendary door in his mind opened again, accompanied by the legendary music of dong dong dong. Countless energy poured into his body, constantly tempering his skin, muscles, bones, extraordinary meridians, organs, blood, etc. This tempering process was extremely comfortable, just like taking a bath in a sauna. His whole body was warm, and Qin Hung fell asleep quickly. This time I slept. This time it took a long time. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Next to Qin Hung's bed, Mingyu and Yuan stood. Although Qin Hung closed the door tightly, he never came out. How could Mingyu care so much? She endured it on the first day, but couldn't bear it any more the next afternoon and broke in directly. But she couldn't wake Qin Hung up. She checked his body and found nothing abnormal. Just fell asleep normally. The only bad thing is that I can't wake up. Mingyu suddenly panicked and quickly called Yuan over again. After Yuan came over to check, she also had no clue. But she explained from a professional point of view that Qin Hung was definitely fine, and it was possible that he was repairing it after taking her mental power elixir. However, after hearing this, Mingyu doubted whether Qin Hung was making a breakthrough. After all, what a warlock breaks through is the spiritual realm. The higher the mental power, the stronger the spell. However, it was hard for her to tell Yuan that Qin Hung was a warlock. Otherwise, how could she explain it? Yuan actually said that it was no problem, so she could only wait. Who knows? These 2 days have passed again. Why doesn't he wake up? Mingyu's eyes were a little bloodshot, because she hadn't slept well in the past few days. Don't worry. If he doesn't wake up today, I'll call Master over. Yuan comforted. But in my heart, I am happy for Sister Yu. Sister Yu is really in heat. On the other side, Qin Hung, who was lying on the bed, felt a slight shock in his mind. He woke up from his deep sleep. Before he could check his own situation, he found Mingyu and Yuan standing beside his bed. My day. Why are these 2 people standing here with me? Qin Hung didn't know that he had slept for 3 days, so he was really shocked when he suddenly saw Mingyu and Yuan standing at the head of the bed. Just as he was wondering if his breakthrough had attracted the other party's attention, he heard the conversation between the 2. It turns out that I have been sleeping for 3 days. No wonder. So has he made a breakthrough? Qin Hung quickly opened the real-life character panel. Qin Hung, host. 7 stars of martial arts. 0/100000000. Remaining experience points, 121294. Gold coin, 2413247758 seal. Ha ha. Sure enough, it's 7 stars. Qin Hung is overjoyed. But immediately he became depressed again. The experience of being promoted to 8-star Grandmaster actually reached 100 million. It has improved 5 times compared to the original. Another situation that also left him speechless was the use of real gold coins. It's still sealed. Are the conditions not enough? I originally thought that being promoted to 7-star Grandmaster would break the seal. But I didn't expect it not yet. Forget it. Just wait. Now, it's better to deal with the 2 people in front of you first. Mingyu and the 2 were talking in a low voice. Suddenly, Qin Hung, who was lying down, opened his eyes in a daze. Ah! Xiao Qin! You're awake! Mingyu almost jumped up in surprise. Chapter 158 Bastard Qin Hung. Game changes. In the Sun and Moon Pavilion. Ah! Xiao Qin! You finally woke up! Mingyue's surprised voice sounded. And Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Yu, what are you doing? Qin Hung pretended to blink his eyes, as if he had just woken up. Ha ha! You slept for 3 days, but you worried Sister Yu to death. Yuan chuckled. Bad talker. Mingyu pulled a handful of Yuan and glared at her. What? I'm not wrong. You haven't slept well for several days, and your blood is coming out. Yuan ignored Mingyue's warning and continued with a smile. In the past 2 days, she often visited Qin Hung and learned some things from Chuingju and the others. Mingyu brought Qin Hung here and said that he wanted to focus on training him as a disciple. But she could naturally guess that Mingyu wanted to cultivate a top-notch husband for herself. After all, Qin Hung is a mountain boy who doesn't understand etiquette and has no martial arts. A man who wants to become Mingyu will never be able to pass the test of Mingyu's parents. There is nothing wrong with this. However, what made Yuan speechless was that from what Chuingju and others said, and from what she saw, Qin Hung, a little man, had no idea what Mingyu was thinking. I thought Mingyu really wanted to train him as a disciple. How could Yuan let this misunderstanding continue? Even if she didn't understand, she had to try her best to explain Mingyu's goodness in front of Qin Hung. At this moment, Mingyu, who didn't know what was going on, didn't completely stop Yuan from speaking. Maybe she is also longing for Qin Hung's approval in her heart. She is 8 years older. Just thinking about it makes her head grow bigger. Ah! Thank you, Sister Yu, for your concern. Qin Hung bowed respectfully, but was thinking about it in his heart. Mingyu, the evil bitch, is worried that she will die and her son-in-training plan will go to waste. As for whether Mingyu was interested in him, he had never thought about it. My family knows my own affairs. How could someone else, the daughter of the dignified Fengyu sect master, fall in love with a country boy like him? Apart from being handsome, he has nothing. So how can others take a fancy to him? Just like in the previous life, would a billionaire's daughter suddenly fall in love with a poor boy who is good for nothing? The odds are so rare that it's even lower than winning 5 million. Besides, speaking of his past life, Qin Hung was an otaku. Apart from playing legendary games, I have no other hobbies all day long. Picking up girls and falling in love? This kind of experience is too rare. If there was, it was just that he had a love affair with an apprentice girl in the game. At that time, he accepted a gaming girl as his apprentice, took the mage apprentice to level up, became a master, roasted pigs together, played Zuma, went to the Bull Demon, rushed to the Red Moon, and walked on the beach of Sanyu Island. Finally, he walked into the Yinyuan Temple on the Tongxin Trail. At that time, the entire floor of the Yinyuan Temple was covered with gold coins by him and his brothers. Thousands of people attended the wedding and said blessings. But, so what? In the end, the apprentice lost contact in reality and never interacted with each other again. This is also Qin Heng's only relationship history. In my previous life, although I was a rich second generation, I had a very strict tutoring in middle school and high school. After going to college, I started to be addicted to legendary games again. Stay at the dormitory door without leaving the door. I am a pure otaku, and my love experience is as pale as a piece of white paper. Therefore, he listened to what Yuan said about Sister Yu worrying about you and not sleeping well, but didn't think much about it. Or don't dare to think that way. Seeing Qin Hung wake up, Yuan checked Qin Hung again. Everything is in good physical condition. Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. Gulagulagulu. At this moment, Qin Heng's stomach suddenly growled unsatisfactorily. Ah! Me, Qin Hung was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. In fact, since he woke up, he felt very hungry. Very hungry. But Mingyu and the others asked, and he had to answer. The most important thing was that he didn't dare to speak and said that he was hungry. He is just a disciple. How can he speak? He didn't need to say anything before. As soon as he got off the line, a beautiful woman greeted him. Come and eat. But he was really hungry, and he was embarrassed to speak. Seeing this, Mingyu smiled softly. Are you hungry? You and Chunju go and wash up first. The food is ready. Soon. Qin Hung, Mingyu and Yuan were sitting on the table in the hall. It was already filled with all kinds of delicacies, as well as a whole roasted calf. This was not the first time that Qin Hung had dinner with Mingyu. At this moment, he was going crazy with hunger. He even ignored the rules and regulations. His hands flew around, He grabbed the food and stuffed it into his mouth, and started to devour it. The dishes in front of him are disappearing quickly. The speed of eating was as fast as that of the master Mingyu. They were stunned to see the bright moon, Yuan and the surrounding Chuanju, their mouths wide open, as if they could drink the exquisite white porridge on the table in one gulp. Slow down. Slow down. No one will compete with you, Mingyu said, a little heartbroken. He hasn't eaten for 3 days, which is okay for a warrior. But for a warlock, he is probably starving. You've been hungry for a long time. Eating so much is not good for your health, Yuan expressed her professional opinion. However, I have a pill here to promote digestion. If you take one later, you should be fine. Ha. Seeing the dishes on the table disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, Mingyu hurriedly gave orders. Chuanju, bring all those dishes over here. Dongmei, go to the kitchen and give instructions to make more dishes quickly. Chunju, Xiaju and others began to bring over the meals originally left for Mingyu. Qin Heng was not polite, and continued to eat like crazy. He still doesn't understand why he suddenly became so edible. In this short time, he had eaten 3 times the usual amount. But I still can't stop being hungry. If those hands weren't worried about Mingyu and the others being around, they would probably turn into phantoms to grab vegetables. Now, I can only endure it. But the speed is still much faster than ordinary people. Like a starving ghost who hasn't eaten for hundreds of years. In fact, what Qin Heng didn't know was that he had just been promoted to Grandmaster and needed a lot of food to replenish his body. There is a huge dividing line between a Grandmaster and a warrior. After a warrior becomes a master, his body functions, and so on, are greatly enhanced. If a warrior is a strengthened mortal, then a Grandmaster has begun to transcend the mortal world. If the special function of the invisibility ring hadn't helped him suppress the master's aura, there would have been no small movement when he broke through. No master can break through quietly, which will cause changes in the vitality of heaven and earth. As warriors cultivate their inner strength, the master can already borrow the vitality of heaven and earth. This is also the reason why the Grandmaster can fly into the sky and escape from the earth. How terrifying is the Grandmaster's strength? You will understand after seeing how many times Qin Heng was spent many times his experience to achieve a breakthrough. In reality, it is even more difficult to be promoted to Grandmaster. It needs to be accumulated continuously. And when a breakthrough is achieved, various elixirs such as mirror-breaking pills will be used. It's just that when we arrived at Qin Heng's place, it became much simpler. He only needs to collect experience points to improve. A Grandmaster can easily kill thousands of warriors. Destroying cities and pawns is a matter of course. Even though Mingyu's sword only smashed a big rock, it was not using its full strength. Otherwise, with all his strength, the Grandmaster could destroy the Sun-Moon Pavilion with one strike of his sword. In short, Qin Heng, who had just been promoted to Grandmaster, needed a lot of food to supplement his nutrition. Or you could eat some specially prepared elixirs to satisfy your hunger. More than 2 hours later, Qin Heng finally patted his belly and stopped. But Yuan and others were completely stunned. What Qin Heng ate was several times more than what Grandmaster Mingyu ate. The girls looked at Qin Heng's belly and thought about what he had eaten. It was really hard to imagine where those things had gone. If it's a master, it's okay. But if an ordinary person eats like this, is there really no problem? Only a trace of doubt flashed in Mingyu's eyes. Could it be that the warlock had broken through and would also eat and drink to supplement it? Junior brother, is it really okay for you to eat so much? Chunju asked in confusion. Huh? No problem. I feel like I could eat some more. In fact, I'm only 80% full. Qin Heng touched his belly and said casually, Girls, here. This is a pill to aid digestion. You'd better take one. Yuan took out a bottle of pill. Qin Heng had no choice but to eat it. After eating and drinking, Yuan asked Qin Heng some more questions, checked his body again, and left after confirming that he was fine. As soon as Yuan left, Qin Heng was already restless. He couldn't verify the power of the 7-star Grandmaster at this time. So he focused on the game. He hasn't entered the game for 3 days, and he doesn't even know what will happen in the game. Ideally, nothing would happen. At best, the brothers in the club would miss him. But there's really nothing to say about the game. Maybe something has been updated or maintained. Also, I haven't signed in for 3 days. Did I miss something? The more he thought about it, the more itchy he felt. So he bit the bullet and said to Mingyu, Sister Yu, if nothing happens, I want to go back to sleep. The bright moon and the girls. Sleeping again? You have just slept for 3 days, and you want to sleep again? Are you a pig? Eat when you are full and sleep every day. And eat when you are full after sleeping? At this moment, Mingyu suddenly felt that she was wrong. But there was an idea in her mind that reminded her. Maybe he wanted to practice magic? After a moment of silence, Mingyu chuckled and said, Xiao Qin, you have just slept for 3 days. Sleeping again is not good for your health. Besides, your 3 days have passed, and it's time to cultivate your internal strength. Well, you go take a shower first. And when you come back, I'll teach you how to cultivate your inner strength. Xuanju, forget about washing it for him. Let him wash it by himself. Mingyue's words came to her lips. But she changed her words temporarily. This also made Qin Heng breathe a sigh of relief. Don't tell me. He really wanted to take a shower now. His whole body was sticky with some impurities, which made him uncomfortable. Following Chunju to the hot spring in the backyard, Chunju put a new set of clothes and cleaning supplies for him and closed the door. Qin Heng bolted the door and went down to start washing. Not to mention, the hot springs are pretty good and the bath is extremely comfortable. Qin Heng sat in the water and leaned against the shore, not even wanting to move. Yes. Why don't you go into the game now and have a look? I don't believe it. They have the nerve to break in. The worst case scenario is that I was too sleepy while washing and fell asleep. Now that he is also a grandmaster, he really can't just slap his ass and leave. After becoming a grandmaster, Qin Heng's mentality changed somewhat. However, he was a little reluctant to leave this place where he could eat, sleep, and be served by people, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Let's take a look first. Anyway, I just eat and sleep every day. Sleeping and eating. If it doesn't work, kick me back to work as a handyman. Huh? No. You still have to work as a handyman. Well, then behave better when studying here and just mess around here first. When one day that evil bitch Mingyu wants to serve others by herself, I will stop playing. By then, she will probably be furious to death. Thinking of the scene where Mingyu lost his wife and lost his troops, Qin Heng entered the game with a smile. Brush. Qin Heng started to log into the game, and when he saw the second character, he fell silent. It costs 2 billion to unlock it, and he already has the gold coins. So, is it unlocked now? After thinking about it, Qin Heng thought it was better to suppress it first. He is currently level 37. He only needs to play on the 5th floor Zuma for 2 more days to reach level 40. What can you do after level 40? At level 40, you can learn level 3 mythical beasts. Only with level 3 mythical beasts can you bring your dog to level 7. With a level 7 dog, he is not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. Another reason is the role. When he reaches level 30, he can spend 2 billion gold coins to unlock the next character. So is it possible that after being promoted to level 40, another character will be unlocked? Now if you control 2 characters to level up at the same time, it would probably take too long for the big one to level up to level 40. In the most ideal situation, if you go to the Xianshi tomb to upgrade, it will take at least a week. Therefore, Qin Heng decided to put pressure on him for the time being. Anyway, it was not urgent because there were fewer characters. Thinking about his worries, Qin Heng resisted the huge temptation and logged into the game. Brush. He appeared on the 5th floor of Zuma as usual. Boom. Give yourself an invisibility spell first. Last time he quit, he replaced it with a platinum ring. As his level increased, he wanted to see if he could survive offline without wearing invisibility. If he were surrounded by ordinary mobs, with his current defense, it would be impossible to kill him instantly. Unless 2 perverted Zumas attack him at the same time, it will be difficult to kill him instantly. After all, his blood volume is as high as over 300. After becoming invisible, Qin Heng was surprised that he didn't see any monsters around him. The entire corridor, at a glance, was clean. Not even a monster in sight. Depend on. What happened? Is there a problem with the system? Qin Heng's first reaction was whether there was a delay in his entry. In the previous life, there was this phenomenon of network delay when entering the game. After entering, there was nothing around him. But a few seconds later, he suddenly found that he was lying on the ground, surrounded by a large group of monsters trampling on him. Call out. Just when Qin Heng was wondering if he was experiencing network lag, a player suddenly randomly appeared near him. Before he could see clearly, he left randomly again. Qin Heng. And I. Qin Heng cursed instantly when he saw this scene. He finally understood that it was not that he had a network delay, but that there were really no monsters here. I'm done. It's only been 3 days. What will happen if you don't go up for 3 days? Zuma Wudu has become clean and tidy? Qin Hung was speechless for a while. Just when Qin Hung was feeling depressed, someone from a household in need came over for a private chat.
Damn it! Brother, you are online. I thought you were looking for a street girl. So you went in and squatted. Go. Go. Why are you talking?
Qin Hung was speechless for a while. Mu Shui's private chat also came over.
Ha ha! Brother prodigal son, you are finally in love.
Xingya's sadness.
Brother prodigal son, you're here. We miss you so much.
In an instant, people kept chatting privately, and Qin Hung simply opened the guild channel.
Ha ha. Hello everyone.
Fearless lone wolf.
Damn! The prodigal boss is back. Awesome.
Doodle-da-da-da-da.
Hello, boss prodigal. Didn't you find a street girl to go in? And you came out so soon?
Guan Hai.
Hello, boss prodigal. Ha ha. I guess I have to pay a deposit.
Dragon Tattoo.
Hello, boss prodigal. Ha ha. How is the food inside?
Ligator.
Hello, boss prodigal. Do you want me to check your body?
Yujian goes to HL.
Hello, boss prodigal.
Game puzzle.
Hello, the prodigal boss.
Suifeng Shuquan.
Hello, boss prodigal.
Emperor Yun kills the god.
The prodigal son is awesome.
Misher.
Don't break the formation upstairs.
Night Owl.
Hello, boss prodigal.
Bai Yifei. In an instant, thousands of greetings flooded the screen. It took a while before it stopped, but it was still chirping. Qin Hung coughed twice and asked in surprise.
Oh my god! I haven't come up for 3 days. Why is Mao Zuma so clean?
Mr. Payne.
Huh? Are you in Zuma 5? We are too. Are you there too? Of course. Several forces are on the front line. Zuma 4 and 5. And the 5th floor is surrounded by us and the god of war. Crazy and Arrogant and Millennium Dynasty are waiting on the 4th floor.
The household that had difficulty naming them laughed. Qin Hung. My day. Now it's better. I don't have to play anymore. It seems I have to open a small account. Seeing that the Zuma map was surrounded by players, Qin Hung finally planned to open a small account. But at this moment, the voice of the gold medal businessman sounded.
Brother prodigal son, come up here. Our sisters were almost killed by you. Oh, what's wrong?
Qin Hung asked in surprise. The anxious voice of the gold medal businessman came.
Do you still have any meat on your body that you haven't sold? Sell it quickly. There is a loophole. The meat has plummeted. Fortunately, you sold most of what you sold to me. Otherwise, I would have to pay for it with my life.
Qin Hung's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the loophole was the upgrade mission? He had had a premonition before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold the meat so early. However, he still asked,
what kind of loophole is it? Isn't the mission announced now? There is a system mission to send skilled books that was cracked yesterday. It turns out that mission can be continued at the Senior Samurai House. Every time you enter a task, at least 100 people in each line can perform the task at the same time. As long as the task is completed, you will be given a skill book. There are smart people who are stuck in the task time and do not complete it. So they continue to accept the task and enter to swipe those mobs. There are a lot of deer and chickens in there. Now it's better. The production of meat pieces has increased a lot. And the method of this card task was published on the internet by the legendary Trumpet. So now many people are digging for meat on the Trumpet. You think, can the price of this piece of meat not fall?
Qin Hung. Day. If 100 people in each line go in to dig meat blocks, 20 lines means 2,000 people are digging at the same time. Can this piece of meat not plummet? No wonder the gold medal businessman said he almost killed them. I guess there are still quite a few that haven't been sold off yet. Chapter 159. Kill the super perverted Zuma together. Cruel person. Unlock new characters. In the backyard of Sun Moon Pavilion, Mingyu, Chuanju and others looked at the tightly bolted hot spring door speechlessly. Qin Hung went in to wash himself for a long time, but didn't come out. Chunju came to check and found that the door was locked. After a while, Qin Hung still didn't come out. So Mingyu and others also came over.
Sister Yu, junior brother, he hasn't come out for so long. Could it be that something went wrong inside?
Dongju asked. Mingyu said nothing and listened carefully. Then her pretty face showed a look of helplessness. There was no sound of bathing inside, but there was the sound of normal breathing. Sounds like he should be asleep. The other women seemed to have listened, with strange expressions on their faces.
This junior brother seems to be asleep? Yeah. Why did you fall asleep again? Oh my god. He's so sleepy. Isn't he? Miss, What should I do? Let him sleep. Chuanju, you guys take turns staring here and listening to his breathing. If anything unusual comes in, go in.
Mingyu gritted her teeth, said nothing, turned around and left. Are you working so hard to practice magic? You have to practice even if you are hiding. Should I be honest with him and let him practice openly? But if he asks, how should I answer? What if he guessed it and I knew he saw it? It's okay if he likes me. But what if he thinks he's too old? Worrying about gains and losses in her heart, Mingyu decided not to pierce this layer of paper. Otherwise, there is a high chance that you will lose him by then. It's better now. Pretend not to know. And cultivate it slowly. As long as he thinks about his own good, one day it will blossom and bear fruit. Qin Heng didn't know what Mingyu was thinking at this time. Although the system reminded him that Mingyu and others were outside, he ignored it at all. If you have the ability to break in. Otherwise, just let me play games to my heart's content. The bright moon outside left. And Qin Heng was also shocked by the news from the gold medal businessman. The meat loaf actually plummeted.
Then you didn't pay much. Right?
Qin Heng asked with a guilty conscience.
Brother, it's okay to pay a small amount. Remember to take care of my little sister when you have goods in the future.
The laughter of the gold medal businessman came again. Qin Heng guessed that maybe the gold medal businessman didn't pay anything. It just plummeted yesterday. And it's been several days since I sold it to her. If she sells it in large quantities, 20 lines will be sold. And a hot commodity like meat cubes will still sell quickly. I'm afraid that the other party is greedy and wants to keep going up. So there's nothing we can do about it. Indeed, as Qin Heng guessed, the gold medal merchant had sold most of the meat. There is a small part left. And you can still make money even if you lose it. She just gave Qin Heng a warning and made him feel sympathetic, so that he would patronize their sister's business more next time. Qin Heng randomly encountered brothers from the Marfa Friendship Alliance everywhere on the road. Some were waiting for refreshes, and some were fighting monsters. He also met many people from the Temple of War among them. And the two sides fought monsters together without any conflict. Is this an alliance?
Hello, Boss Prodigal. Hello, Boss Prodigal.
Every time he landed, anyone from the Marfa Friendship Alliance would say hello to him. Even though he felt that some people were strangers and seemed to have just joined the club. They all greeted them warmly. There is no way. The name Tianya Prodigal's son is too famous. Currently, the most perverted player in the server on the legendary trumpet still bears his name. The highest level player owns the only 3 pieces of artifact jewelry in the entire server. Can you not be famous? Qin Heng bought the flame ring. This is not a secret. It has been updated in the post by the legendary account. The legendary trumpet even created a special repost to record Qin Heng's daily changes. Qin Heng was crazy about leveling up a few days ago, and his posts were updated several times a day. Don't ask him how he knew. He had already arranged for people to enter the Marfa Friendship Alliance. There are dedicated people watching Qin Heng's every move, and they are watching 24 hours a day on the matter of rank. A few days ago, they were even more horrified to discover that Tianyao Longzi felt like he was online 24 hours a day except for eating. Therefore, Qin Heng got another nickname after the number 1 perverted player. Leveling Maniac. Many people admire Tianyao Longzi, a leveling madman, because the current legend is a virtual game, not the previous computer game. You can also find power leveling. Now you can't find a power coach. You can only rely on yourself. Therefore, everyone's levels are not stretched too much. After all, everyone needs to sleep. But this phenomenon was broken by Tianyao Prodigal. He currently dominates the crowd with a terrifying level of 37. According to the information obtained by the legendary trumpet, the highest level of others, until today, is only level 32. Therefore, Tianyao Prodigal's leveling up without sleep for several days and nights was regarded as a legend by everyone. After all, few people can do it. However, just when everyone thought that Tianyao Wanderer would rush to level 40 or higher in one go, he suddenly disappeared. Many people are speculating that he stayed up all night and died. Right? Not only outsiders think this, but also people from the Marfa Friendship Alliance, such as those who named themselves needy households, have this speculation. Therefore, they were really happy to see Qin Heng appear just now. Not only were they happy, the post of the legendary trumpet was updated as soon as Qin Heng appeared.
The leveling madman is back. Reach the top again.
The post received more than 100,000 clicks in a short period of time. Of course, Qin Heng didn't know how the outside world spread rumors about him. And even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He flew all the way to Zuma's 5th floor lobby. where there were even more people. There are those from the Marfa Friendship Alliance and the Temple of War. It is estimated that more than 1,000 people are crowded here waiting for the refresh. Others were fighting monsters in the corridor on the 5th floor. This place has just been refreshed at this time. And senior players such as Difficult Family and Shinya Sadness are fighting around a perverted Zuma guard with a blood volume of 50,000. The ones from the Temple of War were beating a perverted Zuma statue. And the two sides did not interfere with each other. There are hundreds of people named Difficult Household fighting that perverted Zuma guard. In the outer circle, there was a large group of people watching from a distance. These are lower-level players, who are responsible for cleaning up the mobs that spawn around them. Qin Hung looked at the perverted Zuma guard from a distance, and showed a hint of understanding. This perverted Zuma guard's blood volume has been increased to 50,000. But his body shape has not changed. It's still the same. This resulted in only a few hundred people at most being able to surround it, and fight in groups. Most of them being long-range mages and Taoist priests. Only 8 warriors at most can surround it at the same time. But its attack is too high. And current warriors simply don't dare to defeat it. After 2 hits at most, you have to run to the side and drink blood desperately.
Senior warriors are on top. If you hit them, run away. Don't get too close to the mage. Hit him from a distance and then stop. Don't keep hitting him. Be careful as it catches up and kills you. Taoist priests don't need to poison him all the time. Just consume him slowly to keep the warrior's health up.
People with difficulty in naming were shouting instructions. But it didn't have much effect. From time to time, someone was hammered to death.
Holy shit! Are you going to fight the perverted Zuma guard with 50,000 health like this?
Qin Hung said in the guild. A little speechless.
Of course. We have killed many of these. You call it a perverted Zuma monster. Right. Anyway, this is how we die. Is there a problem?
He said, naming the household with difficulty. Qin Hung watched him rush forward, attract firepower, and then run away immediately, completely speechless. And Yuan Jiangtianmu smiled and said,
Yes, Boss Luangzi. This thing explodes very powerfully. We have played a lot of Walmart brand names here in the past 2 days. He also often sells high-end and good equipment, which is much more cost-effective than at Walmart.
Qin Hung was silent. He looked at the perverted Zuma guards, who still had more than 40,000 HP, and made everyone jump. Someone fell down from time to time. And he was speechless. This is the number of people who are fighting for their lives. Life and death are a waste. Forget it. Show mercy to yourself. They will know it sooner or later anyway.
Stop gathering around him. Leave a few people hanging on him. Others gather in this corner. I'll tell you how to kill it easily.
Qin Hung shouted. And before he could name the needy households, more than half of them had already abandoned the perverted Zuma monster and gathered in his direction. This is Qin Hung's appeal in the guild. The remaining half of the people looked at Qin Hung and then at the households with difficulties in naming. A little hesitant as to who to listen to.
Mu Shui, Xingya, you Taoist priests hold the monster while we all go over.
Out of trust in Qin Hung, he named the needy household and immediately called everyone to come over. Qin Hung was not polite and quickly gave instructions.
All the mages gathered in the corner. Quick! 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 After the mages stopped, the Taoist priests stood in front of the mages and formed a circle to block them. The warrior finally stood outside the Taoist priest and formed a circle to block it. The Taoist priest makes the warrior and everyone invisible. Quick! 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 Under Qin Hung's urging, everyone quickly stood up. Standing in the innermost part were more than 30 mages. And a circle of Taoist priests stood outside the mages. Finally, the warrior stood outside the Taoist priests.
Are you okay? Damn it. I can't bear it anymore.
Several senior Taoist priests, such as Xingye Sadness and Mu Shui, were chased throughout the hall by the perverted Zuma guard. Continuously make yourself invisible, and your blood will increase every time. From time to time, he would poison the opponent, start running again, and then become invisible again. Everyone quickly stood up one by one. After the Taoist priests performed the collective invisibility operation, Qin Hung said loudly,
Bring it here. Warriors and Taoist priests don't attack. The mage is inside to shock it.
Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. It seemed that this method was feasible. Coming. Xingye Sad anti-breathed on the perverted Zuma guard. And the Zuma guard immediately moved his 2 short legs and rushed over quickly. Seeing Xingye Sadness rushing over with all his strength, Qin Hung reminded loudly,
Be invisible after rushing over.
Xingye Sadness rushed to the crowd and immediately made herself invisible. The perverted Zuma guard lost his target and immediately raised a big hammer and turned around crazily in front of everyone, scaring everyone so much that they dared not express their anger. I was afraid of disturbing it, so I suddenly gave myself 2 hammers.
The mage shocks it.
As Qin Hung finished speaking, countless lightning bolts suddenly crackled down, but it moves too fast, and some mages will miss it. Fortunately, there were many people. If more than 30 mages were to shock them, more than half of them would be able to hit.
Ouch ouch.
The perverted Zuma guard, who was so electrocuted that he screamed and screamed, immediately circled around the crowd crazily, trying to rush in and attack the mage inside who was electrocuting him. But the mage was blocked by a layer of invisible Taoist priests and a layer of invisible warriors. How could it possibly rush in? He could only scream and spin around in circles due to the electric shock. But there was nothing he could do about it. This perverted Zuma guard has a high blood volume and strong defense, and everyone's thunder and lightning skills can only inflict more than 10 drops of blood. The ones with the highest attack power are Dudulududududda and Xiaofa. They have good equipment and can charge about 20 drops of blood each time. There are also a lot of people who can only lose 7 or 8 drops of blood with electricity. It's impossible to watch. This is all because most people come to guild activities dressed in garbage. How can they win? But there are advantages to having more people. So many people are so violent. The blood of the perverted Zuma guard dropped sharply, which made everyone excited, and all kinds of flattery slapped Qin Hung in an instant, naming a household in difficulty.
Brother prodigal son, you are such a talent.
Mu Shui Wei,
the prodigal boss is awesome.
fearless lone wolf.
Haha. It's so easy to fight like this. The prodigal boss is so awesome.
Dudula.
Wahahaha. No need to run and fight anymore. The prodigal boss is awesome.
The ligation surgeon.
Gee. It turns out that such a combination is possible. It's so easy.
After a bunch of flattery, Qin Hung was about to say something, but his expression changed.
Don't come here. Stay away.
It turned out that when they saw that everyone had controlled the perverted Zuma guard, the low-level guild members, who were watching from a distance, immediately gathered around to watch the fun. Some people even shocked me from afar. This attack is completely broken. The perverted Zuma guards couldn't hit the people inside. After being attacked by those players, they immediately turned around and chased those players. When those players saw it, they turned around and ran away in fear. But if a group of people are crowded together, how can they run? I saw the perverted Zuma guard turn into a phantom and caught up with everyone in the blink of an eye.
The tiger has entered the flock. The sound of bang 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 keeps ringing. These are all players around level 22. And many of the new players are even less than level 20. How can one resist such a perverted attack? The perverted Zuma guard hit a kid, one stick and one little sister. Ahoo! There was a scream. And in an instant, there were more than 10 people lying on the ground.
Depend on!
See it! Qin Hung, Mu Shui Wei and others suddenly started swearing.
Bring me here! It doesn't matter if I die. Bring me here. I'll help you pick up the equipment if it falls.
Those who have difficulty naming people loudly command in the guild channel. At this time, the advantage he gained with money was immediately revealed. As soon as this voice passed, the players who were running around turned around in a swarm and ran towards this side.
Taoist priest prepares the invisibility technique. After running here, stand in front and don't move. If you don't stay invisible, you will die. The mage prepares electricity.
Under the command of the person who had trouble naming, the group of low-level players ran to the crowd and stood still. The Taoist priests turned invisible and blessed. But there were still many people who were not covered. But they didn't run away. They turned around and touched the perverted Zuma guard before lying on the ground gloriously. Rumble. Along with the death of a large number of low-level players, the thunder and lightning spells of mages such as Dududududa, Kishihara Itinmu, and others also blasted away. Suddenly, the hatred of the perverted Zuma guard was attracted again. The Taoist priests among the warriors can also attack with the Soul Fire Talisman. Pay attention to stealth, Qin Hung reminded. And a Soul Fire Talisman was shot over instantly. The blood volume is reduced by 27. Other Taoist priests also attacked, but most attacks only have a few points. There were about 150 mages and Taoist priests present at the attack. This fight will be quick. Each attack could hit more than half of the people. After only a few minutes, the perverted Zuma guard died with a cry. The bell rang loudly, and 4 things exploded on the ground. A handful of inferno, a ghost suit mail, a coral ring, and a pile of gold coins.
Ha ha! It's shipped!
The person who had difficulty naming it calmly stepped forward and picked it up. This was not the first time that everyone present followed him and hit something. After something falls, if there are no outsiders, the boss will pick it up. If it's not the boss's group that beats him, let the group that beats him name the person in need. Nothing ever happened.
Boss, have you produced the best product yet? Did you get the best product?
Everyone asked for a while.
See for yourself. They are all ordinary.
He posted a screenshot of the people who had difficulty naming the people to the guild channel, and said with a smile,
"Let's share the spoils together later."
After finishing this fight, everyone dispersed and went to fight the mobs. At this time, Qin Heng's more familiar friends, such as the name Difficult Household and Xingya Sadness, surrounded Qin Heng and asked him why he hadn't come up these days.
"I'm busy preparing for the exam, so I don't have time."
Qin Heng lied casually and asked,
"Why do you all come to Zuma to fight monsters?" "Ha. We didn't come originally, but the day before yesterday, a player named Feng Shihua posted a video post on the official forum. It is said that even an ordinary mini-boss here can reveal the Walmart brand. In the video, he defeated a monster and exploded a magic wand. So all the major trade unions rushed in and cleaned up the whole place."
Mu Shui replied with a smile. Dragon Tattoo smiled and said,
"Tis TSK. Don't you know how many people died in order to open up this map? The major guilds fought one after another for 2 whole days before they cleared this Zuma 5.
Everyone talked a lot, but Qin Heng felt depressed for a while. It turns out that things went wrong with Feng Shihua. He didn't expect that this guy was willing to expose the secret even if he didn't come in to fight anymore. Obviously, this is to take revenge on Qin Heng. Or it can be said that he is jealous of Qin Heng. Qin Heng guessed that the other party was planning to rush in and fight again, but was unable to rush in. So he simply exposed the secret. After all, without an invisibility ring, it would be really difficult to be lucky enough to rush in and kill monsters. Although Feng Shihua exposed this secret, his post must have become a hit. You will definitely make a fortune from the traffic. He's a cruel person.
"So you and the War God's Temple share this place equally?"
Qin Heng asked.
"Well, the 4th floor was controlled by Quang Arrogance and Millennium Dynasty. They also contributed their efforts at that time. The other guilds went to other routes."
Duduadu nodded. After everyone chatted for a while, Qin Heng declined everyone's invitation to form a team and returned to the city. There are so many people. There is no point in staying there and fighting. Now that the Zuma map has been cleared, Qin Heng finally no longer hesitates. Exits the game, and prepares to open the alt account. Exit the game. Qin Heng opened his eyes, looked at it, and listened again. Chun Ju and others were chatting in a low voice outside. He looked left and right, and suddenly saw a soft bed next to it, probably for resting after taking a bath. Qin Heng got dressed and simply lay on the bed, too lazy to go out. After logging into the game again, Qin Heng's breathing gradually became heavier at the login interface. Finally, when he unlocked the new character, he entered 1.999 billion. 2 billion gold coins were collected.
"Ding dong! The new character has been unlocked successfully. Congratulations! You can create a new character. Please create a new character."
The elegant voice of the system sounded. Qin Heng did not create a character first, but was surprised when another gray interface appeared next to it. This means that you can still create another character, but the current conditions are not enough, so it is not possible yet.
"Please create a new character."
The system voice sounded again. Qin Heng then fell into deep thought. Should he choose the warrior first? Is it better to choose a mage first? Chapter 160. The equipment column of 3 professions that defies heaven. Revenge immediately. Which should you choose first? The mage or the warrior? This is a difficult question. As we all know, mage attack is the highest among the 3 professions, and leveling is also the fastest. However, if a mage below level 31 has not learned Magic Shield, the survival rate is not high. So crispy. Therefore, the mage's Magic Shield skill is very expensive. Qin Heng had seen it before. In his previous life, there were girls who spent the night with others for a copy of Magic Shield. The early attack of a warrior is not as high as that of a mage. Only after reaching level 35 and learning the fiery sword technique, the attack power will increase significantly. But warrior leveling is relatively slow. If there is no one to lead, there will be no group attacks in the early stage, which will be extremely painful. Only after being promoted to level 28 and learning the group attack of
Half Moon Scimitar
can the spring of warriors come. It's okay to pack the potion. Go to the centipede cave and find a corner, and you can use the half moon strokes non-stop. The leveling speed is awesome. Therefore, among the warrior skill books,
Half Moon Scimitar
is the most expensive. With its warriors, leveling can be accelerated. Otherwise it would be really painful. The same goes for Taoist priests. Before reaching level 35, and without a dog, the leveling speed is very impressive. Unless someone like Qin Hung uses the poison technique to level up in a magical way. So what should Qin Hung choose now? He has a Taoist priest and a dog. Should he choose a warrior or a mage? In fact, he had already thought about this issue for a long time. No matter who he chooses first, it must be based on who is more helpful in reality. For example, among the three professions, he chose the Taoist priest first because he took a fancy to the Taoist priest's invisibility. In reality, invisibility is undoubtedly a powerful escape skill. Of course, he didn't expect that after entering the game, the system would give him an invisibility ring. But even if he knew that the system would give him an invisibility ring, he would still choose the Taoist priest first, because the Taoist priest's poisoning technique is more suitable for hunting treasures. Try another mage? Can a level 19 mage wearing an invisibility ring kill the leader of Woma? Disaster? Without equipment, the attack power might not be enough for the leader of Woma to recover blood quickly in the face of densely packed monsters. It is also extremely dangerous for the mage to clear the passage first and have anal sex with the monsters face to face. Therefore, Qin Hung finally chose Taoist priests. So, who is more important to him now? Warrior or mage? Now, in the real world, he has Taoist skills, invisibility rings, etc. And his survival rate is not a problem. What does he lack most in the real world now? Realm. Only by improving your realm and improving your equipment is the right way. So, if you want to improve your level, you have to speed up your leveling in the game. Now that Zuma Wudu has been rushed down by the major guilds, his days of peace of mind are naturally gone. From now on, he will have to find a place to stay and do some farming. Or wait until the Stone Tumare maze is open to go to Shuchi to roast pigs. If you want to burn pigs quickly, level up quickly, and hunt treasures quickly, of course the first choice is a mage. Warriors, without top-level equipment, are actually not suitable for leveling and hunting. Only in the later stages, when you are equipped with top-notch equipment, can you come out with leverage. Now you can choose a mage and add a Taoist priest, which is the best combination whether you are leveling up or hunting for treasures. Although the mage is fragile in the early stage, once he is promoted to level 31 and learns the magic shield, his life-saving ability is still very strong. An awesome senior mage with a level 3 shield and top-notch equipment. He can single out any warriors and Taoist priests of the same level. In addition, Qin Hung himself has the Flame Ring, Dragon Bracelet, Purple Snail Ring, Demonic Three-Ghost Hand. These top mage equipment. If he doesn't choose a mage, he will be really sorry for these equipment. Especially the Flame Ring. Wearing it to roast pigs is absolutely awesome. Therefore, after much deliberation, Qin Hung finally chose the mage. Ding dong! You have chosen the mage profession. Please choose your gender and name. Choose gender? Well, it's easy to choose a name. But what the L is gender selection. Could it be that I can also choose a female character? Qin Hung tried to choose a girl. And sure enough, a mage sister showed up. Just waiting for him to confirm. He would make a decision. Damn. You can also choose a woman. Which is kind of interesting. Could it be that the system still wants me to pretend to be a human being to deceive people? No. Maybe there's a deeper reason. Qin Hung pondered over and over again. His eyes lit up. And he suddenly thought of another possibility. If the Demon-Sealed Valley is opened in the future, you can get married. By then, wedding rings should be considered special equipment. Right? What would happen if you married two of your characters? Also, after getting married in this game, will there be any benefits such as teleportation between couples? The original legend of the previous life did not have this function. But Qin Hung has played many private servers. Private servers have functions such as couple teleportation and master-disciple teleportation. If so, it will be of great help to him in the future. Although there is a legendary memory sleeve that can teleport people. But who knows when this game will release memory rings. Nowadays, Woma-san is reserved by all the major guilds. Unless he goes to fight with the poor families. Otherwise, it would be too risky to grab the leader of Woma alone. He doesn't really expect to be able to break out the memory ring now. But he just thinks that if someone breaks it out and doesn't understand its use, he might be able to buy it. Or there is another way to obtain memory rings, etc. That is to wait for the official auction. For the Legend of the Past game, The official held a special ring auction. Auction with gained gold coins. If the officials here also create one, then I must buy all these useful rings. Of course, Qin Hung would have to spend a huge amount of money if he really did it, judging from the current 20 lines and tens of millions of players mining. By then, a special ring is estimated to fetch tens of billions of gold coins, or even hundreds of billions of gold coins. What is the concept of a special ring worth hundreds of billions of gold coins? This may not be possible. After all, there are too many rich people. Even if one item costs 100 billion. If Qin Hung wants to collect paralysis, protection, memory, teleportation, resurrection, and defense, he will need more than 700 billion gold coins. Even trillions. Qin Hung felt that this game was closely related to him. So in this auction, the chance of winning is very high. In this way, he has to work hard to make money. Otherwise, if he really does such an activity, he can only watch. While pondering, Qin Hung finally chose the female mage. Anyway, this character just doesn't speak. If others flirt with me, I won't offend him. But what name should I give it? Tianya. Tianya what? What kind of girl's name should you choose? With a twitch in his mind, Qin Hang's mind flashed back to Mingyua's moving appearance while bending over to get dressed. How about the bright moon at the end of the world? Add another word, and it will be Tianya Mingyu's sword. Forget it. I'm too lazy to think about it. Just call it Tianya Mingyu. Cheaper Mingyu. In fact, Qin Hung didn't even realize that Mingyua's shadow had been imprinted on his heart. Otherwise, when talking about girls, Mingyu will not be the first thing that comes to mind. Ding dong! The name was chosen successfully. The second career was created. Ding dong! The second professional mage was created successfully. Open the real second professional mage equipment column. What? Realistic second career equipment column? Qin Hung was a little confused. The next moment, a piece of information came into his mind, which shocked him completely. What follows is endless ecstasy. Realistic second profession mage equipment column. To put it bluntly, he has an extra column for the character and equipment of a mage. As long as he equips the mage equipment in the mage equipment slot, his body in the real world will also get bonuses. This is terrifying. 2 sets of equipment bonus. No. It's 3 sets of equipment bonus. Add a special equipment bonus. This is the rhythm of being invincible at the same level in the real world. No. It shouldn't be difficult to cross the border and kill the enemy. After all, it's just the current equipment. Qin Hung has already more than doubled the actual defense. If you add 2 more sets, your defense will be unmatched. Add a magic shield and flame armor. Hee. I guess even if I let that evil bitch Mingyu bite him wherever she wanted, she wouldn't be able to break it off. Huh? By the way, can the mage profession also have a special equipment list in the outside world? Qin Hang's eyes lit up when he thought of this. But he probably didn't, because the system does not prompt. No matter what. This second career equipment column really shocked Qin Hung. Originally, he felt that his golden finger was a bit useless. After all, other people's golden fingers are those that kill enemies across several realms. I crossed a big realm, but ended up having a hard time. But now, add the equipment columns of 2 professions. Hack! This golden finger is not useless. It's so outrageous. Qin Hang's eyes narrowed in excitement, and he immediately chose to log in. Brush. Something surprising happened to Qin Hung. He really logged into 2 roles at the same time. A Taoist character is in Mengzhong touching in, and a mage character is in Border Village. What kind of experience is this? It's like his consciousness is divided into 2 halves, and he can control 2 characters at the same time without any disharmony at all. He can control 2 characters to walk separately at the same time, attack separately, etc. You can take care of both at the same time without interfering with each other. Could this be the legendary dual tasking? Still schizophrenic. Qin Hung doesn't understand either. If you can't figure it out, don't bother to think about it. Anyway, he knows one thing. That's it for being awesome. In Border Village, novice players are still popping up. Although China said it had tens of millions of people online some time ago. In fact, it was only these people. There are billions of people. Who doesn't want to experience this unique virtual game? Besides, those tens of millions of people didn't all come in at the same time. There will always be those who advance first and then later. This leads to the novice area, where people are constantly being born and arriving. Fortunately, the official novice guide is already available online, so novice players will not be confused after entering. It's no secret that you can quickly accept missions and level up. Of course, there are also many idiots who don't read the guide. So there's nothing you can do about it. In short, although there are many people in this novice village, it is not impossible to walk. But there are too many people, so you have to squeeze in slowly. Qin Hung controlled Tianyang Mingyu to teleport to the novice village warehouse for free through the veterans. When he opened it, he was shocked again. The contents inside were exactly all the belongings of his original character. This is a shared warehouse. Call out. At this time, Qin Heng's other character also landed next to Tianyang Mingyu with a hiss. This was controlled at the same time. And the veterans and others were teleported all the way. The character Tianyang Mingyu has no money. And she can't even teleport across the city. Of course, Qin Hung has to trade her some gold coins first. Otherwise, if you run away, you will be exhausted. With the sound of the bell, 10 million gold coins were directly traded and could be used as desired. Just when Qin Hung was about to take this trumpet to level up, an elegant system prompt sounded.
Ding dong! The system reminds you that you haven't signed in today. Do you want to sign in? Sign in!
Qin Hung thought he had missed today's sign-in time, but he was still able to sign in.
Ding dong! Congratulations on getting a 4-day warehouse scroll, a bottle of God of War oil, and 50,000 gold coins, 100 times a city return stone.
Ha ha. Good. My personal storage time is gone because it has been more than 3 days. Now the system sends another one, which is just right. Qin Hung got a bunch of potions from the warehouse for Tianyang Mingyu, randomly sent scrolls, and also gave her the return stone that she had signed in for. Then Qin Hung controlled the two characters and flew to Biki City, preparing to go to Tuching. However, he paused here. Long dong dong.
Selling the freshly released
Summon Divine Beasts and Hell's Thunder
for 2 million gold coins together, or exchange them for warrior equipment. No bargaining. Businessmen, get out of here.
2 million gold coins. A copy of
Summoning Divine Beasts
and
Hell's Thunder.
This transaction is okay. Although the price of skill books has skyrocketed compared to some time ago. But this kind of high-level skill book is still far from the sky-high price it was in the previous life. This is all because the player level has not yet reached the level. Where would the price come from if there is no market? The money in the hands of ordinary players is enough to buy potions, etc. So why would they spend a lot of money to buy skill books that are temporarily unused? The current price is all because intermediate skill books, such as Explosive Flame, are priced in the millions. These books only rise with the tide. As for the merchant, the price was too high, so he lowered the price, and the other party refused to sell. Nowadays, advanced players are generally between level 22 and level 27, and any higher is a truly high-end player. There are really very few players above level 30. In the Marfa Friendship Alliance, there are only a few players above level 30 today. Qin Hung is 37, and he is named Difficult Household 30. Guanhai and Guanyin Anshin have reached 32 in the past 3 days. Except for the 4 of them. Others such as Xingye Sadness and Duduludududda are all around level 26. These people are keen on PK and hunting treasures. But their levels are not that fast. If it weren't for the purpose of expanding the guild, households with difficulties in naming would not be able to hire people to rush through several levels with peace of mind. In short, skill books above level 28 are not in hot demand right now. Ordinary players won't care if they are below the level. And merchants will lower the price, and others won't sell it. Qin Hung had no choice but to buy it reluctantly. I chatted privately with the other party. He was level 22, and wanted a set of level 22 warrior professional attire. The current market price is 700,000 gold coins for a piece of level 22 heavy armor, and 300,000 gold coins for a pair of sturdy gloves. 2 black crystal rings, each worth 400,000 yuan. Add a devil necklace. 200,000. Let's get the level 22 weapon Shura again. 700,000 gold coins. Of course, these 2 books are not the same. Fortunately, this guy had some of his own equipment. So Qin Hung gave him a Shura, a piece of heavy armor, and 2 black crystal rings, in exchange for a copy of
Summoning Divine Beasts
and
Hell's Thunder. Thank you,
Brother Prodigal.
You are such a good person.
After switching to his beloved equipment, Long Don kept thanking him. I made a lot of money this time, and I exchanged it for more than 200,000 gold coins higher than the market price. I can brag about my awesomeness to my friends for weeks later.
You're welcome. If you have this kind of skill book in the future, you can come to me directly.
Qin Hung chuckled. He felt that in a month. When this guy thinks about what happened today, He probably won't be called a good person. Maybe when you see him, you will scold him. However, he did not forcefully buy or sell. Whoever he sold was not selling. He was just caught up by himself. Teleported all the way to Tuching. Qin Hung spent another 1 million gold coins here and bought a copy of Magic Shield from a warrior named Muiguzhong. Magic Shield and other mage comrades are up. Although it is not as expensive as
Half Moon Scimitar,
it is still a sky-high price. Qin Hung would naturally not miss this kind of opportunity to pick up money. After arriving at Tuching, Qin Hung controlled the two characters to have a random meal and arrived at Shabak City. After the two characters met at the city gate, Qin Hung ran inside. Suddenly, he frowned and looked towards the blacksmith shop on the left. I saw a Taoist priest sneaking into Shabak's blacksmith shop. Feng Shigua. Qin Hung naturally still remembers this person. It was his revelations that led to Zuma's downfall. Qin Hung wished he could kill him with a scarf. What is he doing here? Could it be? I remembered the weapons in their hands when I saw Feng Shigua and Etir at the Great Wall that day. Qin Hung doubted whether the other party had upgraded their weapons here. Throwing the trumpet away casually, Qin Hung controlled the large trumpet and rushed into the weapons store. As soon as he entered, he saw Feng Shigua standing in front of the NPC who was upgrading his weapons. You should be upgrading your weapons. There were two people next to me, one of whom was the Great Wall and the car dealer. I don't know if they were in the same group. Brush. Without saying a word, Qin Hung went up to face Feng Shigua with green poison and red poison. Summoning the dog, Maya came up with a fluffy towel. Feng Shigua was indeed upgrading his weapons. Or it was a critical moment. He had just taken out an upgraded silver snake. This silver snake was exactly the original 1/4 of the one used in Tiers of the Great Wall. He had used the knife many times before, breaking 5 demon subduers and 2 silver snakes. This time he is bound to win. As long as he succeeds. It will be January 5th. Unexpectedly, he had just taken it out, and before he had time to test the knife, he was violently attacked by Qin Hung. Holy shit! Feng Shigua was a little confused when he was suddenly attacked. He turned his head, and suddenly saw that he was the prodigal son of Tianya. He wanted to run, but Qin Hingjia's dog attack was no joke. Feng Shigua should have been upgrading his weapons in the past 3 days, so his level has not improved. By the time he turned his head, he had already received several blows. He wanted to run away, but after just 2 steps, Qin Hung killed him on the ground.
Kill him!
Feng Shigua roared. At the critical moment of the knife test, he was hacked to death. This would most likely lead to his failure in the knife test. Could he not be angry? On the other side, seeing Feng Shigua being killed, the 32-level man burst into tears at the Great Wall and the car dealer. The two immediately surrounded Qin Hung and started fighting. At the same time, Feng Shigua came back online after his death. After a random meal, he arrived at Sabak City and rushed towards the weapons store. He suddenly saw a trumpet not far from the door. Huh? The bright moon at the end of the world? A prodigal from the end of the world? Depend on. Definitely a group. Feng Shigua, who was burning with anger, suddenly became jealous and slashed at Tianya Mingyu. With a sound of awe, Tianya Mingyu was hacked to death on the ground. Random potions exploded all over the place. At the same time,
Ding dong! The system prompts that your weapon has been broken.
Ah! Feng Shigua let out an even more earth-shattering scream. It shook so much that the whole city of Sabak was buzzing. Chapter 161 The Secret of Luck. Teach the experience of fighting monsters. 2 nanny thugs. Of course Qin Hung knew that the trumpet Tianya Mingyu was hacked to death by Feng Shigua. Is it unclear that he can control 2 characters at the same time? Even Tianya Mingyu was deliberately run in front of him after he saw Feng Shigua coming from a distance, waiting for Feng Shigua to come and chop him. Having upgraded equipment countless times in his previous life, he had already figured out some rules for upgrading weapons. For example, regarding the issue of weapon test and consecration. The so-called weapon test means that when upgrading a weapon, you first throw it into the NPC to upgrade it. After an hour, get the weapon back from the NPC. But at this time, the attributes of the weapon remain unchanged, and its name will have a star symbol. At this time, if you want to know whether it is successful or not, it is very simple. Just use this weapon to kill a person or a monster, and you will know. Many people are used to directly cutting the NPC who upgrades the weapon to test the knife. If the upgrade is successful, the weapon attribute points will increase. Upgrade failed. Congratulations. The weapon is broken. Anyway, he has tried the knife so many times and found that each number has a target to test the knife on and a hidden lucky value.
If you try out the knives, some are suitable for killing NPCs with a high success rate, and some are suitable for killing players or monsters. The hidden lucky value is that each number is different every time it goes online. Qin Hung distinguished the lucky value here from the lucky value of weapons. The lucky value here is actually about luck. If you go online this time, your luck value will be particularly high. It will be easy to get things when fighting monsters, and it will be easy to successfully upgrade weapons. Anyway, Qin Hung felt that he had such luck. Veterans who have upgraded weapons know one thing: when upgrading weapons, you cannot go offline. Because every time you go online to upgrade weapons, you have to figure out the luck value of this account. Just after breaking a few knives, the success rate will be higher. After feeling it clearly, use the knife to move up in one breath. If you exit the game midway, your luck value will change. The probability of failure is extremely high by then. Qin Hung upgraded weapons at home, and his account was always connected to the computer. After figuring out the upgrade rules of this account, his account stayed offline for a week just to create a high-stat weapon. The success rate of this method is very high. On the contrary, the failure rate is equally high. So judging from the weapons of Feng Shigua and E tier of the Great Wall, Feng Shigua is undoubtedly a master of upgrading weapons. If he was used to killing NPCs or using the Great Wall of Tears to test his sword, this time he was suddenly killed, which changed his character's luck value. He also killed the trumpet with one sword, changing his target for the sword test. In this case, the probability of the weapon breaking will increase infinitely. Of course, there are no absolutes. There are also some who are so lucky that they upgrade successfully. However, obviously, Feng Shigua's luck is not good. With one strike, Tianyang Mingyu was chopped to death, and 1/4 of the silver snake in his hand was shattered without any surprise. Ahoy! Feng Shigua roared angrily. He wasn't angry that the weapon was broken and his money was wasted. As a rich man, this little money is nothing. What he was angry about was that he spent a lot of time upgrading weapons. What was originally the most certain success rate was shattered by the prodigal from Tianyang. In order to upgrade this weapon, he has been offline for almost a day. Is it easy for him? He had played countless games before playing this game, so he easily figured out the rules for upgrading weapons. Understand that you cannot go offline during the upgrade. This is why the Great Wall was so happy when he heard that he would help upgrade weapons to +5. The main reason is that I can't go offline. It's too difficult. This is not a computer. You can log in. This is a virtual game, and you must be aware of it. Not eating, drinking or sleeping for a whole day is a perseverance that most people cannot achieve. Feng Shigua did it. But just before success, it was destroyed. This hate. After roaring angrily, he began to dig up Tianyang Mingyu's body with his hands. Smelly bitch! I'll dig you to death! I'll dig you to death! How could Qin Hung pay attention to him? Dig whatever you want. Anyway, seeing the opponent's weapon broken, he's just happy. Didn't Qin Hung hate Feng Shigua when he revealed the news about Zuma's good stuff? It would simply cut off his cultivation and financial path. If Feng Shigua hadn't revealed the news, he could have been promoted to level 40 in Zuma, and then opened a trumpet. Now it is being pushed forward. When it comes to hatred, Qin Hung is more ruthless than Feng Shigua. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left leveling up and went into the weapon shop to cause trouble for Feng Shigua. Now, he was controlling the trumpet to exit the game and log in again, while controlling the large gun in the weapon shop. He chased his fellow riders and slashed at them. He heard this from a car dealer who was a member of a poor family. At that time, all the major guilds organized Woma to beat Woma leader 3 times, named the poor people and others, and scolded others away for the flame ring. Only this car dealer couldn't tolerate him, and scolded the poor family like a bastard. After naming the poor households, an announcement was made in the guild to hunt down the car dealers. When you see him, destroy him. There will be rewards for those who use car dealers to waste their money. Now that Qin Hung saw that the car dealer was following Feng Shigua and the others, there was no one who would not destroy him. Don't run away! Let me destroy you! Chasing fellow riders in the weapon shop was so frustrating. But this guy has a lot of random scrolls. And he's a warrior, so he can run very fast. Qin Hung chased his fellow riders and drove them to pieces, while the Great Wall of Tears chased Qin Hung with a level 7 skeleton and slashed him. Fortunately, Qin Hung's dog entangled the 7th level skeleton. Otherwise it would have been a bit in the way. At this time, Feng Shigua also came in. Furious, he also chased Qin Hung and chopped him. But Qin Hung ignored these two people and chased them. The 24 level driver, the dealer,
yelled at him fiercely before finally calling him to death. This is a shop. No equipment will be dropped. No one will get a town portal scroll or a dungeon escape scroll and run away unless they fall down at the last moment. Qin Hung was able to find time to send messages to the guild chat even though the car dealership was abandoned. Immediately, the person who had difficulty naming him screamed excitedly.
Well done! Well done!
Brother, I will give you an extra 1 million gold coins as dividends later.
Qin Hung now has no time to talk to the poor households. So he beats Feng Shigua and sheds tears on the Great Wall alone. After applying the Ghost Shield, 2 people on the opposite side can knock out more than 70 drops of his blood every time. But Qin Hung has a lot of water in the sun. Later he simply stopped running and just stood. Open the portable storage. Take out a package of powerful solar water. And stand with each other to masturbate. How can the 2 people on the opposite side have such luxurious backup as him? Coupled with Qin Hung's infinite stick and the extremely fast attack of the ghost gloves, the 2 of them were knocked to the ground in less than a minute.
Nah. You destroyed my weapon, and we didn't play with it.
Feng Shigua obviously blamed Qin Hung for the fact that his weapon was broken.
Wait. I'll chop you every time I see you.
Tearful Great Wall said the same cruel words. Qin Hung looked at the 2 people on the ground with a sneer.
Why do you kill me? You are overestimating your own capabilities.
After saying that, he no longer cared about the 2 people on the ground and stepped on their bodies to go out. By this time, the trumpet had already been controlled by him and returned. He took the trumpet and ran all the way to the secret passage. After checking that no one was around, he got in like a thief.
Boss Prodigal. You finally came here to level up.
Guan Hai and Guan Yun have been waiting here for a while, and they have cleaned up all the zombies at the entrance. Qin Hung brought a first-level alt to fight monsters in a place like this. No matter how strong he was and how good his skills were, it would be easy for a first-level alt to fail. The best thing is to find 2 nannies. Guan Hai and Guan Yun have both leveled up to level 32 here, and they are the 2 best bodyguards.
Hello.
Guan Yun stepped forward, his words still very concise.
Ding dong. Guan Yun invites you to join the team.
After everyone joined the team, 4 people, no, 3 people started to clean up inside. Brush! A circle of golden light suddenly appeared all over Guan Hai's body, covering his entire body. It looks like a round golden egg with Guan Hai inside. This is the mage's magic shield, which has extremely powerful defense. Although Qin Hung did not give high-level skill books such as
Magic Shield
to Guan Hai at the beginning, Guan Hai and his wife had already made a lot of money by dominating several large maps here. Look at this guy holding a magic wand now, wearing a 1/4 magnifying glass, 2 magic 2 bracelets, a magic 1/4 charm ring, a magic 0 out of 4 snake eye ring, magic 1 magic helmet, magic 3 magic robe. You know he had a good life as a child. He is no longer the helpless player who sold all the big bracelets of magic 2 in order to make a living. Qin Hung was very suspicious that he bought the wand. After all, they rarely participated in the activities of the guild. Guan Yun is also in top form. Tao 3. A Taoist priest's helmet with an accuracy of +1. A Taoist priest's helmet of Tao 1. A 1/5 bamboo flute. A ghost suit. 2 Taoist priest bracelets of Tao 2. A Moro ring of Tao 1 of 4. There is also a Tao 5 pearl ring. While fighting the monster, Qin Hung was also chatting with the 2 of them.
You 2 are fine. You 2 are in perfect condition. Hey, it's all thanks to the boss. Without you telling us about this place, how could we be where we are today? Isn't this a beautiful wand? You see, I paid for this magic shield.
Guan Hai said it very sincerely. Indeed, the prodigal son of Tina told the couple about this treasure land, which made them make a lot of money. At the end of the day, they could produce about 4 packages of more than 10 levels of things in this secret passage. At that time, each package could be sold for about 6 million gold coins. And there were almost 24 million gold coins here. What does 24 million gold coins mean?
In reality, it's 4,800 Chinese dollars. When they reached a higher level and went to the fragrant stone tomb on the next floor, the black boar, red boar, scorpion snake, etc. inside became even more awesome. They are all high-level ordinary equipment of more than 20 levels. One package can earn about 20 million gold coins at the current price. Add in the occasional Ares armor, ghost suit, etc., and that becomes even more valuable. At the end of the day, they can earn at least 80 million gold coins, equivalent to 16,000 Chinese dollars. Can this not be rich? Therefore, They are sincerely grateful to Tianya Prodigal, which has completely changed their lives in reality. In fact, Guan Hai and Guan Yun are lovers who met while playing games online. Guan Hai's family is poor, and Guan Yun's family does not want them to have any contact with each other. But Guan Yun, a woman who doesn't speak much, accepts death. After deciding to watch the sea, the two ran away secretly. The two rented a house outside, but they didn't have any skills in watching the sea. At this time, Guan Yun, who usually likes to play games, took out his small savings and bought 2 legendary virtual helmets. Encouraged Guan Hai to try out the game. 2 young people who love playing games rushed into the game. Although the 2-player game skills are good, there is really no such thing as luck. At first, the things they found were only enough to sustain the 2 of them, and Guan Yun had to go mining at first to help Guan Hai level up. In this situation, it was not until the prodigal son of Tianya told them about the secret passage treasure land that their lives changed drastically. Therefore, can they not be grateful to the prodigal son of Tianya? He is simply a benefactor.
Not bad. Not bad.
Qin Hung praised.
Boss, is this your girlfriend?
Guan Hai pointed to the bright moon at the end of the world.
Yeah.
Qin Hung chuckled.
Why doesn't she speak? She feels even shyer than Guan Yun. Ha. Isn't this just right? Both our brothers found a woman who doesn't like to talk. Anyway, that's it if you can do it. Right. Guan Yun? Yes.
Guan Yun said calmly, using the poison technique to lure away the zombies not far from Tianya Mingyu. Guan Hai was constantly electrocuted, and Qin Heng's dog and Guan Yun's skeleton also pounced on him. Not to mention, the color of Guan Yun's skeleton is relatively dark blue, and it looks like it should be a level 5 skeleton. It is estimated that her summoned skeleton has reached the 2nd level. If Qin Hung hadn't learned how to use dogs, he would have practiced summoning skeletons to the 3rd level during this time. Now, he is too lazy to practice. Maybe one day when he goes to practice dog training next to the sword guard, he can learn all the 3 levels of summoning skeletons by the way. After all, the 7th level little skeleton still has a special purpose. Dogs are magic attacks, but some monsters don't take magic attacks, so skeletons are needed at this time. Like the evil centipede. Speaking of the evil centipede, this guy, named Difficult Household, not only organized people to fight against the Woma leader a few days ago, but of course he also organized people to fight against the evil centipede. However, nothing particularly good has ever come out. The best thing is a kitchen knife. Others are some Walmart brand names or junk equipment, etc. Qin Hung has never participated once. The 3 of them chatted and cleaned up the Xiangshi tomb, and Qin Heng's trumpet, led by 3 people, upgraded rapidly. The white light kept lighting up one after another, and soon reached level 7. After reaching the 7th level, Qin Hung gave the trumpet a copy of Fireball technique, which he had bought before and reserved specifically for the trumpet. Once the trumpet is learned, it can immediately send fireballs from a long distance. The attack is not high, but it is fun to run around the monster. Guan Yun and Guan Hai also laughed and called Qin Heng's girlfriend naughty. But how did they know that Qin Hung was doing it alone? Qin Hung is also practicing at this time. Although he could control 2 characters at the same time, he was not used to it at first, especially for the mage profession. Although he had played trumpet in his previous life, he did not play it often and needed to hone his body skills. Now that someone is helping him level up, of course, he has to practice hard on this Tianya Mingyu. While cleaning up all the way, Qin Hung remembered something and took a moment to glance at Tianya Mingyu's character panel. The next moment, his face looked uncertain. Finally, it turned into joy. In terms of Tianya Mingyu's character attributes, she is still an official or a civilian. There are no extra attribute points added to it. This shows what? This shows that the official position system of his mage account needs to be reworked. If you do it again, you have to spend money again. Thinking of the amount of game coins that day in the official position system, Qin Hung felt a little sick. However, as long as you improve, it's worth it. After all, the attribute improvements of the trumpet can also be superimposed on his external characters. The higher the trumpet official position is promoted, the stronger the external characters will naturally be. Qin Hung initially thought that the official system should be shared like the warehouse, but he didn't expect that it was actually separated. Then, there is nothing we can do. The trumpet has to do it too. Once you get it, it will be easier to get all the lucky 9 sets. 100% magic dodge, etc. Imagine this Tianya Mingyu trumpet, with 9 sets of luck and Zuma equipment. What would it be like to burn pigs or mine monsters? It's simply a leveling machine. set a few fires, and a large number of wild boars will continue to die. Which is absolutely fierce. It's just a bit expensive, but it's still quite worth it. If it were someone else, he wouldn't have had this kind of preferential treatment. Would he? So, a smile finally appeared on his face. Isn't it just about making money? Now continue to eat ore, deer blood, and top skill books. When the time comes, once these are sold, the money will come pouring in. In short, Qin Hung feels that he is making more and more gold coins. But he feels that he is getting poorer and poorer. Forget it. Take your time. There are still many opportunities to make money. Don't rush. However, when he mentioned Hell's Thunder, he frowned and looked at Guanhai. This guy is already level 32, has a shield, and has electric monsters one after another. It's such a waste. Qin Hung couldn't stand it anymore and asked,
Didn't you learn the thunder from HL? I learned it. Why don't you use it? The attack power is too low compared to thunder and lightning. It's a useless skill,
Guanhai said depressedly. Qin Hung. My day. This guy actually described the magic skills of the mage as useless skills? Qin Hung immediately corrected the opponent's mistake and told Guanhai how to use the two magical leveling skills of Hell's Thunder and Fire Wall. After a lecture, Guanhai's eyes widened. Previously, he used Hell's Lightning to fight zombies alone, but the attack power was too low. So of course, he thought it was a useless skill. But he never thought about setting the Fire Wall first, and then using the H.L. Lightning to hit a bunch of monsters at the same time. He immediately started experimenting. It just so happened that they had been leveling up in the Xiangshi tomb before in this secret passage. They had only cleaned up the passage and the place where they came from, but nothing else. Therefore, the zombies in other places still belonged to Wuyong. Under Qin Heng's guidance, he and Guanyin first poisoned a large group of zombies. Dogs and skeletons rushed forward to attract monsters, watch the sea, then set fire. And finally Zilia rushes to the monster group with a magic shield. Z-la-la. Z-la-la. Hell's Lightning exploded. Immediately hit a circle of zombies around you at the same time. After several consecutive H.L. thunders, the surrounding monsters fell into a big circle in the wall of fire. Dogs, skeletons, and H.L. thunders. This monster killing efficiency has been greatly improved by more than 10 times. The excited Guanhai continued to rush into the monster group and blasted the thunder with H.L. Lightning. Z-la-la. Z-la-la. Countless monsters continue to fall. At the same time, brush, brush, brush. Qin Heng's Tianyamingyu also continues to upgrade. Chapter 162 Xiangshi Tomb. Leveling up at the speed of light. Level 20 in 2 hours. Legend line. In the secret passage of Sabak, Qin Hung and Guanhai took Tianyamingyu and started to clean up the monsters here. Tianyaminyu's level is still low. For safety reasons, Qin Hung decided to take this trumpet here to level up first. At a slightly higher level, go down to the fragrant stone tomb. Otherwise, if there are too many monsters in there, and if one of them is not taken care of well, the trumpet will be killed instantly by the monsters. You have to be able to resist it at least twice. The secret passage is full of zombies. If there are lightning zombies, Qin Hung will clean them out first. With his attack power, 3 hits of the Soul Fire Talisman can kill a zombie, without the threat of lightning zombies. The great mage Guanhai, who had tasted the benefits, directly used his shield to attack the zombie nest and explode the zombies. But immediately, he was under pressure. Every time the H.L. Thunder is released, it can instantly paralyze the surrounding monsters. That is, they will freeze and will not attack the mage. But there is time to release the H.L. Lightning before the next H.L. Lightning is released. A circle of zombies have already touched him. Guanhai, who was using his magic shield, naturally withstood this wave of attacks. But he still had a first-level magic shield, so the time was too short. Just held it twice, and it was gone. Now when the monsters around him touch him, their health will drop like crazy. Although he is a great mage, a level 32 mage only has 140 drops of blood. If a circle of monsters touches him at the same time, 8 zombies will touch him hard. The mage's defense is not very high. If a zombie touches him for 6 drops of blood, it will be almost 50 drops of blood. 1/3 has been removed. As a result, Qin Hung had to use group healing techniques to treat him and draw blood. But even so, Guanhai had to drink several bottles of powerful solar water, because the H.L. Thunder is too expensive. With his current magic power, it won't take many times for Lon to bottom out. It's not that he didn't add the magic potion himself. He had been drinking powerful magic potion, but he just couldn't add it. After using a powerful magic potion, blue cannot be added immediately. For example, if a powerful magic potion can add a total of 150 blue potions, it will be added sequentially after use, and it will take several seconds to add the 150 blue points. But Hell's Lightning consumes too much mana, which leads to a shortage of magic potions. At this time, you must use powerful solar water to supplement it. The effect of powerful solar water is to instantly restore 50 HP and 80 mana, and the mana addition speed is very fast. Guanhai's Hell Lightning is still at level 0, and its attack power is not strong. It takes 7 or 8 hits to kill a circle of monsters with Hell's Lightning. Therefore, it is strange that his blue can be added. Call! A halo of flame suddenly appeared on Guanhai, who couldn't add the blue potion. With a swipe, he pushed away the zombies surrounding him. He took the opportunity to run out and add potions like crazy. This halo is a skill of the mage, resisting the Ring of Fire. It is very useful for pushing away monsters and players lower than yourself. When playing Legend in my previous life, mage players didn't know how awesome this skill was at the beginning. Can't kill monsters. Feels useless. Later, when my level got higher, I realized the benefits of this skill. It was simply a magical skill. The squishy mage is most afraid of being surrounded by monsters. Once surrounded, if he doesn't wait for a random escape, he has to win. If he can't, he will die. But with the Resistance Fire Ring, it's different. As long as the level is high, many monsters can be pushed away. If you open a passage, you can naturally escape. This is the application of killing monsters. And when used among players, it's even more awesome. During PK, the high-level mage uses the shield to push people with the Resistance Fire Ring, and then a flash movie passes by. It's so cool. Essential skills for killing people. If you apply it to grabbing treasures, it becomes even more awesome. The good thing I hit was stepped on by a low-level player. I went up and pushed it away with a Resistance Fire Ring. And if someone else hits you and is stepped on by others, you can push it away yourself and step on it to grab it. Or just rush up and step on it yourself. As long as the opponent's level is low, he can't push you away. If he fights with you, you can't beat him if your level is high, unless there are several people on the other side. Therefore, the mage's resistance to the Ring of Fire is an extremely important skill for the mage. Of course, in addition to the mage's pushing skill, the warrior also has the Savage Collision skill, which can also knock people away and grab things. The saddest thing is the Taoist Priest. In the early days of Legend, Taoist priests did not have skills that could push players away for a long time. It was not added until the later stages of the later period. Therefore, when Qin Hung was playing Legend in his previous life, the most disgusting thing he encountered was being robbed of equipment by high-level players. No matter whether it is a high-level mage or a high-level warrior, as long as they carry a lot of 10,000 years of snow and frost and powerful solar water, they will be difficult to kill. Qin Hung was often robbed when his level was low. Later, I acted ruthlessly and directly hired someone to coach me, pushing my account to the first-tier player echelon, and I was spared this kind of torture. Of course, being at a high level and grabbing things is also a kind of fun among legendary players. Unless there are many people. If there are few people, if advanced players go to the treasure, this thing is basically yours. Since this kind of grabbing things is extremely common in Legend, Legend players will work hard to level up. The harder it is to level up, the more you level up, the more awesome you become. Think about it. You have the highest level in the whole area. You can only take what others have, but others can't take what you have. What does it feel like? Guanhai now obviously realizes the benefits of resisting the Ring of Fire when fighting monsters. But he probably doesn't know it yet during PK. Of course, Qin Hung had to criticize and stop the other party's reckless behavior. Ha. Guanhai, I don't think your method is good. Although your L lightning can immobilize monsters, but your release speed cannot keep the monster in a motionless state. It feels like at least 2 mages are needed to immobilize a circle of monsters around them. So, I suggest you lure a bunch of monsters to surround my dog first. You then release the L thunder next to the monster. Although you won't be able to defeat so many monsters at once, you will be safer. Moreover, if you run out of mana, you can run around the dog at any time, and then release the L thunder when it is full. Facing Qin Heng's teachings, Guanhai suddenly became enlightened. But he suddenly wondered, Boss Prodigal, how do you know so much? Aren't you a Taoist priest? Faced with Guanhai's cross-examination, Qin Hung had already said, Ha.
When I was slaying monsters alone, I once teamed up with a senior mage. I saw that this was how he played. After we discussed it together, we came up with these methods. So this is all.
The excited Guanhai filled up the blue potion and rushed forward again. Use Qin Heng's method to experiment. And sure enough, although you can't defeat so many monsters at one time, but better than safety.
Ha. Not bad. Let's get familiar with it here first. Now that we're familiar with it, let's go into the Fragrant Stone Tomb, where the pigs have the highest experience points. And your fire wall is awesome for burning pigs. I saw that the mage set fire to the pigs. And with the lightning from HL, he had to clear the monsters very quickly.
Under Qin Heng's constant suggestions, Guanhai became more and more skilled in using HL's lightning to blast monsters. Later, after he became familiar with it, he simply rushed in and circled the monster to explode thunder. Coupled with Qin Heng's poisoning technique, he and Guanyun's anti-dog and skeleton can kill monsters at a very high speed. 1L lightning can explode 20 or 30 zombies at the same time, and it can kill at least 150 zombies per minute on average. Each zombie can give 160 experience points, which is 24,000 experience points here. Divided among 4 people, each person can get 6,000 experience points. Although this speed is not as fast as Qin Heng's 13,000 experience during solo training, it is still extremely fast. It was much faster than when Guanhai and Guanyun fought. After all, the two of them used to hit each other too slowly, while the other used a towel to breathe. Plus there are so many monsters here. This secret passage has been a long time since Guanhai and his wife went to the Xiangshi tomb. This enlarged secret passage is densely packed with monsters. In this way, Qin Heng's Tianyang Mingyu is so exciting. The white light comes on from time to time. Just over 20 minutes later, when all the monsters on this floor were cleared, Tianyang Mingyu's level has been promoted to level 16. 6,000 experience points per minute. More than 150,000 experience points in over 20 minutes. How can it not be fast? Think about how Qin Heng first entered this game. He played from 6 o'clock in the afternoon to 3 o'clock in the evening before he was promoted to level 16. But now with the guidance of an expert, it only takes a little over 20 minutes. This is simply the speed of a rocket. And by killing so many monsters, the rewards are naturally huge. After finishing the entire map, Guanyun picked up a package and a half of things. I made 2 trips to the warehouse to store it. Qin Heng didn't pick up anything. It was all picked up by Guanyun. It seemed that she was particularly persistent in picking up things. Qin Heng was too lazy to compete with him. Anyway, Guanhai said, for people divide the east and west. As for whether there are top-notch items, Guanyun will record a video of the equipment attributes every time he checks something and send it to the team chat. Although the relationship is good, when it comes to money, it needs to be more transparent. Guanhai and his wife naturally understand this very well. Because of Qin Heng's relationship, the little one will be equally divided when they fight monsters together, let alone the current prodigal son of Tianyang. It is estimated that Qin Heng said that he wanted 2/3. And they were also willing. Of course, the best ones are not that easy to come out. There are none. Take it easy. At this time, Tianyang Mingyu also put on the newly exploded medium-sized armor, Haiyan, and put on 2 blue crystal rings, a magic helmet, and an ebony necklace. They were all exploded from the zombie attack just now. At this time, a heroic little mage appeared. After cleaning this place and refreshing it again, the zombies are no longer so dense. At Qin Heng's suggestion, several people came to the entrance to the first floor of the Xiangshi tomb.
We fought on the 3rd floor before, and there were probably a lot of monsters on the 1st and 2nd floors,
Guanhai said.
It's okay. I'll go down first.
Qin Heng was not wearing the invisibility ring at this time, but replaced it with a platinum ring. There are all mobs here. With his defense at this time, and without network delay, it is impossible to kill him instantly. After applying the Holy War armor and Ghost Shield to yourself first. Brush. Qin Heng entered the first floor of Xiangshi tomb with his head covered and stood on the steps. Hum hum hum. Flutter flutter. Zila zila. Egg egg. As soon as we walked in, there were really a lot of monsters spawned on the entrance steps and in the open space below. Zombie. Lightning zombie. Black boar. Red boar. Scorpion snake. Black evil maggot. Wedge moth. Horn fly. Not to say overwhelming, but densely packed. The 2 Guanhai people had been fighting on the 3rd floor before and came to the secret passage to pick them up. They went back to the city to repair first and then came directly here. Therefore,
There are really many monsters in the fragrant stone tomb on the first floor. Think about it. These are 3 big maps. Guanhai and his wife are just attacking with a single target. How can they kill so fast? Not to mention 3 maps. They couldn't finish even 1 map before refreshing it. They had previously fought from the first floor to the 3rd floor. So they fought there because according to their findings, the explosion rate on the 3rd floor was relatively high during the trip. Except for Guan Yun, who went back to store his things. Guanhai basically didn't go out. Only go out unless the equipment needs repair. As soon as Qin Hung appeared, a lightning zombie, 2 black wild boars, and 4 wedge moths swooped up on the steps. Below, there are more monsters trying to jump up the steps. But they can't get up. Monsters cannot come up. However, they surrounded Qin Heng's dog and attacked wildly. Although Qin Heng's dog came in with Qin Hung, it did not appear on the steps, but appeared below the steps. This made Qin Hung quite speechless. Zilala. The lightning zombie was the first to hit Qin Hung. Qin Heng's blood volume was instantly reduced by 30. 2 black wild boars came up with big sticks, and their blood volume was reduced by another 6 drops. Phew? Phew? The 4 closest wedge moths also spat at Qin Heng. Qin Hung shot a soul fire talisman on the lightning zombie. At this time, the monster was too close, and there was a wedge moth. Invisibility was useless, and the only option was to kill by force. Fortunately, Guan Yu also came in at this time, and immediately shot a soul fire talisman on the lightning zombie. After Qin Hung took another attack from the lightning zombie, he added another one, and the lightning zombie fell. Until this moment, Qin Hung, who had been sprayed by the wedge moth, was paralyzed by the wedge moth. But it doesn't matter anymore. The lightning zombies were eliminated, and the black boar beat Qin Hung, losing a few drops of blood each time. The wedge moth hit him with its wings very quickly, and even less blood fell out. Only 2 or 3 drops of blood. It is estimated that if Qin Hung stood still and let them beat him, and drank the potion himself, he would not die at all. Guan Yin attacked wedge moth, and Guan Hai also came down at this time. Zilala. He directly used Hell's Thunder. The 2 black wild boars were losing blood, but the wedge moth didn't lose much blood. Use exploding flames to hit the wedge moth. Hell's lightning won't work. Qin Hung reminded quickly. Bang! Guan Hai blasted out explosive flames that enveloped the surrounding area, immediately drawing away the hatred of wedge moth and black boar. Guan Yun took a step forward and blocked the 2 black wild boars. Guan Hai blasted 4 flames in a row, killing all the wedge moths. And then, he was free to use lightning to kill the wild boar. Qin Heng's paralysis was lifted at this time, and with the combined efforts of the 3 of them, they killed 2 black wild boars in a few strokes. It was much easier to handle once the gap was opened. Ring, ring, ring. Qin Hung filled himself up with blood. At this time, the bright moon finally came down. Set fire! Set fire all around! Use thunder and lightning to kill the wedge moth first, and then use L lightning at the entrance of the steps. You go ahead and fight Guan Yin. I'll apply the poison. Facing the dense crowd of monsters below, Qin Hung suggested. I asked Guan Yin when I was fighting monsters just now. Her poisoning technique was not yet at level 3, and was still at level 2. I poison. Practice. Guan Yin shook his head and started applying poison first. Qin Hung was speechless, so he had no choice but to use the soul fire talisman to shoot, while staring at Guan Hai, and adding a group healing technique to him from time to time. As for Tianyang Mingyu, Qin Hung trained her to hit monsters with small fireballs. It's a point to get a little blood. The wall of fire plus poison and thunder from L, as well as Qin Heng's dog, skeleton, and the soul fire talisman of 2 Taoist priests. The monster killing efficiency was instantly reflected. Large swaths of monsters screamed and fell, and their experience points skyrocketed. The experience value here is much higher than the simple zombie experience in the secret passage. Of course, its HP has also increased a bit, so it won't kill as fast as zombies. But the overall experience value is much higher than before. After some calculations of killing, it reached a terrifying speed of 8,000 experience points per person per minute. This is very scary. Several people cleared the way, and after gaining a firm footing, Qin Hung felt that the upgrade speed should be faster, because the dogs and Guan Yin's level 5 skeletons attract firepower. Guan Yin uses poison to occasionally increase Guan Hai's blood, which keeps him busy. Tianyang Mingyu has been promoted to level 17. She can now use thunder and lightning, and can also help defeat monsters. Then he can actually do other things. That is to poison more monsters. After discussing,
Qin Hung put on his invisible body and rushed into the pile of monsters ahead, spraying poison wildly against the monsters. He poisoned the monster all the way instead of waiting for the monster to die. And he didn't have to replenish the poison. Because, while the monsters he had poisoned were still green, Guanhai on the other side had already finished fighting, and then rushed up into the pile of poison monsters. Set fire. H.L. Thunder. The monster whose health had been reduced a lot by the poison spell was suddenly killed faster. However, there is also a disadvantage. That is, when Qin Hung moves a little further away, the experience points cannot be added. However, he thought of another way, which was to replace the invisibility ring. Then he went to poison the monsters and lure them to Guanhai. In this way, the problem was finally solved, and Guanhai sets fire to pigs, and mines become more and more proficient. Guanyun didn't even need to add blood to him, but only occasionally applied the Holy War armor and Ghost Shield to him. As a result, everyone's speed of killing monsters accelerated again. A large number of monsters continued to die with the cooperation of a few people. Qin Hung calculated that it actually reached the level of 9,000 experience points per person per minute. And Tianyanmingyu, the trumpet account, really got super bonuses. The speed of upgrading is simply jaw-dropping. More than an hour later, all the monsters on this level were defeated, and they had been promoted to level 20. Calculated, it only took 2 hours to come in and start fighting monsters. This trumpet has been promoted from level 1 to level 20. No one believes this. Of course, after killing so many monsters, there are also many rewards. This map is bigger than the secret passage. There are many monsters, and there are many things to get. There are several pieces of small and exquisite equipment. Guanyun happily picked up 2 packages and stored them.
Fortunately, I asked her to upgrade the warehouse. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to store so many things.
Guanhai chuckled. The first floor has been cleaned up, and although there has been a lot of refreshing after that, it has just been finished. So naturally it is not that dense. So a few people came to the second floor of Xiangshi Tomb. Qin Hung went in first and continued to level up crazily. Chapter 163 The Immortal Technique. Strength surges. In the blink of an eye, Qin Hung and others have been browsing the Xiangshi Tomb for more than 5 hours. During these 5 hours, the 4 of them went back and forth on the first, second and third floors of the Xiangshi Tomb, repeatedly spawning monsters, brushing from 1 layer to 3 layers, and then from 3 layers back to 1 layer. While you get a lot of equipment, your experience points increase astonishingly. Guanhai and Guanyun have reached level 33. Qin Heng's level is too high, and there is no change. The most obvious one is the trumpet Tianyanmingyu. She gained 9,000 experience points every minute. In more than 5 hours, she gained more than 2.7 million experience points. These more than 2.7 million experience directly raised her level to level 27 in one breath. In other words, in less than 10 hours, Qin Hung had already surpassed Xingya's sadness and the others in the trumpet level. This is the advantage of occupying several large maps and having 2 super thugs. If Qin Hung brings the trumpet to level up here, with his monster killing speed, he and the trumpet can each get about 5,000 experience points per minute at most. After all, the experience here is much lower than that of Zuma. If divided equally, it would be good to get 5,000. So obviously, it is impossible for the trumpet to be promoted to level 27 in 10 hours. As soon as the trumpet reached level 27, Qin Hung also armed her. Helmet, Demon 1's Taoist helmet. Weapon, 2 out of 5 magic wand. Clothes, Magic 3's magic robe. Necklace, 1/5 magic life necklace. Bracelet, 0 out of 2 magic Siberian bracelet. Ring, 0/4 magic ruby ring. Qin Hung did not wear purple snails, dragon bracelets, and devil robes for Tianyanmingyu. These 3 pieces of equipment are very heavy and require the use of divine power rings. But Qin Hung didn't want to expose the divine power ring in front of Guanhai and the others. No matter how familiar it is, this kind of thing should be hidden as long as it needs to be hidden. What if Guanhai saw him using a divine power ring to put the devil's robe on the trumpet, and he asked to lend him the devil's robe to wear? Would Qin Hung lend it to him, or not? If you borrow it, you may never come back. If you don't borrow it, it will hurt the brother's feelings too much. If he was also in China, not in another world, and the divine power ring was not that important to him, he would borrow it. But in another world, his golden finger is the legend of this game. There is no doubt about the powerful function of the divine power ring in the outside world. At this time, he would be stupid to lend out the divine power ring. Therefore, in order not to hurt feelings, The best way is not to show it in front of brothers. Otherwise, even if he loses this brotherhood, he will not lend it out. The last time we fought against the evil centipede, we still didn't know who had released the news. Qin Heng would draw a clear line between these Chinese players, no matter how familiar they were. I am still in another world after all. Not in China. Not to mention Guanhai. Even if you were to name a wealthy man named Difficult Household, he would not borrow a skill necklace from him now. Although he promised. The skill necklace's help to him from the outside world was really unbelievable. This artifact was loaned out. What would he do if he couldn't get it back? Although it seems that the poor man will not covet his skill necklace. But what if he lends it to a friend again? Or when he was using it to practice skills? The network was stuck. The character hung up. Or was destroyed. These situations may happen. In short, Qin Heng has decided not to lend any special equipment to anyone he loves. Even if the brotherhood is gone. I won't borrow it. In other words, it's meaningless for a brother to fall out because you don't lend him something. Therefore, Qin Heng is now trying not to show special jewelry in front of these brothers. This way, you'll avoid trouble. Seeing the bright moon at the end of the world, Guan Hai and Guan Yun's eyes suddenly lit up.
TSK. Boss, your girlfriend's outfit is too luxurious, isn't it?
Indeed. Compared to the bright moon at the end of the world, Guan Hai is nothing but a magic wand.
Ha. It's just so. It's done.
Qin Heng chuckled. This leveling process lasted 10 hours. And it's now 8 o'clock in the evening. Qin Heng's stomach was growling with hunger. In the past, he found it annoying when people asked him to eat. Now, after being promoted to Grandmaster, he doesn't need anyone to call him. But he is still very hungry. Of course, this does not mean that the Grandmaster is not hungry. If he really has no food, he will not starve to death in 10 days and a half. You are hungry now, because your body needs it, and is sending a signal.
Wait a minute. Let me share the money with you first. Well, we all sell to gold metal merchants. And the price will not be the market price.
Guan Hai stepped forward and gave Qin Heng 70 million gold coins in the transaction. If the four of them can farm fast, a lot of things will naturally come out. The Xianxer tomb is a secret map. Monsters are densely packed, and the explosion rate is high. There are also a lot of ordinary high-end equipment around level 24, and God of War armor. Guan Hai had money on him. So naturally, he wouldn't wait for it to be sold out before dividing it up. Just wait for Guan Yun to dump it to the gold metal businessman. Now that Qin Heng is taking a break, they also need to take a break. Qin Heng was also happy to be able to harvest 70 million gold coins. The main reason is that the trumpet level has been raised. And I have suddenly become a first-line player. After waiting for dinner, and then coming up to level up all night. I guess I will be a top-tier player.
Are you still staying up all night?
Qin Heng asked.
Well, we'll play until 7 in the morning. And then we'll play again in the afternoon. Okay. Then come back tonight. 88.
After making an agreement with Guan Hai, Qin Heng controlled the two trumpets and returned to Tuching. Then teleported to the inn and prepared to log off.
Brother, why are you here? Just in time. I'll settle your account with you.
In the inn, the name of the troubled household and the sadness of Xingye. Mu Shui and others were doing here without knowing what they were doing. After receiving 2 million gold coins from the named poor household, Qin Heng asked curiously,
What are you doing here? Aren't you going to fight the boss? A fight? We have made an appointment with Princess Quangtua and Prince Quangtua to have a fight here.
Before he could say anything about naming the poor household, he replied first.
A fight?
Qin Heng was speechless for a while. They are indeed a group of PK maniacs.
Yes. Boss prodigal son. Do you want to come together?
The fearless lone wolf chuckled. Then turned around and took purgatory. Came up to Tianyang Mingyu and stabbed him with a knife.
Is this my sister-in-law? Don't you want to introduce me?
A dazzling light emitted from that purgatory suddenly hit Tianyang Mingyu. Tianyang Mingyu's blood volume was instantly reduced by 1/3.
Wow! Such luxurious equipment! Damn! Level 27. The level is higher than mine. The equipment is better than mine. The prodigal boss. My sister-in-law hides it very deeply.
After checking Tianyang Mingyu's equipment, Dujula suddenly let out a sigh. Then, the same lighting technique struck down.
Hey! Hello! Sister-in-law! Hello, sister-in-law!
Dragon Tattoo. Swordsman going to hell. Ligation Surgeon. Cloud Emperor Killing God. And even Mu Shui. And you? Tenmu and others all shouted at the same time. And then everyone attacked Tianyang Mingyu.
Stop fighting!
Qin Hung quickly shouted stop. But it was too late. Tianya Mingyu lay on the ground with a sound in the shadow of swords and swords.
Hack! Stop fighting. I'm going to log off here. I'm starving. Just have fun.
Qin Hung controlled Tianya Mingyu to return to the inn. And after saying hello, he quit the game. Brush. Qin Hung opened his eyes and listened to the situation outside with a guilty conscience. There was a breathing sound outside. It should be one of Chunju. Others were chatting in the living room far away. And while listening quietly, he was suddenly shocked.
Sister Yu, why don't you stop waiting? As a master, you need a lot of food to supplement. Being hungry like this is not good for your health.
Chunju's voice.
No. Let's eat together when he gets up. I'm not that weak yet.
Mingyu smiled and read a book.
Sister Yu, how about I go wake him up? He has slept for more than 10 hours. And he should have had enough sleep.
It was Dongmei who spoke.
No. Let him sleep.
Mingyu shook her head lightly.
Yes. But if he sleeps until tomorrow, will you wait until tomorrow? Miss?
Xiaoju said dissatisfied.
That's not the case. If he doesn't get up at 12 o'clock, I will eat. Okay. Please keep your voice down and don't disturb him to sleep.
Mingyu lowered her voice.
My lady, this place is more than 2 miles away from the backyard. How can an ordinary person disturb him?
Chunju was speechless for a while. Mingyu said nothing. Just reading with peace of mind. Qin Hung only heard the sound of her turning the pages of the book. This evil woman can read very quickly. However, she has a good attitude towards eating. And I like it. It is estimated that as the daughter of the sect leader, she is relatively well educated. By the way, after practicing to become a master, will your appetite become larger? No wonder my appetite suddenly changed, and I was still starving to death. However, in this case, then I can't eat and drink every day. Otherwise people will see my flaws. After all, I didn't eat much before. But now I suddenly eat so much. There must be something wrong with your health. If he continues like this, that evil woman Ming Yu will probably give him to Yuan for study. Thinking of Yuan's satisfied expression when she smelled his blood, Qin Hung felt a chill. Yuan is also a big pervert. But how to solve the problem of eating? Listening to their chat just now, Grandmaster doesn't eat for a long time, which is not good for his health. How about going to the kitchen and stealing some? Or eating out in the middle of the night? I don't know if there are any late-night snacks outside. And eating this meal will probably cost a lot of money. Right? I don't know if I have enough money. What the HL? It would be great if I could kill a few more people from the hidden sect. Thinking of the pile of gold leaves and silver notes in his package, Qin Hung missed the hidden killer a little bit. Forget it. It's important to eat something first. Just lay down and go out to get something to eat later in the evening. Having made up his mind, Qin Hung was about to get up when Chunju's voice came over again.
Sister Yu, is Mr. Lu Yun really not
okay
anymore? Well, he can probably survive for at least half a year. But his body is already broken.
Mingyu nodded.
This disease is too terrible. If Mr. Lu Yun is not here, we will lose a young master. Has the lady found a good candidate? It's that easy. Shouldn't it be cultivated slowly? That's right. By the way, Master Alfing is here today. Alfing? What is he here for? When did he come?
Mingyu's tone obviously changed. And she was even a little nervous. Chunju whispered.
When he went to see Director Xiao to learn how to cook. He came to see the young lady. When she was not there, he came to the Sun Moon Pavilion again and said he wanted to meet Junior Brother Qin. I think he seems to be complaining about Junior Brother Qin living here. Next time he comes again. If I am not here, you must protect Junior Brother Qin. Do you understand?
Mingyu's voice was filled with worry.
Yes.
Qin Hung sat up and fell into deep thought again. It seems that I am indeed going to be groomed into a young master. However, does Mr. Alfing have any objection to me living here? Could it be that there is competition among the young masters? It should be. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. It is estimated that having fewer young masters is a good thing for Alfing and the other young master. At least I got more performance. He actually wants to mess with me. So I'll go and see if I can cure Master Lu Yun. As long as I can cure him, I guess this Alfing master will not come to trouble me again. Mingyu might not train herself to be a young master again. Originally, Qin Hung was still undecided whether to save Lu Yun or not. Because he saved Lu Yun, he was afraid that he would not be treated as well as he was now. Maybe he was sent back to work as a handyman again. Now, of course it doesn't matter if he really wanted to go back to work as a handyman. Qin Hung would decide to run away, find a remote corner, buy a farmhouse, hire a few people to serve you, and you should be able to live a happy life. As for his enemies, it's simple. Just wear a mask and
That'll do.
after making up his mind, Qin Hung stood up and walked out, go to the toilet, and then eat with Mingyu. However, what satisfied Qin Hung was that Mingyu didn't blame him after he slept all day. Qin Hung ate his usual amount, and when he didn't want to continue eating, Mingyu thoughtfully asked him if he was full, and if not, he would eat more. The other party said so, and Qin Hung was not polite, and swept away the food on the table in a hurry. It's not even half full, but it's much better.
Have you had enough? Xuanju, bring some more,
Mingyu said with a smile.
Ah. No. I'm full.
Qin Hung quickly refused.
Well, you have to learn the inner strength and mental methods from me today. Come with me.
Mingyu took Qin Hung away, leaving Xuanju and others speechless for a while.
Miss, it seems you haven't eaten anything. Right.
Xiaoju asked uncertainly.
I didn't eat anything to begin with, but junior brother Qin ate it all by himself.
Chanju curled her lips.
Oh, I don't know what the lady likes in him.
Qin Hung, who followed Mingyu to the practice room, had no intention of eavesdropping on other people's conversations. His attention at this time was entirely on Mingyu in front of him, wearing a pink skirt, her waist twisted and twisted, revealing a small section of her white calf, which naturally reminded Qin Hung of that day. The feel and shape are really good. It's a pity. I don't know which pig will be cheaper in the future. Qin Hung sighed in his heart. Mingyu's face was also slightly red. With her master's strength, she could naturally detect that the little man behind her was sizing her up. Did he remember what he saw that day? So embarrassing. But it would be nice to get his attention. The two of them were walking in front of each other tacitly. Qin Hung felt that the bright moon in front seemed to be moving slower, and he almost bumped into it. When she arrived at the practice room, Mingyu had already adjusted her mentality and asked Qin Hung to sit cross-legged on the ground.
Xiao Qin, what I want to teach you now is the highest mental method of my Fengyu sect, Fengyu Heart Sutra. This mental method was created by my ancestors, and it can be cultivated to the level of an immortal above the 9-star master. It is a supreme mental method. This is the formula and illustrations of the first level of mental method. You have a look at it first, and I will teach you how to operate it one by one later.
Mingyu solemnly handed Qin Hung a secret book that looked a bit dated on the surface.
Thank you, Sister Yu. This mental method can be cultivated to the immortal realm above 9 stars? What is the immortal realm? Are there really immortals?
Qin Hung took it excitedly and asked doubtfully.
Well, above the 9 stars, there are immortals. Immortals have completely transcended the realm of mortals.
Mingyu's tone was full of yearning.
Then, are there immortals in this world? Of course. But where are they? I don't know. Among all the big countries, the only one with the highest cultivation level is the 9-star peak Grandmaster.
Mingyu seemed to have thought of something, and her tone was a little erratic. Qin Hung didn't ask any more questions, but his heart was filled with tension. Above the 9 stars, there is indeed a realm. Originally, I thought that after cultivating to the 7-star Grandmaster level, I would be able to fly freely. But compared with the immortals, it is obviously nothing. Also, he was a little disapproving of the Fengyu Heart Sutra at first. After all, he had the golden finger of legendary games, and it was very simple to be promoted to 9-star Grandmaster. But I didn't expect that this thing could actually make a warrior become an immortal in one breath. It seems that Mingyu's ancestors had immortals. This Heart Sutra must be extremely powerful. Thinking of this, Qin Hung looked through it carefully.
Take a good look. If you can learn it, I will give you a day off and let you sleep as you please,
Mingyu said with a smile. She was actually curious about how advanced Qin Hang's understanding was. In fact, in Fengyu sect, outsiders cannot practice the original version of Fengyu Heart Sutra. Other disciples can only cultivate to the level of 8-star Grandmaster at most. Only this original version can cultivate to the immortal state. And the original version will also restrain the copycat version practiced by the disciples. There is no way. This is the mentality of the Mingyu family. The most authentic. And only our own people can learn it. Mingyu is now risking great disbelief and teaching the original version of Fengyu Heart Sutra to Qin Hung without the family's consent. This is also a very determined decision. Little man, you have to work harder. Sister me. Mingyu sat across from Qin Hung. She didn't know what she was thinking of. Looking at Qin Hung, who was reading seriously under the lamp, she gradually fell into a daze, and her face became increasingly red. Where did Qin Heng notice Mingyue's condition at this time? He was completely attracted by the secret book in his hand. Looking through the Feng Heart Sutra, the above formulas, illustrations, and exercise routes are presented one by one in front of your eyes. Originally, he had never seen these things and had no one to explain them, so he would definitely not be able to understand them. But with the skill necklace, these things are not a problem at all. With just one glance, the internal energy in the body can follow the movement of the Wind and Moon Heart Sutra. After he finished flipping through this mental method, which was only 10 pages long, he had actually learned it. Something surprising happened to him. He clearly felt that after the internal force in his body runs the Feng Yu Heart Meridian, if it is released, the power will be increased to at least 5 times. And this 5 times power can be added to his skills. For example, his previous Soul Fire Talisman could deal 100 damage. Now after running the Feng Yu Heart Sutra, and then using the Soul Fire Talisman, the damage can be increased to 500. This Feng Yu Heart Sutra is really awesome. His strength was increased 5 times.
How's it going? Is there anything you don't understand? You can ask first.
Mingyu asked with a smile when she saw that Qin Heng had finished reading.
Sister Yu, I seem to have developed my inner strength.
Qin Heng scratched his head and stretched out a finger, and a faint light gathered on it. Internal strength. Mingyu was stunned and turned to stone. Subsequently, what? How can it be? How could he learn it so quickly? Genius? Unparalleled genius? Evildoer? 1,000-year-old monster? Compared to a little man like me, they are scum. At this moment, Mingyu was so happy that tears came out. Chapter 164 Cheats. Earth Escape. Get Treatment. Perverted Qin Heng. Feng Yu Heart Sutra. The Mingyu family. The highest ideal of the Song family. If you practice to the extreme, you can be reborn and transform into an immortal. This original version of the mental method is extremely difficult to practice. Even though Mingyu's father, grandfather and others personally taught it orally, it took 10 days to get started. But now, Qin Heng just read it once and learned it in less than a stick of incense. This kind of understanding is absolutely terrifying. At this time, Mingyu really had the urge to cry. As the daughter of the Feng Yu sect leader and the princess of the Song family, she can't actually decide on her own wedding banquet. Originally, she might have married someone else like other sisters to prepare for the Song family's future events. Of course, the daughter of the Song family does not have to marry outside the family. The best destination is to find a good husband to marry into. In this way, I don't have to marry outside, and I can still be with the person I love. But how can such a good thing be so easy to find? Most of the women in the Song family can't help themselves. However, if the Song family marries a daughter, they naturally don't have to worry about Feng Yu Xinjing being left outside. When a daughter gets married, everything she teaches is a copycat version. What's more important is that if you want to practice the genuine Feng Yu Heart Sutra, you must observe the original illustrations of the Feng Yu Heart Sutra in order to practice successfully. This observation is also very particular. It requires the descendants of the Song family to put a drop of blood on the secret book in order to observe the most authentic mental method. After the ancestors of the Song family cultivated themselves into immortals, they used heaven-reaching methods to leave behind the 1 to 9 Feng Yu Heart Sutra. Naturally, there are measures to prevent theft. Otherwise, without this special method, the Song family would have married so many daughters, and everyone would have known about the Feng Yu Heart Sutra. But now, Qin Heng in front of him completely broke Song Mingyue's understanding. It even subverted her outlook on life. Qin Heng, without relying on her blood, learned the first level of the Feng Yu Heart Sutra by reading it once. What a perverted understanding this is. At this moment, Mingyu was shouting in her heart.
Ancestor, are you still there? Can you open your eyes and take a look? Your descendant Mingyu has made his mark. I have found a good husband-in-law for you.
After sighing in her heart, Mingyu still knelt forward a little nervously. He put his hand on Qin Heng's shoulder and said,
Try your mental skills, and I'll help you see if you're wrong.
Feel the air that the beauty breathes on her face, and the graceful figure kneeling down. Qin Heng's breathing became a little messy. After all, he has been single for half his life, so the temptation is really great. Besides, he had seen the bright moon, which made him have some uncontrollable thoughts. With his own strength, maybe if he held her down, she wouldn't be able to resist. No, others are teaching me how to practice. How can I take advantage of others' danger?
What are you thinking about? Calm down and let me see how it works.
Mingyu blushed and scolded softly. How could Mingyu not see Qin Heng's extra state at this moment? While I was secretly happy, I was also very worried. What if this little man touches me? Refuse or be honest. So, she quickly stopped. Otherwise she was afraid something would happen. Call. Qin Hung took a deep breath and thought silently in his heart. This is a black rose. Black rose? Don't think about it. This is a black rose. I finally calmed down and ran the route. When it came to the little man's cultivation, Mingyu also calmed down and felt it one by one. After Mingyu thoroughly felt Qin Hang's movement route, her delicate body trembled. Nothing wrong. Oh my god. This little man practiced the most authentic Mingyu Heart Sutra without her secret book of blood. What kind of understanding is this? Mingyu was completely confused. What follows is endless ecstasy. In this way, he is a master of both law and martial arts. I picked up a big treasure. Well done. You have really practiced well. Mingyu calmed down, took back her hand, and gave a faint compliment. Just praise her. She didn't want to overdo it and make this little man proud. Ah, great. Sister, you must keep her word and give me a day off tomorrow. Qin Hung pretended to be happy, looking at the bright moon. I was speechless for a while. She really wanted to say that if you want to practice magic, you must be above board. However, she couldn't speak either. Take your time. This little man seems to be very interested in her. Now is not the time. Nodding gently. Okay. But you have to practice this mental method diligently. I will check your progress every day in the future. If you can improve quickly, I will give you frequent holidays. Ah. Ha ha. Thank you, sister you. I will definitely work hard to practice. Would you like to sleep after practicing? Mingyu joked with a smile. Ah ha ha. Qin Hung scratched his head and was about to say something when his stomach growled again. Aren't you full? Or are you hungry again as a newly trained warrior? Mingyu asked. Maybe it's because the cultivating warrior is hungry. Mingyu gave such an excuse. Qin Hung would naturally follow this step. Mingyu didn't care. Fortunately, she used her internal strength to control her body's hunger. Otherwise she would have been even more embarrassed. Then, let's go and have another meal. The two returned to the living room, and Mingyu clapped her hands and asked someone to serve another feast. Chun Ju and others' eyes widened when they saw Qin Hung coming to the table to eat again. Not full yet? He has become a warrior. Please don't spread the word, Mingyu said with a smile. Ah, congratulations to junior brother Qin. Chun Ju and others gave excited congratulations. Qin Hung stuffed something into his mouth and looked at Mingyu, who was eating slowly opposite him. Speechless. Is this girl always so pretentious? Since he understood that the Grandmaster needed to eat a lot, he could naturally understand Mingyu's current state after learning that Mingyu hadn't eaten much all day. You're obviously very hungry. But you're still pretending to be a lady? Forget it. With a roll of his eyes, Qin Hung said. Sister you. I'm so hungry when I first became a warrior. Aren't you hungry? Just eat when you're hungry. Ha ha. I just ate a little. And now I want to eat some more with you. Mingyu drank some water. Her little face turned red from the heat. Forget it. Leave her alone and wait until you finish eating. Anyway, she will find something to eat when she gets hungry later. Can she still be hungry? Qin Hung once again swept away the food on the table, and then managed to suppress the hunger in his heart. Chun Ju was still serving the food, but Qin Hung had already stood up. He didn't plan to eat. Just stop eating in moderation. But if he couldn't sneak out at night to take a look. Wait a minute. You have been promoted to a warrior, and your understanding is also high. You can take a look at these martial arts and some secret techniques. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me tomorrow. Mingyu clapped her hands, and Dongmei came over with a large pile of secret books. Thank you, Sister Yu. Qin Hung took it happily. Although he has legendary skills, he has many talents. No. After learning the Feng Yu Heart Sutra, wouldn't your strength skyrocket? Watching Qin Hung go upstairs with the secret book, Mingyu started to eat hungrily. I wonder if this little man will find the magic hidden in the secret book. Mingyu did not directly put the secret book of the technique in this pile of books, but hid it in it. She did this naturally because she wanted Qin Hung to find it by himself. So there is no doubt that she arranged it deliberately. There is no doubt that she knows Qin Hung is a warlock. She was not ready to face Qin Hung. Or in other words, Qin Hang's cultivation level was still too low. Even if Qin Hung likes her, he still has to go through the hurdles at home. If your cultivation level is low and you are not strong, it will be useless no matter how good looking you are. On the other side, Qin Hung entered the room, sat down, and placed the pile of books on the table. When he was about to look through it, his eyes moved and he listened curiously. The sound of eating in the living room below reached my ears. There was also Mingyue's low gasping sound and her spicy voice. Haha. This girl wants to save face and suffer the consequences. In fact, Qin Hung himself didn't even realize that the name he called Mingyu in his heart had changed from an evil bitch to this girl. This is also a subconscious change in the mind. And Mingyue's strategy is still very effective. Taking a deep breath, Qin Hung looked at the pile of secret books on the table with bright eyes. Dance of the Wind. Feng Yu Sword Dance. Yuyin Divine Body. Feng Yu Divine Finger. Feng Yu Divine Fist. Fenji Weshan Legs. Feng Yu Divine Palm. Qin Hung. Good guy. Co-authored. These are all Feng Yu Sect's martial arts. Nothing else? In fact, Qin Hung mistakenly blamed Mingyu here. Feng Yu Sect was created by the Song family. And the names of these secret books have all been changed. Feng Yu Sect also has many martial arts acquired from outside. But of course Mingyu would not take those rubbish for him. What she took were all secret books passed down by her ancestors. And they were extremely tyrannical. Many of them, one-star warriors, simply cannot learn. She just asked Qin Hung to take a look first. Considering his powerful understanding, taking a look first will be of great benefit to your future practice. However, what she didn't expect was that Qin Hung was already a 7-star grandmaster. Qin Hung turned over the item she took and learned the lesson. Qin Hung will know all about boxing, palm skills, footwork, and so on after reading them. However, although the Yin God body of this month has been learned, it still needs to be cultivated under the moonlight by absorbing the essence of the moon. This is not something that can be understood at a glance. According to the secret book, after learning it, the divine body will be greatly tempered. It's a body refining technique. Qin Hung has no way to go outside to absorb and practice now. He can only wait for the opportunity in the future. After putting down the last book of Fury of Wind, Qin Hung packed up his secret books and planned to go to the game to level up first. Stopped again. He felt that there was something wrong with several secret books, and the weights varied greatly. At first, he was obsessed with martial arts and didn't feel it yet. But now that he's using it, it's immediately different. Could it be that there is another mystery in this secret book? Qin Hung became interested and picked up a copy of Feng Yu Divine Finger, Feng Yu Divine Fist, and Feng Yu Divine Palm. After weighing it, he found that these 3 secret books were indeed different. He put it under an oil lamp and looked at it, and surprisingly found that the cover pages at the end of each secret book were thicker. There won't be any secrets in this, right? Qin Hung used his inner strength to condense into a trace of sword energy, and carefully cut a gap in the 3 secret books. Sure enough, there was a piece of gold foil paper in each. 3 pieces of gold foil paper, each recording a spell skill. Earth Escape, Fire Sets of Prairie Fire, Wind Blade. It turned out to be 3 magic skills? Qin Hung was stunned for a moment, and then became ecstatic. These 3 skills are great, but I don't even know them. Especially Earth Escape. Once you learn it, you can immediately slip away from the ground at any time. Of course, if he wants to run away, an invisibility ring is enough. But the multi-door method is still good. For example, he no longer has to enter and exit through the door. And the Earth Escape can directly enter other people's rooms. For example, go to Mingyu room. Day! What am I thinking? Who wants to go to her room? Putting aside the bad thoughts in his mind, Qin Hung read the 3 skills carefully and learned them immediately. As soon as he stretched out his hand, a stream of cyan gas condensed in his hand. With a slight wave, the cyan gas immediately swirled around the room. With a thought, more cyan gas appeared in the air, flying gently, which was really beautiful. Phew! A streak of cyan gas gently crossed the back of Qin Heng's hand, leaving a trace of white marks on it. Qin Heng's defense at this time was very strong, and he was still left with traces by the wind blade. It is enough to show that this wind blade is very strong. Qin Hung waved his hand gently, and all the wind blades instantly turned invisible and disappeared into the air. The wind is inherently invisible. Burning fire. This spell is similar to Wall of Fire. Naturally, Qin Hung would not experiment here. Earth Escape, as the name suggests, is a spell that can go underground and pass through walls made of earth and rocks. With a thought, Qin Heng's whole person levitated. This is the 7-star master who borrows the vitality of heaven and earth to make his body fly. Invisible. Qin Hung pressed his body against the wall and used Earth Escape technique. His divine body instantly passed through the wall and appeared in the air outside. Miraculously, the walls of the room were not damaged at all. Call. Exhaling, he looked towards the place where the disciples lived in the distance, and saw a faint light. Then looked back at the luxurious 6-story building in the distance ahead,
where the lights are brightly lit and various sounds of music are faintly heard. After unexpectedly coming out, Qin Hung planned to go see Mr. Lu Yun. Brush. He flew in the direction of the Elixir Pavilion. At first, he kept his voice soft, fearing that others would hear him. But I was so close and still couldn't hear a sound, which was abnormal. So, he tried to fly higher into the sky, getting faster and faster. But he still didn't hear any sound he made. It stands to reason that in this high-speed state, there will definitely be a violent sound of breaking through the air. But no. Silent. It turns out that the invisibility function of the invisibility ring is so incredible. This means that when he is flying in a stealth state or moving at high speed, he is silent. At this time, he was at an altitude of 3,000 meters, overlooking the entire Fengyu city. There are little sparks, and there are only a dozen or so places with the brightest lights. Looking around, Qin Hung finally understood how big Fengyu city was. After visual inspection, the total area can reach about 30 square kilometers. This has already caught up with the small town in Qin Heng's previous life. No wonder. They had to run fast for a while before they could get out of the city. After feeling the fresh air in the sky, Qin Hung flew down again with a swipe. With a flash of his body, he was already at the door of the Pill Pavilion. But the Elixir Pavilion is very big. Where can Mr. Lu Yun be? Qin Hung opened the game map and looked directly for the green dots. He planned to check if there were any injured green dots. The area should be narrowed down a lot. Seeing this, Qin Hung was a little dumbfounded. There were more than 10 injured little ones in the Elixir Pavilion. Which one is young Master Lu Yun? He has never seen it. What surprised him was that in a wing not far from him, there were 2 small green dots close together. He listened carefully and heard a strange voice, which made him speechless for a while. Sure enough, there are still too few entertainment activities here. Just when he was about to check the injured little dots one by one, he suddenly heard a slight voice from one of the 2 little dots. The one talking was actually Nyo Air. This piqued his interest. He had long wanted to see what the woman Nyo Air seduced looked like. The body flashed and reached the wall, and the sound became clearer. Earth escape. After passing through the wall, Qin Hung was stunned for the next moment. He has seen a lot of short movies, but this is the first time Qin Hung has seen this kind of reality. After taking a few careful glances, Qin Hung came to a conclusion. The girl Nyo Air was looking for was pretty carefree looking and had a barely there figure. When Qin Hung came in, the 2 of them just finished. Qin Hung glanced at Nyo Air. Well, he was obviously a size smaller than his own. Fortunately, he still boasted that he was a tough guy every day. As for Nyo Erxiang, Qin Hung took one look at it and stopped looking at it. After seeing the bright moon, I really just take one look at it and don't want to see it again. As someone else said, once having seen the best, the rest is not worthwhile looking. When Qin Hung was about to quit, Nyo Air took out a pipe and lit it. There are also tobacco leaves in this world. Damn it! Are you smoking again? Why do you men like to take a puff after you're done? You're going to die. You're still asking me? Why do you women always like to ask such boring questions? Nyo Air twitched disapprovingly. The room suddenly filled with smoke, and the 2 people continued to flirt. Qin Hung. I go. Didn't Nyo Air say that this good friend only loves him? Forget it. Qin Hung didn't bother to point it out. It's Nyo Air's great fortune that people can like Nyo Air. It doesn't matter whether it's black or red. Besides, Nyo Air doesn't seem to be a good bird either. Quietly retreating, Qin Hung quickly checked the little dots with low blood volume. They are all external and internal injuries. Some have broken legs. Some have been stabbed. Some have been injured by punches. And the injuries are all relatively serious. Seeing everyone squinting in pain and talking in their sleep, Qin Hung pondered for a moment and fired a few healing spells at each person. At this time, after his cultivation level is high, some things don't need to be hidden. Anyway, if you really can't stay any longer, just pat your butt and leave. Finally, he came to a young man. This person was wearing brocade clothes and was alone in a luxurious house. Various pustules appeared on his face. He looked extremely disgusting. He was falling asleep and moaning in pain unconsciously. It should be Mr. Lu Yun without a doubt. My day. Is the malignant disease in this world so cruel? Qin Hung was horrified when he saw the miserable situation of young Master Lu Yun. I am even more determined that I will never pick up guests in the future. Otherwise, run away immediately. I don't know if the healing technique works or not. Qin Hung tried to give the other party a few healing spells. After waiting for a while, he found that the healing spells had no effect. The opponent's blood volume did not increase, and the things on his body did not disappear.
This looks like I need to take medicine. Qin Hung pondered for a moment, then reached out and pointed at Mr. Liyun, who immediately fainted completely. With another finger, Master Liyun immediately opened his mouth. Qin Hung took out a bottle of powerful solar water and poured it all down. Useless. Depend on. Is it really impossible to cure it? Qin Hung finally took out a 10,000 years snow frost and sent it in directly using his internal strength. This time, Master Liyun finally had a change. The blood bar on his head was rising rapidly, and the disgusting things on his face were quickly disappearing. It works. Qin Hung was overjoyed and stuffed another Wanyang Shuang into it. Suddenly, young Master Liyun's injury healed even faster. After a few breaths, all injuries were gone. But he hasn't woken up yet. He is just a 6-star warrior. How can he withstand Qin Heng's gentle poke? It would be weird if he didn't faint for a few hours. At this point, Qin Hung finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly returned to his residence. Just as he was about to log into the game, he suddenly remembered something and opened the real-life character panel. I took a look at my attributes, and sure enough, the defense, attack, magic defense, etc. of the real character panel have all been greatly improved. These are the effects brought about by equipping the mage equipment. Don't underestimate the equipment of the wizard. For example, the magic wand adds more than 10 attack points in addition to magic. Clothes and hats will also add defense. Therefore, in addition to improving a large number of magic attributes, he also increased attack, defense, etc. compared to before. His defense is stronger and more perverted. Without wasting any more time, Qin Hung logged into the game. As soon as he entered, he suddenly heard that everyone in the guild in the game was arguing loudly. Chapter 165: The Hidden Attributes of the Super Perverted Mage's Famous Brand. News for the Little One. Level 38. In Legendary Game. As soon as Qin Hung entered the game and appeared at the inn, there was a loud noise in the guild. Fearless Lone Wolf.
Night Owl! You must be responsible for this. You brought this person.
Xingye sadness.
That's right. If I don't ask you for this matter, who can I ask for it?
Dujala.
What the H.L. I finally came up with something good that I have never seen before. And it's just gone. Don't you know her? Must come back.
And Yuan Jian Tianmu.
Yes. You have left yourself so clean. Then who should we look for to accompany our losses?
Night Owl.
How do I know she is this kind of person? When she joined the team, weren't you all happy? Big girls scream happily. Do you still blame me now? I have no loss?
Emperor Yin killed the god.
Who knows if you will share the spoils privately?
Night Owl.
Heck! Do you think I look like this kind of person?
Dragon Tattoo.
Hard to say.
Don't you, Chinga?
Yes. She is your friend. Who knows if you two will mess around in private?
Suifeng Shuquan.
Don't you know her? Go and ask her to come back.
Night Owl.
What the H? I have to say so that you will believe that this matter has nothing to do with me. She and I are not in the same city. She is just a high school classmate. We don't care about this. You have to be responsible for the people you lead.
Qingju is very green.
You said you are not in the same city. How do you want us to believe you?
The beauty in the left hand and the sword in the right hand.
That's right. Maybe he is hugging that bitch right now and yelling at us.
Night Owl.
I'm hugging your sister? Aren't I chatting with you? Aren't we playing games? How can I hug her?
Shang Yun Shiyu.
That's like chatting with her privately and talking nonsense to us at the same time.
SA World.
That's right. You can prove your innocence, but you have to provide evidence.
Yu Jian went to HL.
Otherwise, you can pay for it. I think this thing is much more expensive than the Wuji stick.
Night Owl.
I don't have any money, and it wasn't me who did it, so I won't pay compensation. If you feel uncomfortable, just kick me out.
Mu Shui Wei.
Kicking you will solve the problem. Why didn't we kick you earlier?
Naming a household in need.
Okay. Stop arguing and listen to me. Night Owl. You should have her contact information. Right. You tell her. If she doesn't return it, this matter won't be over. You know I can spend 300,000 Chinese dollars on an event. So you should know how much energy I have. I really want to find someone. But there is no way I can't find him. You tell her that if she comes back within a day, just pretend that nothing happened. If she doesn't pay it back, that thing is probably worth at least around 100,000 yuan. She can just wait and stay there for a few years.
Night Owl.
Okay. I'll pass it on.
Tianya Prodigal.
What on earth are you talking about?
Guanhai.
Brother Prodigal Son is here. I heard what they said is like this.
Everyone was chattering away. And Qin Hung soon understood the whole story. It turns out that when the people of the Mafa Friendship Alliance were hunting treasures in Zuma not long ago, Night Owl brought a female warrior over. This female warrior's name was Qin Chung Little Baby. She had a sweet mouth and quickly became mingled with everyone and was admitted into the guild. Everyone formed a team, and after killing a perverted Zuma guard, a green necklace dropped. She was picked up by that alluring little baby. But, boy, she quit the membership immediately. Although everyone didn't know what the green necklace was. At that time, the orange light emitted by the green necklace made anyone even blind know that it was a good thing. When those who had trouble naming asked the official online what kind of equipment this was, the answer the official gave instantly shocked the entire guild. Green necklace. Attack 2 out of 5. It's Zuma's brand name equipment that's a level higher than Woma's brand name equipment. It is also the top necklace for warriors at present. This thing has not been officially announced yet, and the information will be released after the next update. As soon as the news came out, who was not shocked? Who wouldn't be annoyed? When Woma brand name equipment is still rare equipment. What does it mean if you can get a more top-level necklace like this? What a pretentious artifact. Especially the warriors who were named difficult households. Fearless Lone Wolf and Cloud Emperor Killing God were almost going crazy. After playing for several days, we finally came up with something top-notch. Who wouldn't be angry? This equipment is so perverted. It's no wonder that after seeing the attributes, the little baby Qin Chung didn't say a word, quit the club and ran away. Don't reply to anyone's words. Just block them. Silk. Qin Hung was stunned after hearing this. What the H.L.? He also cursed in his heart. He had been playing in Zuma 5 for several days. But a purple bisnail came out. Although Zibilio is also a top-level mage ring, its value is much lower than that of the green necklace. Because whether it is the legend of the previous life or the current legend, mage equipment is obviously much cheaper than warrior equipment. What's more, the green necklace is one of the more valuable items in the warrior Zuma set. If you want to compare this green necklace with the purple snail in the legend of the previous life, almost a green necklace can be exchanged for a pair of purple snail rings. This is the gap. With such a big problem, it's no wonder that the poor households and a bunch of rich people are going crazy. After comforting everyone, Qin Hung said nothing more. It's still important to level up now. After the mage's account rushes forward, when other new maps are opened in the future, he can combine the two accounts and hit more things. There are too many people now. No matter where you go to buy equipment, it is not suitable. It is better to level up with peace of mind. After checking Tianyamingyu's equipment, Qin Hung used a divine power ring to put her into a devil's robe on the second floor of the inn. As for the purple snail and dragon bracelets, Qin Hung did not put them on for her. A level 27 mage is still too fragile. If other equipment is dropped, he won't be very heartbroken. But these two pieces of Zuma equipment were lost, and I was very depressed. Now that Guanhai and the others are taking them with them for leveling. Don't wear such a good one. After making plans, he had time to take a closer look at the attributes of the brand name equipment on this mage. Wand, Magic 2 out of 6. Hidden attributes. The success rate of the Light of Temptation is increased by 10%. And the lightning damage is increased by 5%. Not bad. 2 hidden attributes have been added. Life Necklace, Magic 1/5. Hidden attributes, Attack Speed +1. Accuracy +1. Ruby Ring, Magic 0/4. Hidden attributes, Defense 1/1. The firewall time is extended by 20%, cannot be superimposed. Cyber Bracelet, Magic 0/2. Hidden attributes, Reduce magic defense by 10%. Defense by January 1st. The attributes of these Woma brand name equipment are indeed powerful. So what are the hidden attributes of the purple snail and dragon bracelet? Qin Hung took it out of curiosity and put it on Tianyamingyu. Purple snail, Magic 0 out of 5. Hidden properties. Defense 1/1. The firewall time is extended by 30%, cannot be superimposed. Magic damage increased by 10%. Dragon bracelet, Magic 0/3. Hidden properties. Reduce magic defense by 20%. Defense by January 1st. Magic damage increased by 10%. My day. Looking at these two Zuma brand name equipment, Qin Hung was stunned. So powerful. Magic damage is increased by 10%. Which means that no matter what kind of magic you cast, the damage will be increased by 10%. Moreover, this is the effect of wearing one. If you wear 2, it will be 20% damage. If you wear 2 dragon bracelets and 2 purple snails,
the damage will be increased by 40%. It's really scary. In addition to this, the dragon bracelet's magic defense is also higher, reaching 20%. Wearing 2 will break 40% of magic defense. Increase your own magic damage and break the opponent's magic defense. It is indeed a top-notch brand name equipment. After admiring it for a while, Qin Hung replaced the purple snail and dragon bracelet again. After thinking about it, he took out a blessing necklace and put it on Tianyanmingyu. Alas, mages are too fragile. They are all wearing famous brands. If one of them really falls off, it will be heartbreaking for a long time. After all, he now has no place to buy brand name equipment without any worries. These are all his old records. While Qin Hung controlled the tuba to repair some equipment, he also controlled Tianyanmingyu to fly towards Sabak. Soon, Qin Hung and Guanhai gathered in the secret passage again. The 4 of them fought their way inside, not even bothering to clean up the zombies around the secret passage. If this were known to the players who were fighting for territory due to leveling up, they would probably faint from anger. While cleaning up all the way, Qin Heng's guild channel was not closed yet. Occasionally, I could hear players complaining about night owls, but they were suppressed by those who had difficulty naming them. In his words, he only gave the night owl one day to contact the other party. Otherwise, he would report the case to the police. With his connections, it would be really difficult for the other party to run away. However, he has such a good relationship. Why haven't he found the little one yet? Thinking of this, Qin Hung immediately asked in the meeting. Name, brother. How is the little one? Is there any news? Little one? Ah, yes. We found her. I was so angry just now that I forgot to tell you. Speaking of the little ones, the tone of naming the needy households has changed. How is she? Is she okay? Qin Hung asked eagerly. It's okay. It's okay. My people took her to the hospital 2 hours ago. She is now hospitalized and receiving treatment. Don't worry. Hospitalized? What's the disease? Is it serious? Dududududa interrupted and asked. Yeah. What's wrong with the little one? He's fine. Why is he in the hospital? The fearless lone wolf asked equally eagerly. Xingya's sadness. Yes. Boss. What happened to her? Tell me. And Yuan Jianqianmu. Boss. Please tell me. Xingchen. Boss. Please tell me. Contractor 123. Boss. You must be honest. I'm really worried. Crazy MO. Boss. Why don't you speak? Hurry up and say it. Don't stop. Shanghai Lone Peak 957. Boss. Please tell me quickly. What happened to my little one? Lus 0507. Boss. Speak. Monotonous Wood. Boss. Don't let your appetite go. Laissez-faire. Say it. Boss. Mu Shui Wei. Boss. Please tell me. Guan Hai. Boss. You are talking. Guan Yun. Say. In an instant, thousands of questions from guild members came out, and Qin Hung was stunned. Since when did the little boy have such a deep relationship with these people? In fact, what he didn't know was that after the guild was established, he had always closed the guild chat. But the little one chatted and mingled with the members of the guild. The boys were called brother, and the girls were called sister. She had long been the treasure of the old members of the Marfa Friendship Alliance. Therefore, now that I heard that the little boy was hospitalized, the whole guild was buzzing with excitement. Ding dong! The system prompts that the guild president has activated the guild ban by naming a difficult household. The entire guild fell silent for an instant. Everyone. At this time, the voice of naming needy households finally rang. I rely on you. Just one sentence each of you. Let me say. What should I say? Have you given me time to speak? After complaining, he no longer whetted everyone's appetite by naming the needy household, and slowly told the story of his journey to find someone. It turns out that the men named from the poor households went to the mountains where Xiao Dong was born to look for someone. But none was found. Later, through his personal connections, he kept searching and finally found it in a small city outside the mountain. The little one's family situation is very bad. As soon as the little one was born, there was something wrong with his legs. He was so frail and sick that he couldn't walk. He stayed in bed all year round and needed a lot of medication. But her father abandoned them and their son early because of this. And it was her mother who worked hard to bring her up. This is why her mother always told her that men are unreliable. In this environment, the little one learned to write very carefully under the guidance of his mother. But she rarely interacts with outsiders, which also results in her character being like a little Lolita. She wanted to do something to help her hard-working mother.
I accidentally picked up a legendary gaming helmet and entered the game. She originally only wanted to mine and sell money. But after meeting Qin Hung, she took another path. Pity. The good times didn't last long, as her body's various conditions suddenly worsened due to staying up late for a long time. When the little one just picked up the ghost gloves that day, he was so excited that he fainted. The next day, when she woke up, despite the severe pain and her mother's obstruction, she insisted on going online and traded the ghost gloves and other items to her elder brother Qin Hung. Afterwards, her mother wanted to take her to the hospital for treatment, but she refused and threatened her mother to bite her tongue if she sent her to the hospital. There was no way to cure her disease. It would cost a lot of money, and it was impossible for her mother to afford it. She doesn't want to spend her mother's money anymore.
Mom, after I die, you can find someone to marry. Leave me alone. Thank you for taking care of me for so long. I will still be your daughter in the next life.
This was what the little one's mother told the men who named the needy households. Otherwise, the people who named the needy households wouldn't know. Forced by the little one to die, her mother cried all day long, but had no choice but to watch her become worse day by day. And today, when the little one's condition was at its worst, the people named the poor family finally found them. After explaining her purpose, the little girl cried and finally agreed to be hospitalized when she learned that it was the prodigal son of Tianyao and a person from a poor family who came to save her. The men who named the poor family immediately flew the little one directly to Kyoto on a private plane, admitted to the most awesome private hospital, and received treatment. This is what happened. Half a day after the discussion on naming the needy households, I found that no one in the meeting said a word. He suddenly said depressedly,
"I've finished talking, but you guys are still talking. Why? Are you not satisfied with this arrangement?"
Everyone. The prodigal son of Tianyao came over to chat privately.
"I am satisfied with your sister. Let go of the ban." Oh.
After the ban on naming the needy households was lifted, what awaited him was not the praise from his brothers, but the sterilizer.
"Down with the authority dog."
Suifeng Shuquang.
"Down with the authority dog."
Mr. Payne.
"Down with the permission dogs."
Jiuechen.
"Down with the authority dog."
Game Puzzle.
"Down with the permission dogs."
Bai Yifei.
"Down with the authority dogs." "Give us our freedom."
Bookworm.
"Down with the authority dogs."
Tian Duster.
"Down with the authority dog."
In an instant, thousands of slogans saying,
"Down with authority dogs,"
exploded like crazy. The households, who had difficulty naming, were all dumbfounded. With a twitch in their brains, he silenced them again. Come on. Qin Hung doesn't bother to care about him anymore. Just let him make trouble. We chatted privately with the households who have difficulty naming.
"Please let me know if there is any latest situation. Little one."
After saying that, he temporarily turned off the guild channel that was about to explode and leveled up with peace of mind. Qin Hung was finally relieved that the little one could receive treatment from a needy family, with the ability to name households with difficulties. As long as they are not terminally ill, they should be able to be cured. This little one met a noble man this time. I sighed and looked at the time. It was already 10:30 in the evening. I continued to poison monsters. It's 12 o'clock in a blink of an eye.
Ding dong! Do you want to sign in? Yes. Congratulations on getting a copy of
Hell's Thunder
and 50,000 gold coins.
This time he was rewarded with a mage skill book. Qin Hung felt that it might be because he had opened an alt account. Continue leveling. This leveling exercise lasted until 10 o'clock the next morning and then stopped. Tianyao Mingyu, level 31 achieved. Originally, Guanhai and the others wanted to sleep, but Qin Hung pulled them to play for a few more hours. This is all because he wants to rush the trumpet to level 31 in one go. It only took less than a day to reach level 31, which is really scary. At this stage, Qin Hang's trumpet was finally able to learn the mage's life-saving skill, Magic Shield. Of course, Guanhai and Guanyun have reached level 35 at this time, and Qin Hung rushed to level 38. Chapter 166 Shock. Who is stocking up? Ling Aofeng. In Tuchengin, Guanhai gave Qin Hung 80 million gold coins in the transaction, and said with his eyes wide open,
"Boss, I'm down. I can't bear it anymore. You should go to bed quickly." 88.
Guanyun.
88.
After saying goodbye to the two of them, Qin Hung opened the game panel. The prodigal son of the end of the world, level 38. Experience, 6666/82000000. The experience gained by being promoted to level 39 is nearly 3 million more than the experience gained at level 38. However, with the current promotion speed, it's not bad. He took out a copy of Magic Shield and asked Tianyao Mingyu to learn it. And Qin Heng replaced her with Purple Snail and Dragon Bracelets. Then exit the game. Why change to Purple Snail and Dragon Bracelet? Of course, it is to enhance the character's strength in the outside world. This kind of thing is not special equipment. It needs to be worn to be effective in the outside world. Although he is a 7-star Grandmaster and has an invisibility ring, etc., he can enhance his external strength. So he cannot ignore it. After all, the two Zuma brands are still very powerful. I wonder, after Mingyu and the others found out that Mr. Liyun was well, did they kick him back to work as a handyman? If that's the case, just run away. Anyway, I can't learn other profound things, so I won't be bored. As for Feng Yulu's kindness in saving him, he saved Mingyu once, and now he helped cure Mr. Liyun. It should be almost done. If it really doesn't work, if one day Feng Yu Tower is really in trouble, I can just help out. Anyway, if he was asked to continue doing handyman work, he wouldn't do it. What a waste of time. Brush. With an uneasy mood, Qin Heng opened his eyes and returned to reality. The first thing to do is, of course, to rush to release the water.
Junior brother. Morning. Why don't you sleep more?
What makes Qin Heng very strange is that Chun Ju and others seem to have no intention of letting him go back to work as a handyman. Instead, he enthusiastically brought warm water and other cleaning items, and greeted him warmly. After washing up, Mingyu was already waiting for him to eat. This time, there are no 8 dishes on the table. Instead, there was a large table full, and a roasted veal and roasted suckling pig were also added. There are so many. This may be the last meal. Qin Heng thought about it secretly, and started eating without being polite. I originally planned to get up in the middle of the night to get something to eat last night. But as soon as I started leveling up, I even forgot to eat. I'm so hungry now. I'm really worried about my heart.
Shao Qin.
Eat slowly. There is still more, Mingyu said softly, then turned to Chun Ju and said,
Chun Ju, bring some more.
After giving the instructions, Mingyu chewed slowly as usual and dipped the vegetables in warm water to eat. However, this time, she ate carelessly, her eyes glancing at Qin Heng from time to time. With Qin Heng's current strength, he could detect Mingyu's small movements without looking carefully. It seems like you want me to go back to work as a handyman? Embarrassed to speak, Qin Heng secretly guessed and kept talking. In fact, he didn't know the shock in Mingyu's heart at this time. Mr. Liyun is ready. At midnight last night, Mr. Liyun woke up and found to his surprise that all the aches and pains in his body were gone. He was crying with joy. So naturally he found Mingyu as soon as possible early in the morning to announce the good news. Mingyu asked him how he was doing well, but he couldn't explain why. At this time, Yuan Yuan also came. He told her in surprise that something strange happened in the Elixir Pavilion last night. Those seriously injured patients were all cured overnight. Even the broken limbs grew back. This news is even more explosive. Originally, Mingyu just suspected that Qin Heng might be the one who saved Li Yun, but others were being treated at the same time. So, who can do this kind of thing in today's Feng Yu Tower? There is only this little man Qin Heng. When he was seriously injured and about to die, it was he who pulled him back from H.L. Unexpectedly, Mr. Li Yun and others were saved now. It's better for others to say that with Yuan Yuan's treatment, recovery will only happen sooner or later. But those disciples who had lost their arms and legs actually grew new limbs. This cannot be solved by Yuan Yuan's medical skills. Without a panacea, it is impossible to regenerate limbs, unless there is a great master willing to help you with treatment. What surprised Mingyu the most was that Mr. Liu Yun's illness was also cured. This kind of malignant flower willow disease is extremely difficult to cure. Unless there are incredible medicinal materials, it is simply impossible. Its reputation is well known throughout the industry and upper-class society. It can be said that if you get it, you can declare that you are waiting to die. As far as Mingyu knew, there was only one emperor of the Qin state who was infected with this thing, and was saved by a heaven-defying elixir. But there were obviously not many of these heaven-defying elixirs. Later, the Prince of Qin was infected and died. In short, this thing is basically fatal if you touch it. But now, Lu Yun has been rescued and cured. She couldn't think of anyone here who had this ability. The most likely person was the little man in front of her. Although she asked Chunju and others if Qin Heng did anything strange in the middle of the night, they all said they didn't hear anything while they were asleep. But Mingyu still believed that it was the little man in front of her who did it.
When he was seriously injured and about to die, didn't he heal himself in front of so many people? For a warlock who is good at hiding, this is nothing. But, is it really so? Previously, after Mingyu knew that it was Qin Hung who saved her, she went to check a lot of information. The answer I got was that the warlock's hidden magical powers were not that magical. So this can also explain one thing. The technique Qin Hung learned is definitely a top-notch magical power. Otherwise, how could it be possible to save her in a very short time? This is also the main reason why Mingyu is sure that Lu Yun and others were rescued by Qin Hung. Because ordinary warlocks don't have this ability at all. Therefore, the more Mingyu looks at this little man, the more she likes him. I wish I could hold his head and suck it hard a few times. Alas, it's a pity that I am much older than him. Otherwise, I could have talked to him for $10 now. This little man with super potential needs to be caught quickly. How about having a drink with him that day? And then make a meal of it? Well, it seems that I will go to Xiaoyu later to learn some technical issues. Mingyu stuffed food into her mouth carelessly, thinking wildly, her face getting redder and redder. They are all spicy. Qin Hung waited and waited. But Mingyu didn't ask him to do a handyman job. Instead, he picked up food for him from time to time. This made him very confused. Maybe you want to wait until he finishes eating? He doesn't care anymore. He'll wait until he's full. It might be the last meal anyway. So let go of your stomach and start eating. After eating this meal, Mingyu had to ask Chuanju and the others to keep serving food and rice. After Qin Hung had eaten enough food for a grandmaster, he stopped still. He picked up a toothpick and picked his teeth, preparing to wait for Mingyu to show off with him. Xiao Qin, are you full? If not, would you like some more? No, I'm full. Sister Yu, should I go to bed? Qin Hung asked tentatively. Go. I promised you a day off today. Mingyu waved her hand with a smile. You really don't want me to be a handyman anymore? With doubts, Qin Hung went upstairs to play games. Downstairs, after a while, Sister Yu, why is junior brother Qin so good at eating? Dongju curled her lips. Isn't it good to be able to eat? It's time for him to grow. Mingyu ate the remaining food nonchalantly. But he ate as much as a grandmaster. I think there may be something wrong with him. Miss, it's best to check him out. Dongju gritted her teeth and continued to remind. Snapped. As soon as she finished speaking, Dongju was slapped in the face by Mingyu and flew to the ground. A big slap mark appeared on her face. She looked at Mingyu with a wronged expression, and tears fell down. Mingyu stood up, raised her hand, and an internal force immediately isolated the entire hall. This is to prevent others from eavesdropping. She then picked up the water glass, took a sip casually, and sneered. Ha ha. You must have seen how this young lady feels about him. So, are you questioning my vision now? Miss, I'm just kindly reminding you. Dongju touched her red and swollen face, feeling particularly aggrieved. Huh? Don't forget your identity. He is the person that I like. So in your eyes, he is your future uncle. From now on, if anyone talks nonsense again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes. Chunju and others lowered their heads in fear. After being beaten, Dongju knelt down on the ground, pressed her head on the ground, and kept saying yes. Mingyu stopped paying attention to her and began to devour the food. She couldn't bear that the servant dared to question Qin Hung. No matter what, Qin Hung had saved her and even seen her body. So he had already tied his heart to that little man. And when she learned that Qin Hang's understanding was terrifying, she had completely identified this little man. Now who dares to say something bad about this little man? Don't blame her for being ruthless. After eating for a while, Mingyu continued. Also, don't tell anything about me and him. Otherwise, yes. Chunju and others nodded again. But everyone was speechless for a while. You moved Qin Hung next door, cooked for him every day, ate and drank with him, and barely lived there. Do we still need to say that? I am a person who also knows that you have problems. They wanted to go home, but they didn't dare to say it. Of course. Doesn't Mingyu know the situation between herself and Qin Hung? Of course she knows. But she just pretended to be deaf and let others say it. As long as she and the people around her didn't admit it, it was okay. What's really going on? There's still a way out. If you don't admit it, some things won't show up so quickly. If he admits it directly, the little man will be pushed to the forefront immediately. But the little man's cultivation level is still low now. If his cultivation level was high, how could the whole village be killed? Parents killed? How could he be given 4 stars
and still be in such a miserable state. She now needs time to let her little man grow up first. Although the little man goes to bed every day, she understands that he should be practicing magic. The practice of a warlock is to temper his mental power, and it is very common to practice while lying down. When the little man reaches 6 stars, no, 5 stars, her hopes will be even greater. Now, it's still a lot worse. After Mingyu devoured the meal, she told Chunju and the others to keep Qin Heng safe while she left due to something else. She went to find Xiaoyu for advice. Watching Mingyu leave, Dongju, whose face was red and swollen, bit her lip.
Sister Chun, I'm going to ask Sister Yuan for some medicine. Go. Go. Tell me why you are bothering. From now on, do more work and talk less. We don't care about the young lady's worries.
Chunju waved her hand.
Yes, Sister Chun.
The other sighed. When Qin Heng saw that Mingyu really gave him leave, he didn't hesitate and went upstairs and directly entered the game. Whether he is a handyman or a young master, the most important thing is his strength. Only when you are strong is the kingly way. After entering the game, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Guan Hai and Guan Yin didn't come up, so Qin Heng planned to go to the Xiangshi tomb alone to take the trumpet. With a whoosh, he used return to the city first and arrived at the Tuqing safe zone. Gold metal merchant.
Selling large amounts of common equipment above level 10. Gold coins. Selling Woma brand. Seabay bracelets. Ruby rings. And Z-bead necklaces. Acquire large quantities of equipment above level 10-inch.
Honest merchant.
Selling in lots.
Yi Lai Yuing.
1.2 million gold coins to purchase summon skeletons. Some private chats.
Starlight Thief 001.
1.5 million gold coins to buy a copy of
Explosive Flame.
Some of them will die.
Taoist Tongxian.
I want to buy a copy of
Sacred Armor Technique.
For 1 million gold coins.
My daughter Tong.
I'm looking to buy a magic robe for a girl. It's cheap.
The Ligation Surgeon.
I want to buy a silver snake or Dao 4 to subdue demons. Whichever is cheap.
Corn Sound.
Prayer helmets for sale. Fresh prayer helmets. Come to me if you know the price.
Gaga Dash.
Selling a hot magic 3 small bracelet. In exchange for the best equipment for warriors.
Ancient Clock and Wooden House.
Sell a copy of
Hail Roar.
For 1 million. Businessman. Get away.
No Tears.
Pull the princess crazy. I will your sister. Steal my pervert Zuma. I wish you will be beaten 100 times by 10,000 beggars.
And Ran 0908.
Baby Qin Cheng. You liar. You bitch. Give me back my 80k1 heavy armor.
All kinds of regional buying and selling sounds. And the overwhelming sounds are overwhelming. Qin Heng naturally didn't come here to listen to others scolding him. He came here to buy skill books. It took him less than 5 minutes, and he received 10 advanced skill books. Intermediate skill books are already so expensive, so there is no need to charge any more. He currently only accepts skill books above level 28, and each of these books currently costs around 1 million gold coins. The merchant's purchase price was 800,000 gold coins. After many people bought it, they didn't want to lose it to the merchant and sold it themselves. Among the 10 advanced skill books that Qin Heng has purchased now, there is 1
Half Moon Scimitar
and 1
Fire Sword Technique.
Other titles such as Hail Roar are also good. According to the current trend, they will be worth at least 5 million gold coins by then. He can't reserve a place to fight the boss at the moment, so it's very necessary to spend some time to pick up this kind of money. While he was trading, he had simultaneously controlled Tianyang Mingyu to enter the secret passage for leveling. At level 31, with a magic shield, it will be no problem to fight. However, Qin Heng did not go to the Xiangshi tomb, but killed zombies in the secret passage on the first floor. After clearing out the lightning zombies first, lure a bunch of them, release the wall of fire and the thunder from HL, and kill them very quickly. The mage here is leveling up, while Qin Heng on the other side starts teleporting to major villages and weapon shops. Acquire high quality or endear blood. This is where the bulk of the money is made. After collecting 400 million goods last time, he was busy leveling up to become a master, and he never had time to scan the goods. I should have accumulated a lot by now. However, Qin Heng was a little depressed about this acquisition. Logically speaking, with no goods available for so many days, the weapon shop should have a lot of high-grade black iron ore. But he suddenly discovered that there were not many with quality above 15. He only received a measly, over 100 yuan, from the first line of Viper Valley. This is obviously not normal. Someone is still scanning the goods. Could it be Feng Shiguo?
He immediately thought of Feng Shigua, who had strengthened his weapons. If he strengthens his weapons, he will probably buy a large amount of high-quality black iron ore. But this idea was immediately rejected by Qin Heng. If this thing is so clean, how much does Feng Shigua consume in a day? This is absolutely impossible. The most likely thing is that someone has also started to scan the goods. However, fortunately, the ones with quality 10 to 12 were not moved. And neither were the gold mines. Could it be that some merchants knew that black iron ore was needed to upgrade weapons? So they bought the goods in advance? As for the gold mine, because there are currently no missions, it has not been cleared. In Qin Heng's mind, after thinking for a moment, the shadow of the gold metal businessman flashed across his mind. Last time she asked herself to pick up some food and swallow it. Could it be her? After thinking for a while, Qin Heng stopped caring. Forget it. There's so much stuff. It's really hard to eat it all by yourself. Since there are fewer high-quality ones, Qin Heng will settle for the next best thing and sweep up the black iron or with a quality of 10 or above. I haven't bought this guy for a long time. And he's getting high again. The quantity of goods is huge. After Qin Heng bought the high-quality black iron ore, gold or in deer blood in the first line, he came to the second line. Sure enough, there were not many high-quality black iron ores in the second line. Helpless Qin Heng had no choice but to sweep all the way over. And just when Qin Heng was sweeping up a large amount of deer blood, an imposing and elegant young man came outside the Sun Moon Pavilion. Ling Alfeng, one of the 3 young masters of Feng Yu Tower. He is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, poetry and couplets, and martial arts music. He is extremely talented. When he was only 15 years old, he entered the 4-star martial arts master class and became the youngest son in Feng Yu Tower. And now, at the age of 22, he has raised his cultivation to the peak of 6 stars, and is only 1 step away from entering the master realm. This kind of terrifying cultivation talent is the best in the entire Feng Yu sect. No, in the entire Xinzhou continent. He is the most powerful among the 3 young masters. What is even more enviable is his identity. He is the youngest son of the deputy sect master of Feng Yu sect. There are 3 sect masters in Feng Yu sect. 1 is the master and 2 are the sect masters. The main sect leader is Mingyu's father, and the deputy sect masters are 2 of Mingyu's father's brothers. In other words, he is a capable subordinate. In short, Ling Alfeng, who was already handsome, cool and cool, now had the title of son of deputy sect leader. Definitely the dream lover of Feng Yu Tower. No, the dream lover of all the female disciples of Feng Yu sect. But Ling Alfeng, who has such a background and strength, is quite clean and self-sufficient. And there are no rumors of an affair with anyone, because he has a big goal. That is the sect owner's youngest daughter, Mingyu. Originally, he and Mingyu had been interested in Mingyu since they were childhood sweethearts, and they had always been trying to please her. Even later, he went directly to Feng Yu Tower under Mingyu's jurisdiction, willing to become a young master and helping her wholeheartedly. He always thought that Mingyu was his woman, and he just needed to pay her respects. But the appearance of a country boy broke his illusion and made him feel a sense of crisis. Today, he is here to deal with the other party. Chapter 167 Trick. Killing Intent. Qin Heng. Villagers of Jute Village. More than a month ago, the entire village, including his parents, were killed by bandits, leaving him alone, rescued by Dr. Fang's convoy. He has a special physique and recovers from his injuries quickly. After recovering from his injuries, he became a handyman and slaughtered hundreds of young oxen every day as an ordinary person, which attracted Mingyu's attention. A few days ago, I was promoted to a disciple by Mingyu. Then he arrived at the attic next to Mingyu Pavilion and named it Sun Moon Pavilion. Mingyu cooks for him every day and waits for him to eat. In order to cater to his taste, she specially adds more chili peppers and rinses the vegetables with water herself. Teach martial arts personally. He ate and slept every day, and Mingyu never blamed him. His understanding is terrifying and his memory is terrifying. You can remember the books you read once. It took half an hour to learn the Wind and Moon Heart Sutra, become a warrior, and be amazed by the bright moon. He has a handsome face that makes women fascinated. Mingyu even admitted today that this is the man she likes. Countless messages from Qin Heng flowed through Ling Alfeng's mind, causing his handsome face to gradually distort. Asshole. The bright moon is mine. Be mine. The position of sect leader is also mine. No one can take it away. No matter who dares to take advantage of Mingyu, he will die. Mingyu, beautiful and capable, the sect owner's precious little daughter,
The owner of the clan has no sons. Only 2 daughters. Xiaoyue, Bright Moon. He wants both of them. But he prefers Mingyu. As long as he can get Mingyu, he will have obtained at least 60% of the position of the sect leader. It would be even better if I could win too. But he understands that people can't be too greedy. Mingyu is the most beloved daughter of the sect leader, taking Mingyu and his father as deputy sect leader. From now on, this Feng Yu sect belongs to his Ling family. By then, the Ling family will no longer be the dogs of the Song family. This is their father and son's plan. He takes Mingyu. His brother pursues Qiueyue. The door owner won't be able to escape. Now, a country boy dares to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. This is simply unreasonable. I am going to destroy him now. Just wait for a signal. There must be a reason to kill Qin Heng. Otherwise Qin Heng is easy to kill. But if he kills for no reason, Mingyu will be cruel to him for the rest of his life. There is no hope for him. Now, just wait. Thinking about what was on his mind, Ling Alfeng suppressed his anger and stood outside waiting quietly. Other side, when Qin Heng was buying a large amount of goods, suddenly, the system presented an image in his mind. A woman sneaked into his room. That's Dong Ju. What set off Qin Heng's alarm even more was that the other party was now a red dot on the map. She wants to do harm to herself. Qin Heng sent the trumpet account back to the city with a swipe, and arrived at the inn in an instant. The 2 accounts were immediately offline, exited the game, but did not open his eyes. He was a grandmaster at this time, while Dong Ju was only a 5-star. No matter what the other party wants to do, he can respond, now that the other party has not taken action. If he directly strikes him to death, Mingyu will probably misunderstand him, and then he will have to run away immediately. I saw Dong Ju staring at Qin Heng with a vicious look on her face.
Ha ha. You're a toad. You still want to eat swan meat? Mingyu belongs to the young master. No one can take it away.
Dong Ju murmured this, pondered for a moment. Her face turned slightly red. She gritted her teeth, stabbed, and tore open a slit in her top. After stabbing and tearing a few more times, the whole body was already full of love. Then, she suddenly opened the quilt, hugged Qin Heng, covered them all, and let out a life-threatening scream from the quilt. Help! Help! The sound was loud and earth-shattering. This harsh sound instantly pierced the sky and shocked everyone around him.
Not good!
Chun Ju and others were downstairs. When they heard the sound, they rushed forward immediately. Qin Heng is the future uncle. If something happens, sister, you will probably skin them. As soon as they rushed in, everyone was stunned. I saw that Dong Ju and Qin Heng were gone. Only the big quilt was moving around. Dong Ju's painful screams kept coming from inside. There were some rags on the bed and on the floor. What's happening here?
You! Help! This is indecent!
Dong Ju's crying cry for help continued to come from inside, and the quilt moved with a sound. Could this be Dong Ju being molested by Qin Heng? Chun Ju and others were dumbfounded and looked at each other. Just when Chuanji was about to go up and lift the quilt, a figure suddenly appeared in the room at an extremely fast speed.
Who? In broad daylight. The world is clear. How dare you do such an embarrassing thing?
The one who arrived was naturally Ling Alfeng, who had been waiting outside the Sun Moon Pavilion. Hearing Dong Ju's scream, he rushed over instantly, with his 6-star peak speed. That's not a matter of blinking an eye. But he still slowed down a bit, and waited for Chuanju and others to get up before he rushed over.
Young Master Alfeng! Save me! Save me! I was molested.
Whoa. Dong Ju's cry for help kept coming from under the quilt. Chuanji was about to open it forward when a few more people rushed in. The 2 leaders are equally handsome and majestic. The 2 people who came in behind were the ones who were shy of the moon and the flowers. And the fish were falling, and the geese were falling.
Master Luyun! Master Liang! Miss Youngmon! Miss Han Xiao!
The 4 people who came in. The 2 men were the other 2 young masters from Feng Yu Tower. And the 2 women were the 2 top ladies from Feng Yu Tower.
Oh my god! What's going on? I heard Dong Ju's cry for help inside.
Han Xiao opened his mouth wide with a look of shock.
Do you still need to ask? Hurry and save her!
Mr. Liang stepped forward quickly and lifted the quilt. The scene in bed instantly made everyone look stunned. I saw Dong Ju lying on the bed in tatters, holding a pillow in her hand, and shouting for help with her eyes closed. How is this going? Everyone was completely confused. Is this Dong Ju going crazy? Or crazy? Lying on the bed with nothing to do, tearing her clothes to pieces, holding a pillow, and saying that someone molested her? Is this crazy? Sensing that something was wrong in the atmosphere, Dongju opened her eyes, glanced at everyone, and then at the pillow in her arms. I was also stunned for a moment.
Dongju! What are you doing? Where is Qin Hung?
Chunju covered Dongju with a quilt, covering her leaking spring sunshine. Asked anxiously. Dongju is here. But where is Qin Hung? Where are people? If something happened to Qin Hung, how would he explain it to the lady? The young lady just went back to the door, and such a big mess appeared. Chunju, Xiaju and others felt that the sky had fallen.
Yes. Where is Qin Hung? Where has Qin Hung gone? Isn't he sleeping here?
Xiaju and others also stepped forward to ask questions. Young Master Lu Yun and the others were puzzled by what they heard, and only Alfing had a trace of doubt in his eyes.
It's Qin Hung. I just came up to cover him with a quilt, and he grabbed me and tore my clothes. He was the favorite in the lady's eyes. I didn't dare to hurt him, so he dragged me into bed. Qin Hung. He insulted me. I don't live anymore. Woo woo woo.
Dongju, who was hiding under the quilt, cried heartbrokenly, but everyone around her was speechless for a while. Mr. Lu Yun even sneered and said,
I don't know who Qin Hung is, but you just held a pillow and cried in bed, saying that Qin Hung molested you. You really think we are all fools?
He really molested me just now. How did I know that he suddenly turned into a pillow?
Dongju looked aggrieved. I am also extremely depressed. She hugged Qin Hung obviously, but even when everyone came in, the other party touched her hard. Why does this big living person turn into a pillow when the quilt is lifted? Could it be that he hit a ghost?
Huh. Lu Yun, I don't think Dongju will be innocent. I guess Qin Hung saw that the violence failed, so he hid before we came in. For example,
as he spoke, he lowered his head and took a look under the bed. No one was there. He then opened the wardrobe next to it and other places where people could hide. No one was there.
This.
Alfing was also a little confused, his eyes looking around erratically. He understood that Dongju would definitely not lie. But the question was, why did it suddenly change? Where did Qin Hung go?
Where is Qin Hung? Where is Qin Hung gone?
Chunju and Xiaju looked around in panic, but Qin Hung was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yun and Han Xiao didn't leave either. They also looked around and found that there was indeed no one there.
Ahem. Cough. Cough. Let me ask you something first.
Lu Yun coughed and said,
Who lives in this room? Junior Brother Qin. That's Qin Hung who lives here. We are responsible for serving Junior Brother Qin's food.
Chunju replied.
What? Are you responsible for his food? Who is he? Such a big scene?
Lu Yun had been lying on the hospital bed before, and today happened to be the day. So he still couldn't figure out the situation here.
Well, he is Sister Yu's personal disciple. He is very enlightened. Sister Yu plans to train him with all her strength.
Chunju answered bravely.
Okay. Then, do you know what Qin Hung was doing before? He is sleeping. Sleeping at this time? Is it too early?
Lu Yun asked doubtfully.
Junior Brother Qin is rather lethargic. Sister Yu said that he may be overusing his brain and needs sleep to adjust. What's the matter with you? Dongju?
Lu Yun asked Dongju again.
Didn't I say that? When I came in just now, I saw that Junior Brother Qin's quilt was not covered properly. So I stepped forward to cover him. As a result, he grabbed me, tore my clothes, and pulled me into bed. He is the favorite in the young lady's eyes. I dare not hurt him. What you will see next is what happened.
Everyone was silent again. After a while, Lu Yun chuckled.
Everyone has seen it. What do you think?
Han Xiao.
Uh-huh. I think she has a mental problem. She hugged the pillow and screamed. How can we trust Qin? Junior Brother Qin did something wrong to you?
Mr. Liang.
Uh-huh. That's right. We will catch thieves and dirty things. We will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor let a beast go.
At this time, another top lady, Xiangman, sneered.
TSK. TSK. I don't agree with what you said. I believe Dongju's words. After all, that girl's family will destroy her innocence at will. That's right. Qin Hung must have insulted Dongju. He ran away when he saw there were so many of us. This kind of person must be killed if caught,
Alfing said fiercely. Young Master Lu Yun sneered.
Uh-huh. That's nonsense. She's just rolling around on the bed here, and she's just saying that others are insulting her. Do you think there's a big difference between a pillow and a living person? She can't even tell the difference between a pillow and a real person. How can we trust her? That's right. The difference is so big that you can't tell the difference between a person and a pillow. If you tell me, you will be laughed to death.
Han Xiao pursed his lips and chuckled. Although Dong Ju was Miss Mingyu's maid, junior brother Qin seemed to be Miss Mingyu's favorite. So they made it clear that no one would protect anyone. While everyone was talking, a clattering sound came from downstairs. The voice soon reached the door. Everyone looked back and saw an absurdly handsome young man walking over, with a confused look on his face.
What are you doing?
The young man asked in confusion.
Ah, junior brother Qin. You are outside. That's great.
Chun Ju rushed forward in surprise, looked at Qin Hung left and right, and even smelled it. Then he almost vomited out with a sound of vomiting.
Stop smelling. I just went to the toilet.
Qin Hung said speechlessly. He has the habit of hugging pillows when sleeping. So naturally there will be no shortage of such things in this room. When Dong Ju lifted up the quilt and hugged him before, she hugged him along with the pillow. The moment before he was lifted off the quilt, he turned on the invisibility ring function and broke away from Dong Ju instantly. As a result, Dong Ju still kept her eyes closed, hugging the pillow, yelling, and rolling around. At this time, Qin Hung sneaked to the toilet, took a shower, and used his internal strength to remove the winter chrysanthemum fragrance from his body. After staying in the toilet for a while, I came out. There is no way. If he doesn't do this, he will definitely smell of winter chrysanthemum perfume. And he will definitely not be able to explain it at that time. Chun Ju smelled it, intending to check it out. But all she smelled was a foul smell.
Ah, Qin Hung. Give me back my innocence. Oh, I can't live anymore.
Seeing Qin Hung coming in from outside, Dong Ju's heart skipped a beat, and she insisted on Qin Hung. Anyway, let's put the big hat on.
Haha. What a trick. If you don't kill a traitor like you, you won't be able to forgive Dong Ju.
As Dong Ju finished speaking, Alfing sneered, flashed his body, and slapped Qin Heng's Tianling cap with his palm. What's more, he's even more handsome than me. No wonder Mingyu is fascinated by her. If you don't kill today, it will be difficult in the future. With this in mind, Alfing tried his best to slap him. He believed that as long as the slap was successful, Qin Hung would definitely become a rotten watermelon. Facing Alfing's attack, Qin Hung seemed to be frightened and did not react at all. At this moment, two more people appeared in front of Qin Hung. It's Lu Yun and Han Xiao. There was a loud bang, and the two of them received Alfing's blow, and were shocked to take a step back. With a bang, the floor of the attic was trampled, and one of them hit Qin Hung. Boom! Qin Hung was directly hit by the powerful impact and flew out with blood vomiting from his mouth. Before he even landed, a shadow flashed in the air, and Alfing was already chasing him, punching him again in the air. Obviously, he was determined to kill Qin Hung. However, his punch failed again. Qin Hung was caught first and dodged away.
Liang, do you even want to protect this beast?
Alfing looked at Liang coldly. Although he is stronger than Liang, Liang's speed is faster than him. If the other party took Qin Hung away, he might not be able to catch up.
Haha. I just think that the truth of the matter is not like this. After the truth is found out, Miss Mingyu will handle it well.
Liang said calmly. It doesn't really matter whether Qin Hung violated Dong Ju or not. What's important is that he knows that Qin Hung is Mingyu's current celebrity. As a young master, he naturally knew about Qin Heng's move into the Sun and Moon Pavilion. Even Han Xiao knew it.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have resisted. As for Mr. Lu Yun, he really has such a character and a righteous tone.
Humph. Very good. Let's wait for the results.
Alfing glanced coldly at Qin Hung, who was still vomiting blood, and left with hatred. If Liang takes action, he will basically not be able to kill Qin Hung, and there is no point in continuing to struggle. If you stay any longer, it might be bad when Mingyu comes back. Seeing Alfing leave, Xiangman followed closely. The others were left speechless looking at the mess in front of them, especially the maids Chun Ju and Xia Ju. The pavilion was broken and Qin Hung was seriously injured. How should I explain this to Miss Mingyu? Liang checked Qin Heng's injuries, sighed, took out a pill, fed it to Qin Hung, pulled Qin Hung up and said,
I'll send him to the pill pavilion. I'll go with you. I think that guy Ofeng has a lot of objections to him.
Lu Yun rubbed his sore arm.
I'll go too.
Han Xiao smiled slightly.
We're going too.
Chuanju and others followed.
I'll inform the lady.
Xiao Ju went to look for the bright moon in the door. In the end, only Dong Ju with a complicated face was left in the whole room. Why? It was obviously him that I was hugging. So why was there only one pillow left in the end? She was puzzled. On the other side, Chun Ju and others quickly sent Qin Hung to the pill pavilion. Yuan was shocked when she saw Qin Hung was seriously injured. This Qin Hung is Ming Yue's current treasure, and there is no room for any mistakes. After a quick check, it was okay. He just suffered internal injuries. Nothing serious. After taking her top healing elixir, he would be fine in a few days. A bedroom was arranged for Qin Hung to rest. Yuan then asked what happened. After listening to everyone's murmurs, Yuan muttered,
Qin Hung probably didn't do this. Maybe Dong Ju is ill.
Young Master Lu Yuan and others dispersed. But Chuanju and others stayed in the elixir pavilion restlessly waiting for Mingyu to return. As for Qin Hung, from the time he was beaten just now, he was naturally pretending. Otherwise, if he stood and let young Master Alfing chop him, he probably wouldn't lose any blood. At this time, he slowly sorted out the whole thing. It's interesting that you use such sinister means to slander me. Why does Dong Ju want to slander me? It should be for that proud young master. Qin Hung just thought for a moment, and then targeted Alfing. Although he has never met Alfing, he has already heard about it. When he killed the cow with Neo Air and the others, he listened to all kinds of gossip in Fengyu Tower. Among them, Alfing's background and life experience, as well as his pursuit of Mingyu, were naturally also included in Neo Air's chat. Thinking of Alfing's deadly attack on him just now, Qin Hang's face gradually turned cold. Want to kill me? Then I will prevent you from seeing the sun tomorrow. After this thought flashed through his mind, Qin Hung didn't hesitate any longer, took the time to enter the game, and continued to fight monsters and practice. Let's wait until tonight to discuss everything. Chapter 168, a new outlet for stocking up. 100 times profit. Brush. Qin Hung appears in the game again. Guan Hai and the others haven't come up yet, so he continues to arrange for the trumpet to go to the Xiangshi tomb to level up. He himself continued to scan the goods. Regardless of whether you are leveling up a large or small account, the experience gained can be superimposed on real people in the outside world. In order to make more money, Qin Hung had no choice. He scanned goods along the way, and every time he arrived at the safety zone of each line, he would buy the goods from anyone selling advanced skill books. And gradually, he discovered something. There are many sellers of prayer necklaces, many at low prices. Xiaohe Wuji.
Unlimited supply of blessing necklaces. 10,000 gold coins each. If you want it, send me a private message.
Wooden House Ancient Clock.
There is no upper limit on the supply of blessing necklaces. You can get as much as you want. 10,000 gold coins for one. You will die if you want it.
Listening to these cries, it was obvious that someone was professionally opening a small account to do tasks and sell them. The price was so low. Qin Hung looked thoughtful. In the previous legend, the blessing necklace mission was later cancelled. So here, as long as the program is correct, it will naturally be cancelled in the end. Then, in the future, a blessing necklace will at least be sold for a sky-high price. Not to mention too much. If one piece sells for 1 million gold coins, there is absolutely no problem. This is a big business of making money by buying goods. Qin Hang's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. But, how to scan the goods without letting others discover it? It's such a waste of time to talk to the players about the acquisitions one by one. It is obviously unwise to announce the acquisition across the entire server. Now, he has become a super hoarder who is worshipped by gold medal merchants, honest merchants and other merchants. Stock up on skill books, meat cubes, and medicinal powders, step by step, and you will be able to know everything like a god. The gold medal girl even wanted to have an in-depth communication with Qin Hung offline in order to get Qin Hang's guidance. It can be seen how much they admire Qin Hung. Therefore, shouting to the whole server will not work. As long as he dares to do this, the gold medal girl will immediately follow suit. When the time comes, how can he, who is alone, take in the gold medal girl who has been in a safe period? Therefore, we can't shout out to the world, and we can't collect them one by one. It's too tiring. It seems that the only option is to find a studio. With his thoughts at this point, Qin Hung immediately chatted privately about the ancient clock in the wooden house.
Brother, how much are the blessing necklaces? I want them all. Can they be cheaper? Ah, I want them all. I can produce 500 pieces here every day. Do you want them?
Gu Zhong from the wooden house asked happily. Qin Hung was speechless for a while.
Is it only 500? I can have them all. Can it be cheaper?
There are only 500 pieces, and there is no upper limit on supply. This is said without blushing.
Brother, the profit of this thing has been reduced to very low. It is not an easy task to do. 10,000 pieces are really the cost price. I have 2,000 pieces now, which gives you 19.5 million gold coins. From now on, 500 items per day. If you want them all, I'll give you 4.95 million gold coins. It really can't be lower.
The ancient clock in the wooden house complained.
Okay, deal.
Qin Hung didn't bother anymore. He just asked out of habit. Whatever he could save. As for continuing to bargain with the other party, it is a waste of time. It took 7 or 8 minutes to trade with the other party. And Qin Hung found another person from the studio. Xiao Wuji. The price is the same, but his output is even less. Only 300 pieces per day. There are currently 1,000. In addition to these 2 small studios, Qin Hung found another one. The person in charge was called Ming Tian, which could supply 400 pieces every day. After that, he didn't see any more slogans about unlimited supply. This thing is too tiring and not very profitable. The main reason is that it is too easy for the alt player to do this. The large account is gone, so open a small account. Take some time, and you can get 5 at any time. So far, Qin Hung has stabilized 3 studios, which can supply him with a total of 1,200 blessing necklaces every day. It's okay. Thinking that these things can be worth 100 times the profit in the future. Qin Hung laughed so hard that he could hardly close his mouth. After more than half an hour, Qin Hung finally cleared all the ore and deer blood from all the lines. A total of about 400 million gold coins were spent. This time, although there was a lot less high-quality black iron ore, Qin Hung also consumed a lot of quality 10 to 15 iron ore. So he still spent a lot of money. And deer blood, there are a total of 5,000 bottles in the warehouse. Not bad. While Qin Hung was constantly scanning goods, his alt account Tianyang Mingyu was also constantly changing lanes and leveling up. After all, the 2 numbers are synchronized. Except for the first line, which Qin Hung and the others had cleaned up. Other lines had not been cleaned up. Therefore, the monsters in the secret passage are really densely packed. Tianyang Mingyu is already level 31, has a magic shield, wears a demon robe, and has awesome equipment. Killing here is no pressure at all for Qin Hung, an experienced player. In order to avoid being trapped in the lightning zombie swarm, Qin Hung put Tianyang Mingyu on the steps every time he changed lanes. The angle of space is different. Even if there are many lightning zombies around, they cannot attack her at the same time. However, the most dangerous time was when there were 7 or 8 lightning zombies around. With a sizzle, the bright moon at the end of the world was suddenly submerged in lightning. Fortunately, many of them didn't hit him because of the angle, but they were still beaten to low health. Qin Hung was so frightened that he flew around randomly. Then he stopped and started cleaning up again. There are a lot of monsters, but compared to the first line, the explosion rate of other lines is really impressive. During Qin Hang's frantic shopping spree, he found very few items. After visual inspection, it was less than half of the first line explosion rate. Under such odds, it's no wonder so many people are willing to squeeze in the front line. Think about it. Gold coins are hard to earn, and you can't make up for the money spent on leveling up, killing monsters, or practicing potions. If you have a choice, everyone wants to go to the front line. However, many players who went to the first line quickly went to other lines, and no longer hung out in the first line. Why? Because the major leveling places on the front line are basically surrounded by guild forces of all sizes. Since the opening of multiple lines, even if the Woma leader in other lines does not explode anything, if added together, more or less Woma horns will explode every day. Every time the Woma horn blows out, it means the birth of a new guild. What should I do if there are no masters in the new guild? Simple. Use money to poach people. In this society, the most indispensable thing is wealthy people who spend money. As long as you are willing to spend money, a master will immediately join in to support you. Therefore, as long as the leveling maps are better, they have been circled. Even the Skull Cave has been taken over. Not to mention the 6 places of Corpse King Hall, Woma 3, Zuma 4, Zuma 5, Pig 5, and the Death Coffin. It was really a gathering of all the major forces. The major forces have been fighting guild battles all day long in order to grab territory, level up, and grab the boss. If you have a slight conflict with any guild, you will start a guild war if you disagree. This is also the reason why there is still a huge market for blessing necklaces. This thing is a must-have for rich people. I'm just afraid of losing my equipment in a fight. With a blessing necklace, there is no need to worry about this. In short, individual players who don't join a guild basically have no place to hang out.
Players who have joined a guild will also become bored after following the treasure hunting for a period of time. After all, with so many people going, not many things will explode each time. And it may not be their turn. Basically, there are good things, but they are all sold domestically by local tycoons. Like the Marfa Friendship Alliance. It's okay to have a super rich boss. And there are subsidies from time to time. How can the boss with a slight deduction be subsidized every time he plays? Therefore, many people go to other routes to level up. In addition, it doesn't mean that other lines don't have good stuff. The probability is slightly lower. But there is still hope. At least hit something that you can pick up and look at. But it's difficult to fight with everyone. Therefore, in addition to the first line, there are also many people on other lines. In other lines, from time to time, people reveal the best quality and brand name equipment, which further stimulates many players who like to hunt for treasure alone or in small groups. In short, those who like group fighting have gone to the front line. Those who like to hunt for treasure alone are on other routes. But if you just want to level up, you must go to other routes. After all, there are too many people on the front line. There are also many people on the leveling maps of other routes. Even Zuma 4 and V have a lot of people. But at least there won't be that many. And you can level up selectively. Single players can also have the opportunity to encounter boss or perverted Zuma monsters, etc., which is something to miss. Unlike on the front line, if you kill a mob in Zuma 4, no one will take advantage of you. But if a perverted Zuma monster appears, sorry, Wuyong's guild players will rush over immediately. Before you could even react, countless attacks had already fallen on you. This is the truth. In the first line super map, it is impossible for individual players to have a chance to defeat the boss. Unless you are extremely lucky. Qin Hung still has a secret leveling map. Otherwise, he would have to go to other leveling maps to fight monsters. He still wants to level 31 in one day? It's simply impossible. Even if he went to other routes, he, an experienced driver, wouldn't be able to level up within 10 days and a half. After Qin Hung finished scanning the goods, he returned to the front line again. The trumpet continues to recruit and level up. But his big character is not that fast yet. Because the big size is running out of money. He originally had 3.3 billion gold coins. But he spent 2 billion to open an alt account and 500 million to be promoted to an official position. There are only 800 million left here. Last time I spent 400 million to skin goods. This time it was still 400 million. And the 800 million was gone. The rest is to share the dividends with Guanhai, which totals only 150 million gold coins. 150 million gold coins must be an astronomical figure for an ordinary player. It is enough for them to level up for a long time and cost them a lot of money. But for Qin Hung, a wealthy man, 150 million is too little. It's not even enough for him to scan the goods. Therefore, he had to find a gold metal merchant to sell things. Since the last in-depth transaction of 3.3 billion gold coins with the gold metal merchant, Qin Hung hasn't had a good deal with her for many days. Needless to say, he really misses her. After finding the gold metal merchant, Qin Hung traded all the things he got from Zuma Wu later to her. A total of 550 million gold coins were obtained, including Guanhai's dividend. His gold coins stabilized at 700 million gold coins again. Is 700 million gold coins a lot? Not much at all. Qin Hung came to the Xiangshi tomb and transferred 50 million gold coins to Tianyang Mingyu. After being promoted to the official position, he only had 650 million gold coins left. As a result, Tianyang Mingyu's official position was promoted from civilian to captain of 10. And all attributes increased a little. Qin Hung did not dare to promote her to centurion, which required 500 million gold coins. If she was promoted, he would be almost out of money. Take your time. There's no rush to get all the attributes anyway. At this point, Qin Hung began to enter the Xiangshi tomb with his trumpet, killing monsters with peace of mind. While Qin Hung was killing monsters with peace of mind, Xiaoju came to the main gate of Fengyu Gate on the other side. But she didn't find Mingyu, and heard that Mingyu had gone out in an emergency. Xiaoju had no choice but to leave a message to the guard, asking him to tell him that Qin Hung was injured when Mingyu came back. Returning to Fengyu Tower, Xiaoju told everyone about Mingyu's outing, which made everyone feel a little troubled. Anyone with a discerning eye can now see that Alfeng is determined to kill Qin Hung. If Mingyu doesn't come back, Qin Hung will not be safe even in this elixir pavilion. In the entire Fengyu Tower, there is only one Grandmaster, Mingyu, and the other masters are all at the main gate. As for the other masters, how could Chunju and others control them?
even if they are really invited. Who knows if they are the same as Alfeng? Alfeng's relationship in Fengyu sect is no weaker than any of them, and is even stronger. As for young Master Liang, it's hard to ask for help. Others have helped once, so it's hard to say whether they will do it again. What's more important is that everyone is afraid that Alfeng will pull the Grandmaster over. When the time comes, who can stop it? I guess Qin Heng will be dead when Mingyu comes back.
Xiaoju, please go out again and ask my master to come over.
After Yuan was silent, she came up with a solution. Yuan's master is the 7-star Grandmaster. There is no problem in dealing with Alfeng. It's not that you want to kill the other party, but that you come to resist and block it. After Xiaoju left, everyone looked at Qin Heng's door in a daze. This guy just got injured and fell asleep again. His heart is really big.
I'll let the kitchen prepare the food. Junior brother Qin's appetite is so amazing. He can eat more than a pig, and even surpasses Sister Mingyu.
Chunju muttered.
Oh, you mean Sister Mingyu is worse than a pig?
Yuan joked.
Sister Yuan, please forgive me, and don't tell anyone.
Chunju's expression changed, and she begged for mercy.
Okay. By the way, how is Dongju?
Yuan asked.
I don't know. Maybe she's still in the Sun-Moon Pavilion.
Dongju didn't follow her, and no one paid much attention. In fact, after everyone thought about Dongju being beaten by Mingyu in the morning, they felt that Dongju had a certain element of revenge. Maybe Dongju just wants to take revenge on Mingyu. She rolled her round eyes and said,
Be careful. Don't let Dongju get close to Qin Heng again. Think about it. Just as she shouted for help, Alfeng arrived. What a coincidence. Right. It's like he's just standing outside. Also, she is a 5-star warrior. Even if Qin Heng wants to molest her, won't she resist? Qin Heng is only 1 star after all. Even if you don't dare to kill, you can at least break free. Right. As for being dragged into bed by Qin Heng and his clothes torn, Xuanju, when you ask the kitchen to prepare meals, you have to watch the whole process. Do you understand? With Sister Yu away, Qin Heng is in the most danger now, so he can't be too careful.
When everyone heard this, they realized that this was really the case. They even stayed at Qin Heng's door and did not dare to leave. Chunju went to the kitchen with a complicated mood. Yuan, dressed in white clothes, entered Qin Heng's room and looked at Qin Heng's sleeping face with thoughtful eyes. He really fell asleep. Are you super savvy? I wonder if he would be extremely fast if he learned alchemy. At first, I thought Sister Yu was interested in his face, but now it seems that Sister Yu has a good taste. However, Sister Yu is 8 years older than him. Who knows if he is willing? After a moment of silence, Yuan took a book, sat next to Qin Heng, and started reading. She is a 6-star and the director of the Pill Pavilion. There are people above her who may be able to help Qin Heng withstand it. Actually, Qin Heng really didn't expect Mingyu's thoughts towards him. If he knew that Mingyu liked him so much and wronged him so much, he would definitely approve with both hands and feet. This is standard by Fumei. Who doesn't want it? Not to mention being 8 years older. There is no problem in being 10 years older, because Mingyu is already a master. Her lifespan is 100 years longer than that of ordinary people, and her puberty is also longer. Therefore, the 24-year-old Grandmaster is still very young. However, in the eyes of Qin Heng, otaku, Mingyu was just an evil bitch who wanted to train him into a young master. And he didn't think that way at all. Or don't even dare to think about it. After all, other people's identities are there. Unless he reveals his true identity and says that the other person appreciates his golden fingers. Now, it's better to be less fanciful about a princess falling in love with a pauper. Therefore, Qin Heng in the game is still working hard. In this world where force is respected, everything is empty. Only when you are strong can you decide everything about yourself. It's now 1 o'clock at noon. Guanhai and the others haven't come in yet. Qin Heng himself is taking Tianyao Mingyu to brush. Qin Heng used poison. Dogs carried monsters. And the bright moon set fire to the wall and added landmines. Although it is not as fast as the 4 players, the profit is still good. In almost 1 minute, each person can gain 8,000 experience points. Added together, that's 16,000 experience points, which is much stronger than when he spawned monsters alone. After an hour of browsing, Guanhai and Guanyun came up. The 4 of them continued to kill monsters. As the experience points skyrocketed, I also gained a lot of equipment. Some small top-notch equipment has been released, but there has never been any great top-notch equipment. The best piece is just a coral ring with an attack score of 5. This thing is okay, and worth a lot of money. But the big thing Qin Hung needs is really difficult. He has already told various merchants to contact him if they receive the best products. But the best ones every time are Magic 3 bracelets. Attack 3 bracelets. Attack 1 helmets. Magic evasion plus 40% necklaces, and so on. He wanted to buy the best brand name products from mages and Taoist priests. But it was too difficult. Especially for a big pervert like the best ghost gloves. It is even more difficult. Qin Hung suspected that it was not that they couldn't explode, but that many people simply used it for themselves after getting the super grade ones. Like Xingya's sadness. He now wears a super abnormal platinum ring with defense 2 of 3. Taoism 0/5. Magic defense 0 to 1. And attack 0 to 1. This was from the leader of Woma. After being picked up by Xingya's sadness on the spot, he stopped taking it out and paid a large sum of money for it himself. Qin Hung once tried to buy it. But Xingya's sadness was not for sale at all. In his words, unless there is a better ring, he will not sell it. There are also those who have trouble naming. As the boss of the guild, he is the first to pick up equipment every time. He also has a piece of super abnormal equipment. Death gloves with attack 1 out of 4 and defense 0 out of 2. Qin Hung didn't even bother to ask about this thing. This kind of equipment would not be used unless it was eliminated by them. Chapter 169 The Ultimate Ghost Suit. Level 39. In short, Qin Hung doesn't like ordinary high-quality equipment. And he can't get it if it's too abnormal. For example, the Attack 2 Ghost gloves have little meaning to him. And he will not change them. Unless a few more attributes are added. He doesn't even look down on brand name equipment. Let alone those ordinary top-quality equipment. In short, super high-quality equipment requires strength and luck. Opening the warehouse. Qin Hung took out the 0 out of 5 ruby ring and put it on Tianyang Mingyu. Anyway, the trumpet is wearing a blessing necklace. So it doesn't matter if he dies. The dragon bracelet and purple snail still haven't been replaced. This thing is too conspicuous. And it is easy for Guanhai and others to ask why it is so heavy. As for the devil's robe she wore, they didn't ask about it after watching the sea for so long. Qin Hung guessed that the other party had just seen Tianyang Mingyu wearing a magic robe. So when she changed into a demon robe later, they didn't even look at it. After all, the demon robe and the magic robe look exactly the same and cannot be distinguished at all. Time passed quickly. And in the blink of an eye, it was past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. A burst of white light rose, and Tianyang Mingyu was promoted to level 32. Qin Hung finally quit the game because he was really hungry. Opening his eyes, he looked at Yuan sitting not far away. Qin Hung greeted cordially. "Hello, Sister Yuan." He knew it when Yuan came in. But he continued playing the game because the game map showed Yuan in green. Although this woman always wanted to study her, he was very grateful to be by his side now. "Are you awake?" Yuan put down her book, stepped forward to check on Qin Hung, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "Your body is indeed more resilient than others. You are already much better. I think you will be fine in 2 days." "All right. Are you hungry?" "Come. Soon." In the living room, Chuanju and others filled a large table with food. However, none of these things are spicy. Yuan specifically ordered that people with internal injuries should not eat chili peppers. This time, Qin Hung was accompanied by Yuan and a beautiful middle-aged woman. Yuan introduction. "Qin Hung, this is my master, Zhao Shui, the #1 master in my Fengyu sect, known as the God of Medicine. I have admired the name of my senior for a long time." Qin Hung quickly bowed respectfully. Zhao Shui nodded slightly, looked Qin Hung up and down, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He nodded and said, "Not bad." He stopped talking. Obviously, this was also a man who didn't like to talk. Maybe he wasn't familiar with Qin Hung, so he had nothing to talk about. "Let's eat." "You're welcome." Yuan greeted and took the lead in starting. Where's Sister Yu?" After living and dining with Mingyu for a few days, Qin Hung was really not used to the sudden lack of people around him. So he asked casually, "Sister Yu went out for something and hasn't come back yet." Chunju replied. A trace of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. Others also had joy in their eyes. Qin Hung took the initiative to ask the young lady that she had such a person in her heart. Otherwise, where would you ask? Qin Hung nodded, stopped asking, lowered his head, and ate fiercely. He wasn't familiar with Yuan and Zhao Shui either, so he really had nothing to talk about. Master and apprentice Yuan seemed to have no desire to talk to Qin Hung. Apart from Yuan asking Qin Hung to eat something, he said nothing. What left Qin Hung speechless was that Zhao Shui was obviously a 7-star grandmaster. But he ate equally elegantly and chewed his food carefully. You have to live to save face and suffer the consequences. With a sigh, Qin Hung ate quickly by himself. After Qin Hung finished eating as much as a grandmaster, his round eyes widened.
Are you a pig? Are you so edible? Ah. Ha ha. I must be gaining weight recently.
Qin Hung said haha casually. Zhao Shui didn't say anything, but she looked at Qin Hung, who was eating fiercely with his head down, her eyes thoughtful. After a meal, Qin Hung took a bath under Chun Ju's arrangement and went back to sleep. Master and apprentice Yuan Yuan were left speechless. Yuan Yuan curled her lips.
He eats and sleeps like this every day. Does he eat while sleeping? Well, sister, you said that he has a good brain, but he may have overused his brain and needs to recover. I don't know what sister you likes about him.
Yuan Yuan sighed. Qin Hung went online again and opened the guild channel.
Hello everyone.
After saying hello to everyone and showing his presence, he planned to continue leveling up. Xingya's sadness.
Hello. The prodigal son?
Mu Shui Wei.
Hello. Boss prodigal.
Dujala.
Hello.
Boss prodigal son? Fearless lone wolf.
Hello.
Boss prodigal son? After everyone greeted him, Qin Hung was about to close the guild channel again. A shout caught his attention. Crazy MO, selling, group healing technique.
For 1 million. Private message if you want. No bargaining. Come to Tuchingen warehouse.
Qin Hung chatted privately. A minute later, the transaction ends. Just when Qin Hung wanted to go to the secret passage, and Yuan Jiang Tianmu's voice came over with excitement.
Boss prodigal son? Are you here? Do you want a ghost suit with January 5th Taoism and 4-8 defense? Male?
Qin Heng's eyes lit up.
Of course. The woman isn't looking for you yet. What?
The ghost suit with 1 out of 5 magic and 4-8 defense is naturally much better than his 1/4 ghost. He is worried about not being able to change the equipment. Although it is not a super abnormal one, it is still very good with a little more defense and a little more Taoism. If it were a God of War armor with a little more attack power, Qin Hung would definitely not want it and wouldn't need it for the time being. After such a long time, he only saw one selling 1/5 Taoist ghost suit, which shows that this thing is very rare. Although the ghost suit is an ordinary high-end equipment, it is the best clothes for Taoist priests before the level 40 heavy-duty clothes come out. The ordinary price is about 7 million gold coins per piece. Therefore, it is good to get one of these top-notch products soon. And Yuan Jiang and Tengu came to the warehouse.
Uncle, you can do it. There are many top-quality products,
Qin Hung said with a smile. And Yuan Jiang and Tianmu's voice sounded like that of a middle-aged uncle. Qin Hung simply called him uncle.
Ha ha. Surprise. Surprise. I went to Zuma 5 to look for the main force. But randomly at Zuma 4, I saw someone hanging on the ground. And such a piece of clothing fell on the ground. There are no monsters around. So it's probably a PK flying corpse. Wow, quack quack.
And Yuan Jiang Tianmu said with a proud smile. His voice changed.
Holy shit. You're so lucky.
Qin Hung looked envious. First line Zuma. Now that the major forces are gathering together, it is too normal to kill people in fights.
Ha ha. It's just average. How much can it be sold for? Boss, give me a price. You tell me. No. Boss, tell me. I can trust you.
This. And Yuan Jiang and Tianmu said this. Qin Hung thought for a moment and said,
the price of 2 Woma equipments is okay. Right.
The ghost suit is currently the most top-notch suit for Taoist priests. An ordinary one is worth 7 million gold coins. You must know that a Walmart brand only costs 25 million gold coins. However, this thing is too rare. Gold medal merchants have collected so many top-quality ghost suits. They either have defense or magic defense, and none have Taoist magic at all. Maybe it was hidden by others or worn by myself. But it still means one thing. The probability of it happening is too low. Qin Hung might still earn a little bit from the 2 mages Walma brand name equipment. But people always have a little selfishness. These are old brothers. Qin Hung won't try to trick him. But it's almost okay. Maybe if it were another person, someone else would have dismissed him with a piece of Walma equipment.
Ah. No way. Is it worth so much? I thought it was worth a Walmart brand at most.
Kishihara Tingyur said in surprise.
Ha ha. I won't trick you casually. What do you want? Tell me. Just give me 2 pieces. They're for sale anyway.
And Yuan Jiang Tianmu chuckled, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Who doesn't want to wear the best? but conditions don't allow it. There is still a big family waiting to be fed at home. However, after selling it this time, I can buy a gaming helmet for my wife. She is clamoring to come in and make money, saying that mining is also possible. Kishiyu and Tengu have long wanted to buy it for her. After buying it, she will become addicted to playing it and won't pester him to hand in tasks every day, thinking of finally being liberated in the future. And Yuan Jiang and Tengu felt a little like crying. At this moment, he remembered a sentence. When I was young, I didn't know how expensive Jingzi was. When I am old, I come to visit you. In the end, Qin Hung gave him a Seabay bracelet and a life necklace.
Thank you, boss. I will come back to you if I have the best products in the future.
And Yuan Jiang and Tianmu thanked him repeatedly. He found that this prodigal son Tianyao was very particular about things, and he would not be fooled by things as much as they were worth.
Ha ha. My brother. You're welcome.
Qin Hung put on this top-notch ghost suit and felt completely different in the blink of an eye. It seems that his role has become a big deal compared to others. This is a sense of vanity and self-satisfaction after wearing the best. With a whoosh, Qin Hung arrived at the safe area, ready to see if there were any bargains to pick up. After standing for 2 minutes, he didn't pick up the bargain. But there was a circle of players watching the excitement around him, drunk and falling asleep with songs.
Damn it! Look at the prodigal son of the end of the world. He has changed his equipment again. This ghost suit is so abnormal.
Yi Lian Yilu.
Oh my god! 1/5 Taoist skills. 4 out of 8 defense. What a pervert.
Mudslide in the world of chefs.
I'm dizzy. I'm 28 and haven't even put on a ghost suit yet. I'm so jealous.
Floating stone.
Ha ha. Everyone else is already 38. Isn't it normal to wear it?
Tianwai Famo.
Damn! How did he practice so fast? I only reached level 27 after playing 18 hours a day.
People around are chattering. Qin Hung ignored it completely and stood for 2 minutes. Seeing that no one was selling anything, he went to the Xianshi tomb to level up. Guanhai and the others were already waiting. And then the 4 of them started to level up. At this time, Qin Hung is level 38. Guanhai and Guanyun are level 35. And Tianyao Mingyu is level 32. 2 archmages and 2 Taoist priests are leveling up here. And that's not even a leverage. With the addition of Tianyao Mingyu, a powerful thug, the leveling efficiency immediately changed again. Qin Hung and Guanyun no longer have to take care of these 2 mages. The 2 threw the dogs and skeletons into the monster pile to attract the monster's firepower, and then split up to poison the surrounding monsters and lure them over. Guanhai and Tianyao Mingyu set fire to the wall and thundered together. The leveling of 2 mages from Hell Thunder was very scary, and the cooperation was a bit chaotic at first. But under Qin Heng's guidance, Guanhai quickly cooperated well with Tianyao Mingyu. In addition, they occupy 3 large maps, and the monsters are so densely packed that you don't even have to wait for the monsters. Just swipe them back and forth. It was so killing that it was called a swish. This time the experience value reached a terrifying level of 15,000 points per person per minute.
Guanyun, why don't you summon the divine beast? Forgot.
Guanyun replied calmly.
I forgot to buy it for her. Let's wait until this leveling is completed.
Guanhai chuckled. Qin Hung. Nowadays, you can still buy summoned mythical beasts. And they are not expensive. Only about 1 million. If you go to buy it from a gold medal girl, someone who knows how to buy it should be able to buy it. Qin Hung has no intention of contributing a copy. In the blink of an eye, more than 5 hours passed, and it was 12 o'clock in the evening. An elegant system voice sounded.
Ding dong! Do you want to sign in? Yes. Congratulations on getting 50,000 gold coins and a copy of
Holy Words.
Dot.
Holy Word? This is a level 32 skill for mage. And Qin Hung has already finished learning it in Tianyao Prodigal. This skill can be used on some monsters to kill them with 1 hit. When the level is high, you can directly kill the perverted Zuma monster with Holy Words. It is an extremely powerful, but useless skill of the mage. However, this skill is also very difficult to practice, because Holy Word art focuses on success rate. For example, a zombie in Holy Word will be killed with 1 hit if successful. If failed, the zombie will be intact and still alive, and kicking without losing any blood. Failure means no increase in proficiency. The success rate of level 0 Holy Word technique is very low. Only level 2 Holy Word technique has a much higher success rate. In addition to using this spell, the magic value consumption is very high. Therefore, even in the previous legendary games, there were not many mages who could practice Holy Word to level 3. And it is precisely because of the existence of this spell
that senior Taoist priests hate mages very much, because this spell can directly kill the Taoist priest's baby. Just imagine that you have finally mastered a level 7 skeleton or dog, and are killed by a cheap mage with a holy word spell. Who cannot be angry? The reason why this spell is useless is because it cannot be used for leveling. All in all, it's a very good skill if used well. After signing in, everyone's levels changed again. Guanhai and Guanyin have reached level 36. Tianya Mingyu has reached level 33, and are still a little short of level 34. As for Qin Heng, after being promoted to level 39, he was still short of several million. More than 2 hours later, Tianya Mingyu reached level 34, and Qin Heng finally reached level 39. The prodigal son of the end of the world, level 39. Experience value, 666/9000000. Already level 39. It only takes half a day to reach level 40. At this time, Qin Heng chose to quit the game first. Young Master Alfing wanted to kill him today. He tolerated it during the day, but naturally, he couldn't tolerate it at night. At this time, around 2 o'clock in the morning, when he quietly opened his eyes, there was no one else in his room. I opened the game map and looked at it. Everyone went back to the house to sleep. Turning on the invisibility function, Qin Heng walked through the wall and stood high in the sky. Although he has never been to Master Alfing's residence, but I know where it is. When they killed the cow with no air, they didn't brag about it, like this kind of young ladies. Where they live and how grand and luxurious the house is are all no air and the others' talking points. After spinning around in the air, Qin Heng quickly locked onto the target. The place where Master Alfing lives is not far from the 6-story building of Fengyu Tower. I guess it's for the convenience of going to work, so I can be on call whenever I want. Brush. Qin Heng appeared silently outside the attic where Mr. Alfing lived. When he got here, to his surprise, he didn't find young Master Alfing here. There are only 2 serving maids here. Qin Heng frowned. Where would Mr. Alfing be? Could it be that you are picking up guests? Qin Heng's figure flashed and reached the top of Fengyu Tower. Although it is already past 2 o'clock in the morning here, it is still very lively. All kinds of laughter, singing and dancing continued to hit Qin Heng's eardrums from inside the building. Qin Heng entered the 6th floor, used the wall penetration technique to quickly pass through the boxes, and scan them. What surprised Qin Heng was that in these boxes, the guests and ladies were having all kinds of fun, such as playing cards, drinking wine, playing the piano, reciting poems and painting. But there really isn't anything inappropriate for children. It really looks like a place equivalent to an entertainment company. Quickly walking through the corridors of rooms and listening to their conversations, Qin Heng saw all kinds of guests. There are ordinary people, businessmen, dignitaries, warriors, and even a few masters here. Gradually, Qin Heng saw a few acquaintances. Mr. Liang was painting with a few noble ladies. Han Xiao was playing the piano for a guest. As for Lu Yuan, I didn't see him. He probably recovered from his illness and hasn't come to work yet. What surprised Qin Heng was that the sound insulation effect of Fengyu Tower was really great. The sound from each wing could not be heard, and it was obvious that a lot of thought had been put into it. After walking around for a while, Qin Heng felt that he couldn't go on shopping like this because there were too many people. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly felt a little stupid because there was a faster way to find his opponent. Opening the game map, he looked at all the little dots on the map. When Alfing killed him today, it was red. So now if you see a small red dot, it must be Alfing. As soon as he opened the game map to view it, Qin Heng was stunned for an instant. In the entire Fengyu Tower, there were actually 3 small red dots gathered together. Damn it! Why have you offended so many people? Qin Heng was speechless for a while. What made him even more speechless was that when he came to the private room where the 3 little red dots were, he suddenly discovered that one of the little red dots was actually Xiangman, and the other 2 little red dots were 2 middle-aged men, 5-star martial arts masters. Qin Heng didn't know him. But Alfing is not here. Then why are these 3 people our enemies? Xiangman. If she regards herself as an enemy because she bullied Dong Ju, she can still understand it. But what happened to the other 2 men? I don't even know them. Could it be? At this moment, one of the men spoke. Master Xiangman, are you sure that the man named Qin Heng is the Qin Heng we are looking for? Xiangman smiled softly. Ha ha. Of course. When I saw him today, I also ate a pound. He is so handsome that he doesn't even look like a human being. Very good. Let's kill him now. As long as we complete the task, we will receive a heavy reward from the master. A man said excitedly. Not now.
Xiangman shook his head.
The wonderful Dr. Xiaoxiu is here. Ah, she is the 7-star Grandmaster. So it is indeed difficult. Is Mingyu really not here? Then I will go back to the hall now to bring in reinforcements and ask the elders to take action. Tonight is a good opportunity. I must kill him.
One of the bearded men stood up, turned around and left without hesitation. Hearing this, Qin Hung narrowed his eyes. Helmsman, kill him. Division mission. When these words are connected, they all point to a sect. Hidden door. Unexpectedly, Xiangman turned out to be from Yimin. Qin Hung thought for a moment. And then, he didn't touch Xiangman and the others. Instead, he quietly followed Big Beard out of Fengyu Tower and headed all the way to the city. Chapter 170, Heaven-Defying Legendary Skills. Leave no one behind. The Yimin, the #1 killer sect in the Chinese mainland, is very ancient. Their movements are strange and their attacks are ruthless. As long as someone is willing to provide money and resources, they will harvest any life, like the god of death. For this sect, countless righteous people tried to eradicate it, but all failed, because no one knows where their main gate is. There are only countless branch churches scattered all over the mainland of China. Once one group is eradicated, countless more will pop up. It is like a cancer that cannot be cured, and as long as the hidden door is attacked, they will retaliate like mad dogs. In addition, every generation of the hidden sect has a 9-star Grand Master sitting in charge. Therefore, after so many years, the hidden sect is still hovering over the mainland of China, become a nightmare for countless warriors. There is a proverb in China. Hidden gate goes into battle. Not even a blade of grass grows. It can be seen how terrifying it is to be targeted by the hidden door. But this time, the hidden door appeared in Fengyu City. The original target was not Qin Hung, but Fengyu sect. Some time ago, Mingyu from Fengyu Tower attacked their subrider out of control. The elder 8-star Grandmaster took action and injured Mingyu, but did not kill her. Why? Because they want to catch big fish. When Mingyu was injured, they originally wanted to force Fengyu sect master to help Mingyu heal her injuries. After losing part of his own cultivation, he took action to deal with the Fengyu sect master together. Although there is a 9-star Grandmaster sitting in the hidden sect, the general Grandmaster will not take action at will. At this stage of their lives, the prosperity of the world, love, resentment can rarely make them feel emotional. Their goal is to live forever, and seize the time to enter the next stage of the immortal realm. A 7-star Grandmaster will increase his lifespan by 100 years, 8 stars by 200 years, and 9 stars by 400 years. The 9-star Grandmaster only has a lifespan of 500 years. If you want to live longer than 500 years, you have to break through the shackles of the human body and transcend the world. As long as you can be promoted to Immortal Mirror, your lifespan will be instantly increased to 1,000 years. Who is not moved? But how difficult it is to become an immortal. It takes a lot of perseverance, a lot of luck, and a lot of loneliness to cultivate. Luck aside, perseverance and loneliness are the hardest things to endure. You need to constantly cultivate and improve your body day after day, year after year. This reduces a lot of activities. Therefore, when you reach the stage of 9-star Grandmaster, you are usually a latent cultivator. Only when someone from the sect comes to kill him will he take action. This is the magic weapon of the town sect. I usually don't take the initiative to provoke people. But don't provoke me. Besides, if everything requires the help of Jiuxing, then this sect cannot last long. After all, the 9-star Grandmaster disappeared after breaking through the Immortal Mirror. Very few immortals appear in China mainland. Therefore, it is very necessary to let the people under you train. Otherwise, when Jiuxing dies or breaks through, will anyone in this sect be able to carry it? This is also the reason why Yimin and Fengyu have a dispute. But Jiuxing does not come out. You can play as you like, and it's time to get some exercise. If you really can't beat me, come back and I'll watch over you. After you have finished practicing, go out and fight. This is what all the 9-star Great Masters think. A sect or country with a 9-star Grandmaster will be extremely stable, and no one will dare to come easily. After all, a 9-star Grandmaster is really terrifying. Destroy a city and destroy a pond with just a wave of your hand. Unless he is the kind of 9-star Grandmaster who realizes that he has no hope of becoming an immortal, he will come out to stir up trouble. However, if there really is such a person, the other Great Masters will not just watch. They will definitely unite to kill him. In short, Yimin came prepared this time, and was ready to deal with Fengyu. The first choice target was Mingyu in Fengyu Tower, and he was ready to eat her away step by step. But unexpectedly appeared
Their undercover Xiangmon discovered Qin Heng's existence. This is a big task. If you take down Qin Heng, you can get a lot of resources. So, the bearded man hurriedly went to invite people. Qin Heng followed the bearded man all the way through the streets and alleys of Fengyu City at high speed. Finally entered an escort agency. Safe escort agency. Qin Heng had heard gossip from Yo Air and others about this escort agency. It is a large escort agency in Fengyu City. It specializes in providing bodyguards from various countries and businesses to Fengyu City. It has an excellent reputation and strong strength. But I didn't expect that this is the hidden entrance of the hidden door. And it is indeed pervasive. Qin Heng sighed secretly and followed in. This escort agency is very big. And there are warriors who keep vigil at night. What puzzled Qin Heng was that the bearded man did not enter through the main entrance, but dodged through hidden piles and finally came to a remote courtyard. After looking left and right, he jumped down into a well. Could it be that the security guard doesn't even know that there is another mystery in his own courtyard? Qin Heng followed him in surprise. The well is very deep, and there is water at the bottom. Halfway down, before touching the water source, the bearded man stretched out his hand and pressed on the slightly raised wall of the well. A small door suddenly opened on the wall of the well, and the bearded man ducked in. He closed it again and walked forward. The passage here is larger, and there are oil lamps on both sides. It's obviously been managed by someone for a long time. Qin Heng followed the bearded man and looked at the passage thoughtfully. The hidden door is indeed very hidden. Now it seems that the security guards don't even know. After walking forward for a while, the front suddenly opened up, and the corridor became larger and brighter. Soon, a stone door appeared in front of him, with warriors guarding the door. After seeing the bearded man, he bowed his hands respectfully and opened the stone door. As soon as the stone door opened, there were bursts of voices, playing and singing, and Qin Heng instantly felt that he had arrived at Fengyu Tower. Following Big Beard, I walked in and saw that this was a huge hall. The stage, tables and chairs, and several passages lead to other places. Many people drink and have fun here. When seeing bearded men, some greeted them warmly, and some nodded slightly. The bearded man returned the greeting one by one and went straight inside, looking at the men and women warriors in front of him. Qin Heng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. It's all little red dots. This should be the Emon's largest stronghold in Fengyu City. Forcefully suppressing the murderous intention in his heart, Qin Heng followed the bearded man into a passage. There are many small houses on both sides of the passage, which seem to be the residences of the hidden sect disciples. Finally, the bearded man came to a wooden door and knocked respectfully. Come in! The bearded man pushed open the door and closed it carefully. The noisy sounds outside were immediately blocked. This is also a living room, where 3 men and 4 women are drinking and discussing matters. 3 7-star grandmasters, 3 6 stars, and 1 5-star. What shocked Qin Heng was that he actually saw Alfling and Dong Ju among the 7 people. Holy shit! It's really hard to find a place even after you've worn iron shoes. It takes no effort at all to get there. It turned out that these 2 people were hiding here. Is this because he is afraid of Mingyue's retaliation? So run away early? Qin Heng was thinking about it, but didn't take action immediately. He wanted to see what these people were doing here. After the bearded man came in, he was about to speak, but was stopped by a man in black robes. Apparently everyone present had important things to talk about. I had to stand aside and wait. This was the rule of the hidden sect. He didn't dare to break it. Otherwise he might be slapped to death without saying anything. At this time, Alfing raised his glass and said, Elder Yuan, this matter has been settled. When the time comes to find the master of Fengyu sect, as long as I ascend the throne of Fengyu sect, I will dedicate myself to the Yin sect from now on. Ha ha. Easy to talk about. A man in black robe raised a glass to greet him. By the way, don't hurt Mingyu this time. She is the woman I want after all, Alfing suggested. Cooperating with E-Men to plan Fengyu Women's industry was a plan set by his father. Although, he wanted to pursue Mingyu and plan the master of Fengyu sect. But as long as the Fengyu sect master survives for a day, even if he takes the position of the sect master, he will still be restricted by the Fengyu sect master. The leader of the Fengyu sect, the 8-star peak, wanted to get rid of him. With the strength of the Ling family, it was simply impossible. We can only use the help of outsiders. As for whether it will attract wolves into the house, the Ling family naturally has countermeasures. His father has also reached the 8-star realm, and should be able to grasp most of the benefits. They would naturally be happy to allocate part of it to E-Men and gain a strong backer. More importantly,
The Ling family no longer has to work for the Song family. From now on, Feng Yu sect will be the one-spoken hall of the Ling family. Whatever you want.
That's it. It's easy to talk. So let's change it to someone else this time. Xiao Yu.
Elder Yuan smiled lightly, changed the topic and said,
After Ming Yu's accident, the master of Feng Yu sect rushed back after learning the news. We ambushed him on the road yesterday. Although he was not killed, he was injured a little. At this moment, he was hiding in a secret stronghold outside Feng Yu City. There are many experts there, so we won't touch them for the time being. But as long as Xiao Yu is seriously injured, he will definitely come out to save him. When the time comes, if he loses part of his cultivation, then his death will come. Ah, that old man was injured? No wonder Ming Yu didn't come back today. She went to see him outside the city,
Alfing said in surprise.
Don't be careless. Feng Yu sect master is very hidden. This time our 2 8-star peak masters took action, but he was only slightly injured. Therefore, this matter has to start from Qiu Yue. Elder Yuan is wise.
Alfing took the opportunity to flatter him. Then, he pointed at Dongju, who was sitting next to her, who had been uneasy, and said,
This girl caused some trouble in Feng Yu Tower. I am afraid that Ming Yu will retaliate, so I would like to trouble Elder Yuan to let her stay here for a while. I will take her back after the Feng Yu affair is over. Yes, you can stay as long as you want.
Ha. Elder Yuan laughed and said with confusion on his face.
But why did she offend Ming Yu? She still has to hide from me.
Alfing said.
Ha. It's all my fault that bitch Ming Yu fell in love with a country boy named Qin Heng. I was so angry that I devised a little plan. But it didn't work. You also know that Ming Yu, that bitch, will definitely be punished. So I brought her here overnight.
As soon as he finished speaking, Alfing suddenly noticed that everyone present was looking at him strangely. After a moment of silence,
Qin Heng? You said that man's name is Qin Heng? Is he 16 years old? Much more handsome than you.
A woman next to me asked eagerly. Ling Alfing. Oh my god. What does it mean to be much more handsome than me? Don't I look good? Alfing's face turned a little ugly for a moment, seemingly realizing that she had made a mistake in her words. The female grandmaster changed her words and said,
Don't worry. What I mean by this elder is that he is slightly prettier than you. What's good looking? If it's really the Qin Heng we're looking for, he's obviously several times more handsome than him. Tell me, is he much more handsome than you?
Another male 7-star grandmaster. How could he care about Alfing's feelings? He was a grandmaster, and there was no need to hide his words. He didn't ask any pressing questions, which was already very embarrassing for Alfing. Alfing's expression changed, and he finally nodded in humiliation.
Yes, he is indeed a little better looking than me. Is he from Jude Village? Yes.
Faced with the question, Alfing was also shocked. Could it be that Qin Heng has something to do with the hidden sect? Look at how nervous they are. Damn. It can't be someone important to them. Right? He suddenly felt a little worried. Fortunately, Elder Yuan's words made him feel at ease, even ecstatic.
Very good. Is he still in Feng Yu Tower? Let's kill him now. Yes, he is in Feng Yu Tower, and the younger one is here to report this matter.
Before Alfing could answer, the bearded man who had been waiting beside him quickly interrupted.
Huh? What's going on?
Elder Yuan asked. Big Beard told a story, and Elder Yuan and others immediately stood up.
Very good. There is only Zhao Xue, a wonderful doctor in Feng Yu Tower at this time, and the 3 of us are enough to kill her. Without further ado, let's go.
Everyone was about to go out, but they suddenly found an extra person at the door. A young man. A ridiculously handsome young man.
Are you guys going to find me?
Qin Heng clasped his hands and leaned against the door. Originally, it was the best choice for him to remain invisible and carry out the assassination. But Qin Heng did not choose that. The ability of the skill necklace is incredible, and you can learn it by watching the martial arts once. He did this because he naturally wanted to have an honest fight with the other party and learn some skills secretly. Anyway, with his current 7-star master's cultivation, legendary skills, 2 sets of top-notch equipment, special rings, powerful solar water, etc., if he can't defeat the opponent, his golden finger is too useless. Anyway, he had no intention of letting these people go. All must die.
Qin Heng!
Qin Heng's sudden appearance made everyone suddenly surprised and exclaimed. Later, Dong Ju laughed even more.
Tisk! TSK! Qin Heng! Qin Heng! If you don't take the road to the Immortal Gate, you will break in on the road to HL. Ha ha! Idiot! Shut up!
Alfam cursed angrily. Qin Hung was able to reach here silently and dare to show up in front of so many 7-star grandmasters. Obviously, it was not as simple as it seemed.
Have you been pretending all day long?
Alfam asked, but he was pulling Dong Ju back. Qin Hung chuckled.
Ha ha! I didn't expect you two adulterers to be here, so I was a bit surprised. You actually colluded with Emin. You are really smart. Elder Yuan, please kill this person. He is Qin Hung.
Alfam retreated behind several elders and felt at ease. Compared to Alfam's retreat, Elder Yuan and the other 2 elders stared at Qin Hung with strange eyes.
What a magical concealment technique. It was able to hide it from us. You are Qin Hung. Right. Hand over your hidden skills, and I will spare your life. I can even accept you as my direct disciple. Yes. Hand over this hidden technique, and we will ensure your safety.
Even they didn't find any clues about the hidden skills Qin Hung showed just now. Obviously this is a powerful skill. As long as it can be obtained, it will be a qualitative leap for the entire hidden sect. Qin Hung hooked his fingers.
Ha ha. Do you want it? If you defeat me,
I will give it to you. Very good. If you don't have to drink wine as a penalty for toasting, let me show you what you are capable of.
Qin Hung suddenly changed from a country boy to a mysterious master. But Elder Yuan and others were not deterred. The female elder among them swiped and slapped Qin Hung. As soon as this palm comes out, it will be filled with a strange light. Just looking at it seems to make your head dizzy. Ecstasy palm. With psychic attacks. It's one of the hidden secrets. This is a palm technique that only a master can perform. After reaching the master level, you can use your spirit to injure the enemy. The ecstasy palm is the palm technique that enhances this kind of spiritual attack. Bang! A golden light shield suddenly appeared on Qin Hung's body. Magic shield. At the same time, 2 talismans exploded in succession. A big word,
defense,
and a Xuanwu phantom appeared. Holy armor technique. Ghost shield. Then, he blasted out with the same ordinary palm. Bang! The female elder was shocked and flew back, while Qin Hung also deliberately stepped back and hit the wall. In fact, the opponent's attack cannot repel him, nor can it injure him. However, you need to be cowardly to elicit more unique skills, and the opponent cannot be beaten to death. Otherwise, how can he secretly learn other kung fu? Ecstasy palm. Qin Hung has already learned it. As for whether the opponent's palm will fascinate him, he is a Taoist priest. His equipment is all equipped with Taoist skills, and his mental power is extremely powerful. How could the other party's enchantment skills damage his mind? The strength of this wall was beyond his expectation, with only a little dust falling off.
What? Magic? Are you a warlock? Double cultivation of magic and martial arts. Be careful. He is a practitioner of both magic and martial arts.
Qin Hung appeared with a golden magic shield and used defensive techniques, which immediately surprised Elder Yuan and others. Cultivation of both law and martial arts. Extremely rare in China mainland. And those who can practice both magic and martial arts to become 7-star grandmasters are even rarer. After all, human energy is limited. If you can practice one of them to become a master, you are already a peerless genius. Those who practice magic and martial arts are even more heaven-defying evildoers among geniuses. And Dong Ju finally has some enlightenment. Can she rest in both magic and martial arts? Could it be that he practices magic every day while sleeping?
Do you want both magic and martial arts? Sure enough. There are 2 brushes.
Come again. The female elder snorted coldly. She didn't use much strength just now, because she was afraid of slapping Qin Hung to death. Now! Naturally, he increased his strength and struck at me with the ecstasy palm again. But she was still slapped back by Qin Hung.
Is this all you have? Do you have any other abilities?
Qin Hung looked sarcastic. Asshole. The female elder roared angrily, this time using her fists, and struck with a strong whistling sound. Heartbreaking punch. The result was still the same. Qin Hung blocked him. Draw the sword. Hidden killing sword. 9 tribulations finger. Poison dragon legs. Soul chasing sword. The furious female elder used what she had learned on Qin Hung again and again. As a result, they were all picked up by Qin Hung. Seeing Qin Hung and the female elder fighting equally, Alfing and Dong Ju were dumbfounded. But Elder Yuan and others frowned. At this time, the female elder had gone all out. Although the corners of the opponent's mouth were bloody, they still couldn't take down the opponent. They felt that it was a bit tricky. Especially the opponent's golden cover always feels like a strong defense.
Uh-huh. You can't do it. Come here with someone else.
Qin Hung knocked the female elder away with one punch and raised his fingers at the other two people. I have learned the secret of this. Change it.
Come together and capture him. Don't let him escape.
Elder Yuan scolded and rushed forward with another elder. Those who practice both law and martial arts must win.
Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. The 3 7-star elders used their knowledge and immediately attacked Qin Hung, instantly fighting him. Suddenly, the entire hall was in a turbulent flow of energy. Young Master Alfing and others were forced to retreat into a corner, trembling as they looked at the 4 grandmasters fighting fiercely in the hall. Now the 4 of them are fighting with reduced strength. Otherwise, if they were all exposed, the place would have collapsed long ago.
Asshole! Damn it! Was he pretending before? It's so hateful. I hope the 3 elders can chop him into pieces.
At this time, Alfing naturally regarded Qin Hung as another grandmaster. Crazy curse in my heart. Dongju was completely dumbfounded. She never thought that this guy who usually eats when he's full, sleeps when he's full, and eats when he's full would turn out to be a powerful master of both magic and martial arts. Miss, she really has good taste. It's a pity that he still has to die here today. He is too conceited. A person who dares to enter the dragon's pond and tiger's den is a fool. Still too young. Just when Dongju was thinking wildly, Qin Heng's laughter came.
Ha ha! Is this all you have? Do you have any other abilities? Use them all. Asshole!
Hearing this, Elder Yuan and the other 3 launched an even more fierce attack. But what made the 3 of them vomit blood and frightened them was that the opponent beat faster and faster, and the last person completely suppressed the 3 of them while fighting. Qin Heng's shadow is everywhere. If the 3 of them weren't leaning back to back, Qin Hung would have beaten him to the ground.
Phone you dance? He used phone you dance.
Alfing screamed in horror, but it was useless. The 3 elders still resisted hard. After a while, Qin Heng's voice sounded again.
Tisk! It seems you have nothing new. That's it.
Before the 3 elders could react, Zalala. Thousands of thunders suddenly appeared all over Qin Heng's body. Hell's thunder. The 3 elders were paralyzed by countless thunder and lightning in the blink of an eye. Just this frozen moment, Qin Hung used a punch, a palm, and a finger on the 3 of them respectively. Heartbreaking fist. Ecstasy palm. 9 tribulations finger. Bang. Almost in no particular order. The 3 of them were blasted by Qin Hung until they vomited blood and flew away. He fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Struggled a few times, but couldn't get up again.
Heart-destroying fist.
Ecstasy palm.
9 tribulations finger. You? Who are you?
Qin Hung suddenly displayed the 3 secret skills of the hidden sect, shocking Elder Yuan and the other 3. The 3 of them even doubted whether he was a member of the hidden sect.
He is not from the hidden sect. He has a terrifying understanding. He learned the Feng Yu Heart Sutra in less than a stick of incense. He can remember the book after reading it once. This is definitely something he just learned secretly.
Alfing screamed again in fear. He will not think that Qin Hung is from the hidden sect. Please remind him.
What?
Elder Yuan and the other 3 were dumbfounded, and they all turned to look at Alfing fiercely. The meaning is obvious. Why the L didn't you tell me earlier?
Ha ha. Are you done chatting? Now we can hit the road.
Qin Hung walked forward with a smile. He is very satisfied with his current strength and has not even used the Flame Divine armor. He completely relied on his magic shield and other defenses to block the attacks of the 3 elders. The effect of the L lightning made him even more satisfied. It was a great killer. The masters exchanged moves and froze for a moment, which was enough to be fatal. In fact, Qin Heng's own strength is not much different from that of the 3 elders. But after adding legendary skills, the attributes of 2 sets of top-quality equipment, and the attributes of the official position system, etc., regardless of attack, speed, defense, or skills, they completely crushed the 3 elders. If you don't want to learn martial arts secretly, he can really punch a kid.
Ah!
Seeing Qin Hung coming, Alfing roared angrily, turned around and punched the wall behind him. He is running away for his life. Zilala. A terrifying and dazzling thick lightning instantly crossed the space and pierced Alfing's chest. Flash movie. Alfing's forward body looked down blankly at his chest, which had a big hole in it, and fell to the ground with a thud.
Ding dong! Kill the 6-star martial artist and gain 50,000 experience points.
Zilala. Qin Hung raised his hand and fired at Dongju, killing her instantly. Only then did he come to the 3 elders.
Tell me, Who wants to kill me? Tell me, and I promise to let you go.
Chapter 171 is confusing. Make a fortune. Trumpet level 35. Fengyu City. In the underground secret room of Ping and Escort Bureau, the Yinmin disciples were still drinking and having fun outside. But the Yinmin elders inside were struggling on the edge of death.
Tell me, who wants to kill me? Tell me, and I promise to let you go.
Qin Heng said coldly, raised his hands, used a flash of light, and a lightning technique to kill the other two 6-star warriors who rushed towards the door to the ground.
Ding dong! Kill the 6-star martial artist and get 50,000 experience points.
Ding dong. Qin Heng discovered that the lightning movie and lightning techniques learned by the mage at level 26 were really terrifying in the outside world. A flash of light passed by. It was a level lower than his. It really penetrated and killed the scene instantly. As for the power of thunder and lightning, just look at the charred guy on the ground and smell of roasting, and you will know how powerful it is. Spells also consume internal energy. The higher the realm, the greater the power, coupled with the magic bonus of the equipment. It is even more incredible. A little magic can increase his magic attack power by 10%. How much equipment magic bonus does he have now? Tian Mingyu Trumpet has a Taoist helmet with 0 to 1 magic, a wand with 2/5 magic, and a demon robe with 1/4 magic, 1/5 magic life necklace, 0/3 magical dragon bracelet, 0/2 magical Siberian bracelet, 0/5 magic purple snail, 0 out of 5 magic ruby ring. Here are the 4/30ths magic, plus the magic that comes with it, and the official position, plus the bonus on Qin Heng's large account. At least the maximum magic is above 40. Even if the power of the middle value can be exerted every time, it can increase the magic damage by twice. Together with the dragon bracelet and purple snail's magic breaking, the magic effect is enhanced, and the power is even greater. Finally, don't forget that he also has the 100% damage bonus from the power ring. This is even more shocking. Regardless of his magic attack or normal attack, the effect is doubled. As for his defense, after applying the sacred armor technique, Ghost Shield, and turning on the magic shield and equipment defense, these 3 7-star masters couldn't even break his defense. If you had Soulfire Talisman, Dog, Poisoning, Invisibility, and other heaven-defying skills, maybe I can kill the 8-star warrior by jumping up the ranks? Qin Heng thought about it, and stared coldly at the 3 elders Yuan on the ground.
Ha ha! Let us go! Do you think I am a 3-year-old child?
Elder Yuan laughed at himself, and took out a bottle of pills from his arms.
Both of you, the time has come for you to be loyal to your sect. Come on! Take a pill for each of us. We will still be good brothers in the next life. Good!
The other 2 took it without hesitation. Brush! Qin Heng pointed his swords together. A sword energy flashed through, and 3 heads rolled to the ground. Want to commit suicide? Impossible. After all, I have experience in killing.
Ding dong! Kill the 7-star Grandmaster and get 100,000 experience points. Ding dong! Kill the 7-star Grandmaster.
3 prompts sounded, and the 3 masters were dead. Qin Heng moved forward and began to touch the body. From the 3 elders and others, Qin Heng found a large number of gold leaves, silver notes, several secret books, weapons, etc., all thrown into the package. At this time, he opened the door and closed it instantly, and the noisy sound outside suddenly hit him. But they didn't even see him, who was already invisible. The fight inside obviously didn't alarm anyone outside. I have to say that the sound insulation here is really great. Besides, even if there was any movement, people from the outside would probably not dare to break in easily. The 3 elders are doing things inside, so it's not their turn to worry about little shrimps like them. Qin Heng opened the game map and checked it. In addition to the place where he came in, there are 2 other exits. He first used the earth escape technique according to the game map to pass through the houses and kill all the disciples practicing and sleeping inside one by one, while getting a lot of money and equipment. You also get a lot of experience. Finally come to the living room. First kill the guards outside, then summon the dog at the entrance to block the door. What is different from the game is that dogs are completely obedient to commands in the outside world. Qin Heng asked him to guard the door, and he would never run around. A loud noise. When the huge dog appeared, everyone in the hall was shocked. Before they could react, Qin Heng had already turned invisible and rushed into the crowd. He deliberately cut off a warrior's hand first to see if he could see himself after becoming invisible. As a result, the warrior pointed at him and screamed. Apparently he could see him after being attacked. This is the same as in the game. As long as you attack the monster while invisible, the monster can see him while invisible. Brush. Before the warrior could say anything else, a kitchen knife appeared in Qin Heng's hand. Jing Zhongyue. For tonight's action, he had prepared a handful in his package when he logged off just now. You can change it anytime now. With a huge pig-killing knife in his hand, Qin Heng chopped off the horrified warrior's head with one blow. When the experiment is over, the killing begins. The tiger has entered the flock. Chop. 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 Chopping melons and vegetables. One knife at a time. One knife at a time. Warriors continue to be hacked and killed inexplicably. And all the Emin disciples present panicked, looking around in horror, want to find the enemy in the dark. But it was useless. People kept falling down. Finally, someone screamed and rushed into the hall where the elders were meeting, and some ran towards various exits. However, what is terrifying is that the disciples who ran outside were all attacked by lightning, screaming and turned into a charred corpse. The martial artists who rushed towards the dog with knives were directly burned back by the fire that the dog opened its mouth to spit out. A 6-star martial artist furiously fired sword energy at the dog from a distance. But it was of no use. The dog didn't even take a step back. Instead, the dog's fire sprayed farther and farther, causing them to howl and run away one after another. The warriors who rushed into the elders' meeting hall became even more desperate the next moment. The elders are all dead. Escape. He wanted to blast through the wall and run away, but a thick bolt of lightning came across the sky and killed him immediately. Upon seeing this, the remaining disciples turned around and ran away like headless flies. Zilala. Thousands of thunders flash. It instantly enveloped the entire hall. Everyone was paralyzed by the electric shock. A figure wandered around like a ghost. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone fell down. Less than a minute. There were more than 100 disciples in the entire hall, and no one survived. A total of more than 100 people died at once. In addition to experience and a lot of money, Qin Heng had a headache looking at the pile of equipment. These weapons, as well as some soft armor and elixirs, all look very good, and they should be able to be sold for money. Even though he has Mingyu to support him now, he can't just eat soft rice all the time. He can make some money. Maybe you won't have money when you need it someday. And that's nonsense. But he couldn't fit so much in his package. In desperation, he directly entered the game and stored it in the warehouse. Anyway, as long as someone enters here, the system will prompt you. So don't be afraid of this. After taking away everything from everyone, Qin Heng started wandering around the house again, looking for anything valuable. For example, he threw all the fine tables and chairs into the warehouse. Just pretend if you can. Finally, all the corpses were gathered together, and Qin Heng set fire to them. The flame suddenly burst into flames. Because of his cultivation level, equipment, etc., the temperature of this fire wall is also extremely high. In less than a few minutes, everyone was burned to ashes. After everything was done, Qin Heng checked and cleared all the places where he might be exposed. Only then did he come out through the wall. As for the ping and escort bureau above, in Qin Heng's map, these people are all green. It seems that even they themselves don't know that there is a hidden gate below. Soon, Qin Heng returned to Fengyu Tower. His target was naturally Xiangman and 2 other people from the hidden sect. They have discovered themselves. How can they let them continue to live? Only by killing all those who know about it can we ensure our own safety. In the wing room, Xiangman and 2 other Emin disciples were drinking and playing the piano. After all, the 2 of them are Xiangman's guests today.
Elders, why haven't they come yet? It'll be too late if Mingyu doesn't come back.
One of them looked at the time and was obviously a little impatient with the wait.
Well, if Mingyu comes back, there will be 2 grandmasters. We have 3. The advantage in fighting is indeed not very big.
Xiangman smiled and said,
Don't worry. You too. If Mingyu really comes back, then we will give up first. I'm watching here. Can Qin Heng still fly? Ha ha. Yes. However, it is really surprising that this woman Mingyu would like Qin Heng. TSK. TSK. She is 8 years older. Will Qin Heng fall in love with her? What's the matter? At the master level, 24 years old is still very young. What are you talking about? Qin Heng must die tonight anyway. So let them go down and do it right. Ha ha. Not bad. Come on. Drink.
3 people raised their glasses. Zilala. Thousands of thunders flash. The 3 of them froze. The next moment, a sword flashed. 2 heads fell to the ground. Blood spurted all over the floor. The blood spurting towards Qin Hung was blocked by his internal force and evaporated even 1 meter away. The remaining Xiangmon was grabbed by the throat by Qin Hung, pinching her so hard that she rolled her eyes. Come on. Qin Heng's pig-killing kitchen knife was placed on Xiangmon's neck.
Don't shout loudly, or you will die immediately.
Qin Hung let go of Xiangmon.
Qin Hung?
Looking at Qin Hung in front of her, Xiangmon opened her mouth wide and stuttered. She never expected that the target she wanted to kill would suddenly become the person who controlled her life and death. This kind of skill must be a master's cultivation. Right? The prey suddenly becomes the hunter. For a moment, Xiangmon felt that this world was so absurd.
I ask, you answer,
Qin Hung said coldly.
Okay. As long as you don't kill me, I can say anything,
Xiangmon said anxiously.
Why is Emin chasing me? This is a mission from the Master Sect. I have received a commission from a big shot. Who is the big shot? I don't know. Only people above elders are qualified to know. Then you're useless. No. As long as you don't kill me, I can do whatever you want. I can make you a cow or a horse,
Xiangmon said eagerly, while reaching out to touch his clothes. Don't tell me. Xiangmon is really a beauty. As one of the top 3 ladies in Fengyu Tower, her appearance is naturally unparalleled.
Ha. Do you like the bright moon? Besides, you don't even know how many people have died in your belly. Who cares if you are so black?
Qin Hung sneered and swung his sword. The head flies up. Xiangmon is dead. Want to kill me? Then go die first. Qin Hung sneered and started touching the body. After searching all the money and jewelry, Qin Hung looked at the valuable calligraphy and paintings, expensive tables and chairs in the room. His eyes flickered, and he forcibly resisted the thought of moving it. He hasn't forgotten that this is Fengyu Tower. The things here belong to Mistress Mingyu. Mingyu? Forget it. Don't move anymore. Shaking his head regretfully, Qin Hung thought for a moment, and kept the things that represented the identities of the Yi-men. As for Xiangmon, there is nothing hidden about her. Qin Hung did not deal with the body anymore, leaving Mingyu to have a headache. Qin Hung opened the game map and made a final check to see if there were any red dots. After scanning around and finding nothing, Qin Hung quickly flew towards the pill pavilion. On the road, the map is open, wandered around the entire Fengyu Tower area. Fortunately, there are no red spots. Qin Hung then returned to his residence in Danao Pavilion, walked quietly to the toilet, felt refreshed, and returned to his residence. I checked my body, but fortunately, there was no blood stain. Lying down peacefully, however, he did not enter the game immediately, but was summarizing some things. Going out tonight made him understand the gap between himself and ordinary masters. The only regret is that he didn't meet the 8-star Grandmaster. He doesn't know how strong the 8-star Grandmaster is. But from the fact that the system requires nearly 5 times the experience of a 7-star to be promoted to an 8-star, we can probably deduce that an 8-star Grandmaster is at least 10 times more powerful than a 7-star Grandmaster. The foundation is more than 5 times stronger. Not to mention the skills. A rising tide lifts all boats. Unfortunately, his identity has not yet been revealed. But it can be seen from the changes in the Elder's expressions and Xiangmon's words. I should be the descendant of a certain big shot, and someone asked Yi-men to take action to kill me. It seems that it's better to show your face less in the future. Finally, Qin Hung thought of Mingyu. Tonight, he heard several times that others said that you liked him. Didn't Mingyu always want to cultivate herself into a young master? How come you like yourself? Cook for yourself. Even if you are hungry, you have to wait for yourself to eat. If you don't like spicy food, you still stir-fry it so spicy. You have to rinse it with water and eat it by yourself. I sleep when I want to, and I never blame myself. There are various signs that Mingyu does seem to be trying to please him. But is there anything worth liking about myself? In Mingyu's eyes, besides being handsome, it's useless. Now he should have taken a fancy to his talent. But she is the daughter of the sect leader. These people must have made a mistake. Unless Mingyu tells me personally, I won't believe it. Maybe one day I will say, Qin Hung, go pick up the guests. Forget it. What are you thinking about? Only when you are strong is it true. Everything else is fake. Qin Hung no longer hesitated and entered the game. In the game, it is almost 4 o'clock in the morning, and many people in the guild have already gone offline. I looked at Guan Hai and his wife. They were still online. And after asking, they were indeed still in Xianshi tomb. Soon, Qin Hung went over and formed a team to continue leveling up. By this time, Guan Yin had learned to summon the dog. And the four of them spawned monsters even faster. An hour later, a burst of white light came on. Tianyang Mingyu has been upgraded. Level 35. Chapter 172 Mad Dog. Yes. The fragrant stone tomb is exposed. Tianyang Mingyu is level 35. You can learn the mage's current ultimate skill. Ice Roar. Qin Hung took out a copy of Ice Roar and gave it to Tianyang Mingyu. And she quickly learned it. Ice Roar. Level 0. Proficiency. 0/10,000. LV.1. Start training at level 35. LV.2. Start practicing at level 37. LV.3. Start training at level 40. Note, summon a powerful blizzard, which can greatly damage any creature within the spell area. This is the current ultimate skill of the mage, and its release speed is much faster than that of lightning. The power is slightly smaller than that of thunder and lightning, but it is the main PK skill of the mage in the later stage. Because the speed is so fast, consecutive hits on the target can produce superimposed damage. If a high-level magician puts up a wall of fire and adds ice to roar, the blood of a high-level warrior will sizzle. If it is a high magician with 9 sets of luck, it is even more of a war machine. After putting up fire walls, and so on in Shabak City, it will be difficult for others to rush up. I guess my health is gone before I even reach the front. Wow! Tianyang Mingyu smashed the monster with an ice roar, and countless ice and snow suddenly enveloped a group of monsters. Their actions froze for a moment, and their blood volume. Seeing this, Qin Heng's eyes lit up. This ice roar is really good. It can also freeze the enemy and delay their ability to move. If this were placed in the outside world, it would definitely be a big killer. After some experiments, Tianyang Mingyu stopped releasing ice roar. Now that Guanhai is here, the combination of two people's fire wall and L's lightning is the fastest way to level up. As for safety, there are 2 dogs holding the monster now, so there is no need to worry at all. As for potions, you don't have to worry about not being able to add blue potions. Leveling up here will yield a lot of equipment. At the end of the day, both sides can get more than 100 million gold coins. Who cares about buying powerful solar water? Just open the guild store and buy. Buy! Of course, it's not all about using powerful solar water to add blue. The monsters here don't use powerful solar water. It would be too extravagant to do so. Every time Guanyin goes back to store his things, he carries a pack of powerful magic medicine and gives Guanhai and Tianyang Mingyu a point. That's enough. Coupled with the medium-sized magic potions and powerful magic potions that occasionally burst out on the ground, the 2 of them would never be short of potions. If you can't get through the blue edition, just drink the powerful solar water top. It doesn't take 2 mages to pick things up. Therefore, under the constant lighting from HL, the speed of leveling is terrifying. More than an hour passed in the blink of an eye. While Qin Hung, Guanhai and the others were practicing happily, there was a huge earthquake outside. In the hidden door under the Ping and Escort Bureau, a dozen men in black robes looked at the messy hall with cold faces. Black blood was everywhere, flowing through most of the hall. But there was no body. Only a pile of ashes in the middle of the hall. After several people checked it again without giving up, they finally had to stare at the pile of ashes on the ground in a daze. A scar-faced man squatted down, picked up some ashes with his hand, and smelled it. It's the ashes of burned corpses. Hidden Gate is specialized in killing people and setting fires, so you will know it when you smell it. Another man in black robes said, "In the inner hall, there are traces left after the elders fought with the thieves, as well as some broken pieces of clothing. There were a lot of bloodstains in the disciples' residence, but there were no signs of fighting. It should be a one-hit kill. The strange thing is that many disciples' houses were locked, but they were still killed silently, and the door is still locked. From this, it can be inferred that the visitor can pass through walls or use earth escape techniques. There are no suspicious clues about the thief in this hall, but there are traces of magic on the walls and floor. Judging from the pile of corpses burned by the terrifying high temperature, the person who came here must be a powerful warlock. All the valuable items in the rooms and halls, including the tables and chairs, have been evacuated and disappeared. Maybe the visitor is here for money? With the addition of 3 elders, 150 people have disappeared. Judging from the size of the pile of ashes, it almost matches the 150 people. Perhaps no more than 3 people at most. It's possible that the thief's companion was killed and burned together with him." Various inferences were told one by one. If Qin Hung were here, he would definitely give a thumbs up and shout, "Cow! Cow!" After all the conclusions were made, one of the 8-star old men with astonishing momentum, asked with a cold face.
You mean there are high-level warlocks who came to my Eamon branch to steal money?
No one dared to answer this. After a long time, a disciple then whispered,
Elder Lu, maybe he just took it away by the way. Have the tables, chairs, the cloud bed, and the golden door been moved away? How many people will they have to come?
Elder Lu asked with a cold snort. No one dared to say anything anymore. Indeed, it would be justified if you took away all the valuable gold leaves, silver notes, and weapons. But you even moved the door, bed, tables, and chairs. This is a bit too much. Maybe those dead elders will have all their clothes stripped off. This is simply the passage of locusts. All valuables have been removed. Even the eating bowls and chopsticks, probably because they were gold-plated, were also looted. This is like a country bumpkin who has never seen money. But which high-level warlock is not extremely rich? Which master would bring a group of people to kill people, and then move everything empty? For a moment, everyone couldn't guess which kind of god the other party was. A disciple whispered,
Elder Lu, having said that, there are not many sorcerers with such top-level strength in the mainland of China. The most likely ones are people from Fumen. Rule Gate.
Elder Lu became even more furious when he heard this name. Last time, his youngest and most proud disciple was killed by Fumen with one sword. As a result, now that the people from the Fu sect have taken over the hall again, Elder Lu is so angry that his lungs are about to explode.
Disciples, listen to my order. From now on, hunt down and kill all the disciples outside the Fu sect. Yes, Elder, what should we do here at Fengyan sect? Old Gosong can't hide, and we've lost another helmsman. Let's spare his life first. Let's have some fun with Fu men first, so as not to prevent them from thinking we're easy to bully.
This is the way Hidden Gate behaves. If I chop you, you will suffer. If you chop me, I will bite you to death. This is Mad Dog mode. Fumen keeps looking for trouble. Can Eamon get angry? Besides, the Eamon hunted down the Fengyu sect leader this time and exposed his background. It's hard to chew now, so it's better to bite the Talisman Gate. At the same time, in Fengyu Tower, Mingyu, Xiaoxue, Yuan Yuan and another 8-star, 7-star Grandmaster were frowning at Xiangwan and the other two male corpses. It was almost 6 o'clock in the morning. Mingyu was worried about Qin Heng, so she came back early in the morning accompanied by an 8-star and two 7-star Grandmasters, because she was attacked and injured by people from the hidden sect. Her parents came back from a faraway place after receiving the news, who knew he would be ambushed by people from his old enemy Yi-Men. In fact, the dispute between the Song family and the Yi-Men can still be involved before the establishment of the Fengyu sect. Time has passed, and I originally thought that the grudges were over. But Mingyu's previous acts of revenge once again brought the ancient grudges between the two parties into play. Yi-Men felt that the Song family was looking for trouble and revenge. And the Song family felt the same way, because Mingyu felt that it was the people from the Yin sect who attacked Qin Heng and his disciples first. Yi-Men, on the other hand, thinks that Mingyu is deliberately looking for trouble. Therefore, without stopping, we decided to completely solve the problem of Fengyu sect. Only then did they ambush the Fengyu sect master, who knew that Fengyu sect master was hiding so deeply that he had cultivated to the point where he was half a 9-star Grandmaster. The 3 8-star Grandmasters tried their best, but failed to retain each other. In the Fengyu sect's secret stronghold outside Fengyu City, there are even 2 8-star masters and many 7-star masters. This is a real secret stronghold. The hidden sect is so well informed that no one knew it before. After the strong attack, he was startled by the sudden appearance of a group of masters and quickly retreated. This makes Yi-Men afraid to act rashly, gather a large number of troops and prepare to fight against Fengyu sect. But now that the subrider was destroyed by Fumen, Yi-Men felt that Fengyu sect was difficult to attack. So he immediately gave up, attacked the Rune Gate instead. Although, the current situation is a bit dangerous, and you may be ambushed by a hidden door on the road. But Mingyu, who was worried about Qin Heng, insisted on coming back. The little man was targeted by Alfing, and she felt a little bad. She had already known Alfing's thoughts towards her. It's just that she has no feelings for this person. How should I put it? It's so familiar. Ever since we were little, we have never seen each other when we looked up and looked down. How could we feel any strangeness? On the other hand, Qin Heng, a little man, gave her more and more surprises, and her thoughts turned more and more to Qin Heng. However, the main thing was that Qin Heng saved her once and saw her out again. Women in this era place great importance on chastity.
This is why as soon as she knew that it was Qin Hung who saved her, she immediately arranged for Qin Hung to be groomed as her husband. At first, she thought the process might be difficult, but Qin Hung brought her more and more surprises, and she recognized this man even more from the bottom of her heart. Therefore, Mingyu, who was worried about Qin Hung, ran back with his people before dawn. Unexpectedly, as soon as I came back, I heard that something happened in Fengyu Tower. It was the cleaning disciple who discovered what happened to Xiangman. When she arrived just a moment before she came back, Yuan Yuan and Xiao Xue had already arrived and they were checking. With the arrival of Mingyu, Yuan Yuan and others suddenly had a backbone. Yuan Yuan first chattered about Ling Alfeng during the day, which made Mingyu's expression change.
Seventh Elder, please go over and help me look after someone.
After arranging for a disciple to take a Master Elder to the Danao Pavilion to protect Qin Hung, Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief. In this dangerous time, who knows if Ling Alfeng would jump over the wall and take advantage of the empty pill pavilion to harm Qin Hung. Seeing this, Xiao Xue and Yuan Yuan were stunned. Their expressions instantly stiffened.
Sister Yu, things are urgent here. We didn't take this into consideration.
Yuan Yuan explained.
It's okay. Have you checked everything in this room? Did you find anything?
Yuan Yuan said.
After checking, Xiangman's valuable jewelry, gold and silver treasures, and those of these two guests are gone. Huh? For money?
Mingyu frowned.
No. Look. These are the tokens and 2 masks found from these 2 guests.
Yuan Yuan handed over 2 Yuan Yuan special tokens with a hidden word engraved on them. The 2 masks are silver masks with 5 patterns on them, which is 1 more pattern than the mask originally obtained from Yijian Jueming.
5-flowered silver face. This is the 5-star killer of the hidden sect.
Mingyu frowned and looked at the thing in her hand.
I heard that 3 guests came at that time. Could it be that Xiangman discovered their identities and started a fight? Xiangman killed the 2 of them, and the remaining 1 killed Xiangman and ran away with the money.
The speaker was Miss Yurong, one of the 3 top leaders of Fengyu Tower. She was rolling her eyes and guessing.
Ha ha. You? Eat less papaya and more brain supplements.
Mingyu glanced angrily at the other party's mountains, which were even more majestic than her own. Even if she is pretty, she is actually older than me. Fortunately, my sister's face is prettier than hers. Well, it's decided. Don't let the little man see her. It is said that men like this kind of Big Mac.
What? Is there something wrong with my guess?
Yurong blinked. Yuan Yuan laughed and said,
Of course. Look. The 3 Xiangmans were all killed by the same large weapon and were decapitated with a single blow. The 2 of them were obviously the first to die. Xiangman had pinch marks on his neck, and he must have been interrogated before his death. Therefore, the 3 of them died by the same hand.
Yuan Yuan spoke eloquently and extremely professionally.
Also, if 3 guests come together, if these 2 are from the Yi-Men, the other one must be too. There is no reason to kill your own people. I just asked other people, and someone saw the guest leaving more than an hour early. Therefore, there must be someone else who killed the 3 of them. There were no signs of fighting in the house. Either the gap was too big or there was no defense. Also, the door here was locked from behind. The disciple who was cleaning it in the morning shouted for a long time, but there was no response. When he pushed the door, it couldn't be pushed, and finally it shook open. That's pretty much it. Wait, you said this door was locked from behind? Does that mean someone came and using wall penetration or other special methods killed someone, and then left again?
Mingyu asked eagerly. Yuan Yuan nodded.
That's about it. Now it's clear that the murderer sneaked in, killed 2 people from the hidden door with 1 blow, then asked Xiangman questions, and finally killed Xiangman, took away the gold and silver treasures, and ran away. From this, we can infer one thing, that is, the murderer knew the identities of these 2 hidden sect disciples, and directly killed them without even asking. Then why did the murderer ask Xiangman?
Yurong asked doubtfully. While asking, he took a step forward, and the flowers suddenly trembled. Yuan Yuan glanced at the other party speechlessly, turned around, took a deep breath, and said,
It's simple. Because the murderer thought they were in a group. If you have questions, just ask the one who appears to be in charge. Therefore, I can conclude that Xiangman knows these 2 hidden disciples and is their superior. In other words, Xiangman is a hidden person.
Is Xiangman from Yi-Men? Yuan Yuan's inference immediately shocked everyone. Mingyu frowned.
Are you sure? Of course. You have to believe that we are doing research.
Xiao Xue chuckled and stood up for his disciples.
Besides,
It's easy to prove whether she is from the hidden sect. The secret agents who work as undercover agents usually have spare drugs to kill themselves. Xiangman should also have it.
After finishing her words, before Xiaoxue could take action, Yuan Yuan had already opened Xiangman's mouth. And after checking it, her eyes lit up.
Found it.
She pulled out an ordinary tooth from the innermost part of Xiangman's gums with her hands.
Look, this tooth looks like any other tooth. But it is indeed a false tooth. And it should be highly poisonous.
Yuan Yuan put her tooth on the ground, asked her disciple for a knife, and smashed it lightly. Sure enough, black poisonous water came out of her tooth. This poison was so overbearing that it instantly corroded the ground with a hole the size of a fist. Even the knife, that got a little stained, was directly corroded away.
What a domineering poison!
Everyone gasped when they saw it. Yuan Yuan laughed and said,
Have you seen it? This is the famous poison of the Yin sect. The corpse transformation pill. These teeth should be made of special materials. If a disciple wants to end his life, if he bites hard, his whole head will melt away.
Ba ba ba. A burst of applause sounded. It was the 8-star Grandmaster.
Wonderful. You researchers have good brains. Unlike us roughnecks, who only know how to kill.
After everyone praised him for a while, Yuan Yuan said proudly,
So, the one who killed the 3 of them was a warlock who knew how to penetrate walls. But he also used a knife. So he might be a magician and a martial artist. And knowing the identities of these 3 people, I want to ask something. That's it.
After the words fell, everyone fell into deep thought. After a long silence, Mingyu finally spoke.
Yuan Yuan, you should immediately check the gums of all the disciples to see if there are any other hidden sect disciples lurking here. Yes.
After explaining a few more words and asking everyone to pack their things, Mingyu took the 8-star Grandmaster towards the Pill Pavilion. A warlock who can walk through walls and is skilled in both magic and martial arts. Little man, will it be you? Thinking that Qin Hung was only a 1-star cultivation level, Mingyu denied it in her heart. Moreover, she felt that the little man's magic skills were not that superb. When I dealt with a 4-star 1-sword chaser, I was injured all over. Now Xiangmandu has 6 stars. Unless he was pretending before. But how to install the Jute village in front? Watching your family being beaten to death and not taking action? No. Maybe he met a master? Forget it. It doesn't matter if it's him or not. This lady just pretends not to know. As long as I continue to be nice to him. He can just pretend. The higher his cultivation level, the better. Otherwise, the pressure brought by Alfling would be too much. At this moment, Mingyu thought a lot. Soon, she came to the elixir pavilion, opened the door gently, looked at the little man breathing evenly in the room, and then closed it gently. TSK. I obviously have the ability to heal. But why don't I use it? Do I have to practice magic even though I'm injured? It's really hard for him. She told Chuanju and others to prepare the ingredients. She planned to cook a delicious meal for the little man to reward him for his hard work. Qin Hung naturally didn't know what was going on in the outside world. He was the one who gave Xiangman a headache in the first place. In the blink of an eye, Qin Hung, Guan Hai and the others were practicing here until after 8 o'clock in the morning.
Brother, I can't hold it anymore. I'm going to get off.
Guan Hai said weakly.
Tired.
Guan Yun spat out one word lightly.
Why don't you play for a while longer? My girlfriend will be level 36 soon.
Qin Hung said with a smile.
I said, Brother, are you still a human being? Sister-in-law, aren't you tired? Forget it. We're going down. You guys should go down too. Don't die suddenly.
Guan Hai said angrily. After saying that, he gave Qin Hung 100 million gold coins in the deal, and went back to the city with Guan Yun. Qin Hung looked at Tianyang Mingyu, who was still a little short of experience upgrade, and was reluctant to log off. Legendary players are not good at this. When their account is about to be upgraded, they always want to finish it. Qin Hung is like this now. Besides, he wasn't tired. It's only a matter of time before I can get promoted to a higher level. Don't let it be exposed in the future. I won't even have a place to fight monsters with peace of mind. It just so happens that the bright moon is not here either. Although I'm a little hungry, I just have to endure it. However, Tianyang Mingyue's demonic Taoist priest helmet is about to end. Qin Hung had no choice but to use the large one to fight monsters, and at the same time use the small one to go back to Shabak clothing store for repairs. After repairing it, he came to the entrance again, looked around to see if there was no one, and then stepped in. Qin Hung had entered, but what he didn't know was that the scene of the trumpet entering the secret passage was seen by someone standing on the Shabak Tower. The person who saw him was none other than Feng Shigua, who had been unhappy for the past 2 days. Chapter 173 Unlucky Feng Shigua. Breaking the news. Qin Heng's Tianyao Mingyu enters the secret passage. Although he carefully looked left and right, what he didn't know was that there was someone standing on the Shabak Tower at this moment. And this city tower has openings like the Great Wall. Feng Shigua stood on it, with only a small head exposed. It was so far away that Qin Heng could not notice him. But just because he couldn't notice Feng Shigua, it didn't mean that Feng Shigua couldn't see him. Feng Shigua was tricked by Qin Heng a few days ago. After upgrading and adding 5 silver snake shatter, he went offline and took a good rest. But he is not one to give up easily. If you promise your friends to help you upgrade a 5+ silver snake, you will definitely do it. No. I felt better last night and started upgrading weapons again. This upgrade lasted all night. He was really a little sleepy. While waiting for the weapon to be upgraded, he went out and wandered around Shabak City. He didn't dare to go out to fight monsters, fearing that his luck would change after he died. That's it. If you feel sleepy, just wander around. Then go back and continue upgrading your weapons. After sneaking up to now, he slipped up to the tower. This place is great, with a gentle breeze, and you can see the Zuma Temple in the distance on the right. Looking to the north, you can overlook the entire Shabak City and the majestic royal palace. Officials said that in the near future, this will be a place where major guilds will compete for hegemony. Beyond the palace, in the far north, is Death Valley. Standing on this tower, it seems that you can feel the water vapor blowing from the sea behind Death Valley. Looking to the south, there is a large forest. Beyond that is the Viper Valley. Just as Feng Shigua was looking around the entire palace in boredom, he suddenly saw a person. The bright moon at the end of the world. His eyes, which were a little tired at first, straightened up instantly. How could he forget this bitch who caused his knife to break when he tried it? Although the main reason was that he had killed someone else. Feng Shigua would not think about it. What he was thinking was that because of the prodigal son of the end of the world, he would chop down the bright moon of the end of the world and the silver snake would be broken. In short, it's someone else's fault. Now when he saw Tianyao Mingyu coming out of the clothing store and looking around furtively, his first reaction was that there was something wrong with this person. The next moment, he watched in surprise as Tianyao Mingyu disappeared directly from the corner of the clothing store. This flew away. Something doesn't seem right. There's no sound coming. Even though we are far apart, we can still hear a faint sound. Right? But no. Also, this bitch's level is so high. Taller than him. He has only leveled up to level 27 in the past few days. But what about that bitch? Although he didn't have time to check the opponent's level equipment, the opponent had a wand in his hand and also wore a Taoist helmet. When I finally entered, I also opened a special golden edge, L. That's the magic shield mark of the 31st level mage. How many days does it take to get promoted from level 1 to level 31? Feng Shigua was completely confused. This bitch Tianyao Mingyu must have great power. He recalled that when the official introduced Shabak City, they once said that there are many unknown secrets hidden in Shabak City. In addition, I spent a long time studying this tower before coming up. There is also the amazing past history of Tianyao Prodigal. The first to get the invisibility ring. The first to kill the leader of Woma. The first to reserve the Corpse King's palace. The first to play Zuma 5. There are various signs that Tianyao Longzi seems to have a deep understanding of this game. Or maybe, he has very strong exploration ability. And was it really just a chance encounter last time in Shabak? Could it be? Feng Shigua gradually had an idea in his heart. There might be something weird about that place. When his thoughts reached this point, Feng Shigua's tired eyes suddenly rounded up. He is also a man who is good at exploring. Thump thump thump. Feng Shigua immediately ran downstairs and ran into the weapon store. It's time to upgrade the weapon. Click on the NPC and get back the 1/4 silver snake. Bless the beauty. After Feng Shigua recited this sentence 3 times in his mind, he slashed the great wall with a knife. Ding dong! Your weapon has been upgraded successfully. Ha ha! It's done! Feng Shigua was overjoyed. He didn't stay up all night in vain. It's done? That's awesome! Give it to me! Give it to me! Ha ha! The Great Wall shouted excitedly. That's awesome! The car dealer next to him also gave a thumbs up. Wait a minute. Let me play first. Feng Shigua waved the silver snake in his hand fondly. And then waved to Yitier Great Wall and the car dealer. Come on! Follow me somewhere. Feng Shigua has not forgotten Tianyao Mingyu. The 3 of them quickly arrived at the wall of the clothing store.
Boss, there's nothing here. Is there really a big power?
The driver walked back and forth to the dealership several times, but there was no response. The Great Wall of China also walked around, but nothing happened. Feng Shiguo also walked back and forth several times, but found nothing.
Brother, are you thinking too much? Where can there be any big power here?
He shed tears at the Great Wall and said speechlessly,
Yeah, it's just a wall. It's obvious at a glance. What secrets can there be?
The car dealer was equally impatient. No way. Feng Shiguo shook his head. He had always trusted his sixth sense. Judging from the sneaky appearance of Tianyao Mingyu, he felt that the other party had a secret. After closing his eyes and carefully recalling the places and movements of Tianyao Mingyu, his eyes gradually brightened. This time he clung to the wall, supported the wall, and walked slowly over. Just walked a dozen steps. Brush. He was shocked to find that he appeared on a new map. Secret passage. Hungry. He appeared on a step at this time. And there were countless zombies densely packed below.
Come close to the wall quickly. There is a secret passage here. Damn it! It's full of monsters.
Feng Shiguo said in surprise. Soon, the Great Wall of Tears and Cheiyu automobile dealer also came in. The three of them stared at the zombies on the screen, dumbfounded.
This map is huge.
Many monsters.
No one has ever mentioned this on the internet. This is definitely a hidden map.
The three of them murmured to themselves, their eyes getting brighter and brighter.
Damn it! No wonder Tianyao Mingyu was promoted from level 1 to level 31 in just a few days.
Feng Shiguo suddenly realized. There is such a secret map, and you can brush it every day. Who can't beat it?
Where's Tianyao Mingyu? She's not leveling here.
Yi Qingqing looked around at the Great Wall, seeing nothing but monsters. Feng Shiguo also looked at it and sneered.
Then there is only one possibility. There is a big map under this map. She must have disliked the fact that the experience points here were too low. So she didn't fight. Holy shit! It's such a luxury not to fight all the zombies on the screen. If people outside knew that there was such a hidden map, they would be crazy. Isn't it? Besides, don't forget, there are 19 other lines. That's right. If there are a few high-level maps like Wama 3, Pink Cave, and Zuma below, this will be a holy land for leveling and treasure hunting. What should we do now? Kill zombies here?
Asked the driver.
Kill your sister? Let's split up and search randomly to see where the next entrance is. We need to understand the terrain first.
After Feng Shiguo said something, he first made himself invisible, and then flew randomly. This is a method he found out. If he does this, the monsters won't be able to see him when he flies randomly. The Great Wall of Tears defended the dealer's car shop, used a ghost shield, and threw an invisibility spell to him. And he also flew away. The three of them flew around randomly. Soon, Feng Shiguo was the first to find the entrance to the next level. After telling the other two people the location and coordinates, Feng Shiguo took the lead and rushed into the next level. Zilala. Zilala. As soon as he entered, Feng Shiguo was horrified to find a group of monsters on the steps. 2 lightning zombies, 2 black boars, a black evil maggot, 3 witch moths, and a scorpion snake. Originally there could only be a few monsters on the stairs, but the map has been expanded repeatedly, and the range of the stairs has also become larger. There are more monsters. 2 flash movies, plus attacks from other monsters. Feng Shiguo didn't even think about it. He just did it randomly. Call out. Feng Shiguo, who was still alive, landed on the ground. The next moment, his eyes widened. He actually randomly ended up behind Tianyao Mingyu. Under his feet was a blazing wall of fire. There are monsters all around. Zilala. Before he could react, the sky in front of me, the bright moon and the HL, exploded with lightning. He was attacked without exception, and his body was burned by a wall of fire. He, who was already bleeding, lay on the ground with a cry.
Ding dong! You committed murder.
Murder? Listen to the system prompts. Qin Hung controlled Tianyao Mingyu and turned around in surprise, and was stunned for a moment. There is a person lying on the ground. Feng Shiguo. A place full of jewelry and equipment, potions, random scrolls, black iron ore, and a handful. Silver snake.
What the heck? My sister Chow and I.
Before Qin Hung could say anything, Feng Shiguo on the ground started yelling. After staying up all night, he finally upgraded to the Silver Snake +5. And it exploded like this. He didn't even cover up the heat. Could he not be angry? In addition, The 5 silver snakes were broken for the first time. And Feng Shigua's lungs were about to explode. Qin Heng didn't care what he scolded. He was more concerned about the silver snake on the ground. He stepped forward to pick it up and open the package. His eyes widened when he opened it. Depend on 1/5 silver snake? Cow. Cow. No wonder Feng Shigua on the ground was so angry that he cursed.
Ha ha. Thanks. You are such a good person,
Qin Heng said in a low voice. The thunder of H.L. exploded the monster, and stepped on the potions, ores, and some low-level jewelry on the ground to upgrade weapons. From this point, Qin Heng could see that Feng Shigua had indeed reached the threshold of upgrading his weapons.
Good guy. Your sister?
Feng Shigua continued to curse. At this time, Qin Heng's big-name Tianyao prodigal also ran over. He stabbed Feng Shigua's body with a wuji stick.
Brother, are there any more?
Qin Heng felt extremely relieved when he accidentally exploded a handful of Feng Shigua's 1/5 silver snake. He originally hated Feng Shigua, but now he exploded a Tao 5 silver snake. How could he not be happy? The original attribute of the silver snake is Taoism 1/3, and it is a weapon in the Taoist priest's equipment. It can be said that among Walmart brand name equipment, its value is extremely expensive. Due to Qin Heng's early celebrity promotion, and the fact that players have gradually discovered that playing Taoist priests is more suitable for solo hunting. There are many groups playing Taoist priests. Warriors have a lot of blood, are less likely to die, and have stronger PK. So there are more people playing warriors. Only the mage is squishy. Although his attack is high, he is just a pot of medicine. Those who play the mage in the early stage are so poor that they have to dig mines for 3 days to level up in 1 day. My grandma's family is so poor that there are far fewer people playing mage compared to the other 2 professions. This results in the Taoist's equipment being the most expensive among the 3 professions, followed by the warrior's equipment, and finally the mage's equipment. A warrior weapon purgatory can currently be exchanged for 2 Woma equipment, while a silver snake can be exchanged for 3. A platinum ring is also the most expensive, reaching 6,000 Chinese dollars each. The warrior's dragon ring is at 5,000. And the mage's ruby is at 4,000. You can see the huge difference. And this is just the price of an ordinary silver snake. How much is the silver snake that has been upgraded twice worth? Upgrade it once. Turn it over. This is equivalent to the price of 4 silver snakes. Equivalent to the price of 12 ordinary Woma equipment. Going straight after the wuji stick. As players level up, the price of a wuji stick has now reached 80,000 yuan. 12 pieces of Woma equipment. On average, each one costs 25 million gold coins. So there are 300 million gold coins here. Dao 5 silver snake. Worth 300 million. Qin Heng can only get about 80 million gold coins after fighting for 1 night. This is simply a windfall.
What the H.L. Don't be so proud. Hee.
Seeing the prodigal son of Tianyao treating him like this, and having his equipment exploded, Feng Shigua was absolutely furious. He quit the game with a swipe, and angrily went straight to the official forum of legend. Soon, a video post quickly reached the top of the list.
A shocking secret hidden leveling map. The treasure map under Sabak City.
There's not much else to say in the post. It's just a video. A savvy person like Feng Shigua always turns on the video when exploring new things. In the beginning, he was able to quickly enter the Corpse King's palace because he studied other people's videos. Therefore, Feng Shigua started recording videos as soon as he came to the wall of the clothing store. The video goes on until his equipment is exploded and he goes offline. In the end, he himself made only 1 digression.
Brothers, last time I just found out that Zuma had a good stuff. I immediately announced it. Same this time. I just discovered this secret map and contributed it to everyone. As we all know, there are more people now, fewer maps, and fewer monsters. I explored this map for everyone and even exploded the 1/5 silver snake that was upgraded twice. Do you think it was easy for me? How is my character? Not hiding it. Right. Look at this prodigal son from the end of the world. He is the most famous person in the server. Looking at him, I realized that I couldn't finish such a big map myself, and I wasn't willing to share it. There is also a boss below. He just wants to keep it to himself. Just like the previous Zuma temple. Before I posted the post, he had been monopolizing it. I must make him unhappy. The game belongs to everyone. It's not his alone. Why does he monopolize so many resources? Think about the secret map with 19 lines that no one has played. And think about the brothers who have beaten their heads to pieces just to level up. Brothers, does your heart hurt? Ah, Not much nonsense. Anyway, I think I have a good character. So give me a thumbs up. Pay attention. Brothers, if you have money, it's okay to give a small reward.
Needless to say, Feng Shigua's sensational words did have a great effect. More importantly, he exposed the secret map. In the blink of an eye, countless people replied, and countless tips came by like snowflakes. In less than 10 minutes, the number of people giving rewards has exceeded hundreds. There are as few as 1 or 2 cents, as many as hundreds or even thousands. Most of them are 10 or 80 yuan. In short, traffic, rewards, and subsequent advertisements, etc. Feng Shigua will definitely make a lot of money this time. If this trend continues, just this post can bring him hundreds of thousands or even more profits. However, Feng Shigua was still unhappy. Accurate? Why? Because he is not short of money at all. As a super rich second generation, does he lack these hundreds of thousands? No shortage. What he cares more about is the silver snake that he spent a whole night creating. That is the result of his hard work. It's like being his child. This is because the location is different and the feeling is different. If it were someone else, it would be so satisfying to make so much money. But if it were him, he would still be extremely annoyed. Putting aside this anger, many people who left messages were even more supportive of him. Ancient clock in wooden house.
Brother Feng is so righteous. I have nothing to repay, so I will give you 50 cents.
The little mushroom of Jigglyang.
It's really awesome. Give me a point.
Tears fell on the great wall.
Holy shit. I'm giving you 100. I really don't want to say anything. Remember to split the money.
The boy from the aviation school said.
Oh. You have solved my leveling problem. I will give you 6 yuan and 66 cents.
Okay. Icing.
Great. The news was revealed just in time. I'll give you 80 cents.
Dragging the princess.
Brother, you did a great job. Take the 100,000. By the way, curse Tianya Prodigal. A selfish guy. For getting hit by a car when he went out.
Young master of the dynasty.
Brother, you are awesome. You can take away 10,000 without any thanks.
Iron-blooded overlord.
Well done. 5,000 as a gift. By the way, I cursed the prodigal son of Tianya for buying instant noodles without seasoning packets.
While countless people praised Feng Shigua, there were also countless people cursing the prodigal son of Tianya. In this case, the players of the Marfa Friendship Alliance did not reply after reading it, but immediately returned to the guild to discuss it. Night Owl.
Damn it! There is such a good place to level up and find treasures. And the prodigal boss doesn't even say a word.
Tian.
Isn't that right? You know you can take it all for yourself.
Crazy MO.
Who says it's not the case? If you don't tell others, it's okay to tell us. Alas.
Dog-headed military advisor Husky.
Uh-huh. I guess you're afraid that we're going to spread the news.
Mu Shui.
I said. What's going on with you? Don't just talk nonsense if someone provokes you. Okay. Think about it. Did the prodigal son level up in Zuma 5 before?
Xingya's sadness.
Yes. The prodigal son was in Zuma 5 before. And everyone knows it. I guess this new map was just discovered.
Fearless lone wolf.
I think so too.
Doodle-da-da-da-da.
Don't keep talking about the prodigal boss. Feel your own conscience. If it were you, would you say it?
And Yuan Jiang Tianmu.
That's right. I am the most trustworthy in the character of the prodigal son. I exchanged 2 pieces of Walmart equipment for 1 piece of clothing. If it were someone else, who would be willing to give it to me?
Ligator.
Yes. I also believe in the prodigal son.
Household with difficulty in naming.
Okay. Stop arguing. Isn't it just a leveling map? Who doesn't have any secrets? Even if he said it, would he believe it? The next moment, countless players rush in. Will it be your turn? It's better to let him do it alone. A higher level will help us a lot. Don't you think? Is this guy going to close the guild chat again?
Qin Hung did close the guild chat at this time. After Feng Shigua quit, he has been leveling up until now. And his trumpet Tianyamingyu has finally been upgraded. Level 36. Chapter 174. A gentleman loves money and gets it wisely. Test.
Boss prodigal son. Feng Shigua leaked the information on the internet about your current leveling map.
Just when Qin Hung was about to quit taking a rest, Mu Shui's voice came over in a private chat.
Okay. I know. Thank you.
Qin Hung, who originally planned to quit the game and have breakfast, stopped again and narrowed his eyes. Didn't expect that. With a sigh, Qin Hung had no plans and continue to move forward to kill monsters. He plans to fight another wave before the players come in. Now he can fight as many as he can. Otherwise, it will be too difficult to level up in the future. While leveling up, he was also cursing Feng Shigua. Feng Shigua. This guy is really sick. Such a good place has been exposed. If you don't tell anyone, it's enough to give him a place to level up. This place is enough for more than 10 people to level up without any problem. However, he should be able to get a lot of money from being exposed. Right? Thinking of the last time the other party exposed Zuma and made a lot of money, Qin Heng understood that Feng Shigua might make even more this time. But there's nothing he can do. China is now in an era of information explosion. And traffic is money. If he were in China, he might choose to break the news and make a lot of money in one go. But he's not here. And I can't even touch the Chinese coins. From now on, it seems that I can only make do with others to defeat monsters and level up together. It's not that there are no monsters to fight, but leveling up will slow down a lot. His account is level 39. It's difficult to move up a level. It seems that if you want to quickly level up again, you can only wait for the new map to be opened. For example, open Stone 2 Maze Array, Zuma 7, or Pig 7. Zuma Chi and Zhu Chi both require certain skills to go down. When the time comes, I should be able to take advantage first. As long as he stays there for a week. Qin Heng believes that he can reach level 40 with 2 accounts. Secondly, there is still an unknown Dark Palace, and we don't know when it will be opened. It is estimated to be soon. After all, most of the first batch of players have reached level 22 or above. There are quite a few people above level 26. Maybe it will be opened in a while, when the players' levels are slightly higher. When the time comes, I can go in and make some money first. The same goes for Pig 7. There are many white wild boars. It's a good place to level up and hunt for treasures. There is also Zuma 7. The leader of Zuma should be released by then. Forget it. I'll go leveling up during this period. It's really difficult to practice. So I'll upgrade my skills first. The main character is level 39. Once you train the summon skeleton, the dog should be able to level up to level 2 as well. It's a pity that it takes level 40 to train a level 3 dog. How about training a level 3 dog? The Mage's Flash Film. Resistance to Ring of Fire, Wall of Fire, and Holy Word can also be practiced and practiced. Although Fire Wall and Holy Word are difficult to practice. With the skill necklace, you should be able to practice them quickly. At this moment, Qin Heng thought a lot. And just when Qin Heng was thinking wildly, in a rental house in a small town in China, after a burst of strange sounds, Guan Hai and Guan Yun sat up. After throwing a bunch of toilet paper into the wastebasket, Guan Haiba clicked a cigarette. Lean on the bed. Close your eyes and relax. He and Guan Yun are both young people. It is normal operation to do another round after staying up all night every day. Sleep more soundly later. Guan Yun, on the other hand, logged into the legendary website to check the news. This is also a required course for her every day. Today's legends are becoming more and more popular. And many people on the internet have found good strategies. Can improve oneself a lot. As soon as he opened the official forum, Guan Yun exclaimed, "It's over! What's wrong?" Guan Hai blew out a smoke ring and asked casually. "Exposed?" Guan Yun said little, but Guan Hai understood it instantly. "Is the map exposed? Let me take a look." They just went offline not long ago. So they were exposed? I went up to read Feng Shigua's post. Guan Hai frowned and blew out smoke rings. "Do you regret it?" Guan Yun leaned into his arms, smiling and rubbing circles on his heart. "Ha ha. Of course I don't regret it." Guan Hai tapped the other person's cheek and took another long puff of cigarette. Guan Yun once mentioned the matter of exposing the hidden map to him. As long as you break the news, you should get a lot of traffic and profits. It is easier, faster, and much more rewarding than what they gain from leveling up inside. According to the current popularity of the game, Feng Shigua's breaking news post is conservatively estimated to bring him more than 1 million in revenue. Or even more. Because the game has just been launched, there will naturally be many novice players checking his posts. If Guan Hai had agreed to Guan Yun's revelation, then the profits would naturally be theirs. Moreover, this income will be long-term as long as the game does not fail. However, he was rejected by Guan Hai. Although he eloped with Guan Yun, he needed a lot of money. I want to make a lot of money, so that Guan Yun's family can accept me. However, he also has a principle in his heart. That is, this hidden map was told to him by the prodigal son of Tianya. The prodigal son of Tianya told him not to tell anyone, so he wouldn't say it.
Even if others are a gentleman, he is not a villain. Gentlemen love fortune. In a proper way. As long as you have a clear conscience. So what if you lose an opportunity to make a fortune? Hee hee. After listening to the man's answer, Guan Yun chuckled and said nothing. However, she responded to this man with actions. As soon as he lowered his head, there was a sound of sucking and sucking. This man's character is what she admires most. Otherwise she wouldn't be willing to run away with him. But she understood that her man must be depressed at this time. Therefore, she did what Guan Hai had always dreamed of doing, so that she could comfort him. Silk. I took a deep puff of cigarette while watching the sea, and almost dropped the cigarette. At this time, Qin Hung naturally didn't know that Guan Hai was enjoying the fun of fish and water. He finally met other players. To be honest, other players found him specifically. Still mortal enemies. Drag the princess. Drag the rocking girl. Drag the prince of the dynasty. The iron-blooded overlord. As soon as this group of people saw Qin Hung here on the internet, they abandoned their own leveling territory and stopped practicing. They led many of their subordinates, and came over aggressively. In addition to settling the score with the prodigal son of Tianya, he naturally also wanted to come in and take a look at this hidden map. See if there is a boss or something like that. Ha ha! Cut him! The princess screamed excitedly. Take the lead and charge forward. Qin Hung glanced sideways at the Wuyong players behind him, sighed, and returned to the city with a hiss. There are too many people, and no matter how high his level is, he can't fight, unless he brings over the brothers from the Marfa Friendship Alliance. However, there is no boss in this place at all, and it will soon be filled with a large number of players, so there is really no value in fighting for it. Ha ha! Did you fly? Still want to monopolize a map? Just dream! Seeing Qin Hung flying away, the princess and the rocking girl laughed maniacally. Let's all search separately to see if there are any monsters like boss here. The princess yelled and everyone dispersed to look for her. At the same time, more players rushed in from behind. The first ones to come in were the players from all the major forces. Who wouldn't be curious about the hidden map? Individual players are also rushing in for Wuyong. The other maps have long been boring and everyone wants to change their taste. This also includes those from households with difficulties in naming. Boss Prodigal. Where are you? We are here. Mu Shui laughed loudly. Xingya's sadness. Damn! There are so many people. Fearless Lone Wolf. Hack! They are the arrogant people. Kill them! Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Name me boss. Start a row battle. Hurry up. Start a row battle. Qin Hung. Qin Hung was speechless for a while when he heard the people in the guild shouting and yelling. The prodigal son of the end of the world. Brothers, I stayed up all night and got off first. Also, there are only ordinary monsters in this place. Not boss. Household with difficulty in naming. My day! There is no boss? What a waste! The brothers withdrew. The first line of death coffins gathered, and the evil centipede was about to spawn. Kishi Utengir. There is no boss? What a waste. Let's start with the evil centipede. After a shout, the players who love to fight the boss and explode their equipment all withdrew. The rest is for curious babies to wander around and look around. Qin Hung didn't care what happened to them at this time. When he returned to the city, he was about to go back to the end to log off. However, a player's cry attracted his attention. Wooden house ancient clock. Freshly baked prayer necklaces for sale. You'll want it to your death. Just gold coins or Chinese coins. Don't change equipment. It turned out to be a prayer necklace. Spending 15 million gold coins, Qin Hung purchased this prayer necklace from the ancient clock in the wooden house. Qin Hung was also surprised that this person, who runs a studio, can produce a prayer necklace. Where did you explode? Ha ha. I am mining on the 18th line with my own large account. When I encounter the zombie king that has been refreshed, I fight first. I was lucky enough to grab this prayer necklace. Congratulations. Buy more prayer necklaces. No problem. Thank you, boss. Looking at the prayer necklace in the package, Qin Hung nodded with satisfaction. Although Qin Hung already owns several sets of prayer equipment, he will still acquire such rare items. Come and make reserves for the future. I pray that there will be more of this stuff now, and less in the future. This is strategic stuff and must be stored. Secondly, if you acquire it yourself, your opponent will have one less chance to put together a prayer set. Otherwise, it would be too scary to put together a set of these things. In fact, Qin Hung is also very curious now. Logically speaking, there are 20 lines in the Corpse King's palace, and they are constantly being refreshed every day.
no matter how low the explosion rates of other lines are. If you add them all together, you should be able to assemble several sets of prayer equipment. But, so far, apparently no one has used the prayer suit. Perhaps, it's because a single item has no hidden attributes. So people dislike wearing one? In the prayer set, there are actually only 2 pieces with good attributes. Pray for the helmet. Strong defense. Prayer ring. Magic 1 out of 5. Other equipment is just garbage to today's masters. Maybe after looking at the bad attributes, they were put under the warehouse. And if you want to put together a set, apart from actively acquiring it, it would be really difficult to put together a set like this with the help of the Corpse Killing King. Qin Hung also made the Corpse King Palace for a while. And now with this necklace, he has only made 5 sets. Hats and rings are given out more, and other items are given out less. Especially this prayer necklace is the least popular. He currently only has 5. Although there are 5 sets of prayer equipment, Qin Hung has no intention of using them now. Good steel is used on the blade. Nowadays, the equipment of players is generally rubbish, and it is meaningless to use it. It will also make others take precautions. Let's talk about it later. However, he was actually hesitating in his heart whether he should use the prayer suit in the future. After all, the players in this game are also flesh and blood. If he really activates the attributes of the prayer suit, then the brothers of the Marfa Friendship Alliance will definitely suffer. And if he gives advance notice and someone finds out, he will immediately become a public enemy. When the time comes, there will be no way for the congregation to betray their relatives and leave their relatives. Therefore, Qin Hung was very careful to control his emotions with such a powerful weapon in hand. Unless it's absolutely necessary. Call out. Arriving at the inn, Qin Hung logged off. With the opening of the Corpse King's Palace in 20 lines, Qin Hung quit the game every time he was in the city. It must be at the inn. After all, he is also afraid that others will activate the prayer suit or play other conspiracies. Brush. Qin Hung opened his eyes and looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. Gulyalu. This belly is really disappointing. When she opened the door, she saw Chunju waiting outside.
Ah, junior brother Qin? Are you up? Just in time. It's time to eat.
Chunju greeted warmly. The young lady came back today and seemed to be more and more concerned about junior brother Qin. Chunju and the others felt that the uncle had no chance of running away. It's better to please a little bit. I went to the toilet, put some water in it, and washed myself down under Chunju's service. Finally Chunju brought him to the living room of the Danao Pavilion. Here, Mingyu and Yuan were already waiting for him, as well as a table full of fragrant dishes. Yuan checked Qin Hung first and said with a smile,
"It's basically nothing serious. It will be fine in 2 days. Thank you, Sister Yuan. My family. Why are you so polite?"
Yuan said with a smile. It's a pity that Qin Hung didn't listen to her pun-intended words. All he can see now is food, and his eyes are almost turning green.
Eat it. Yuan said you're not good and can't eat spicy food. So you didn't add spicy food. So let's make do with it.
Mingyu picked up the chopsticks, took the lead in holding a small chopstick, and began to chew slowly. When Qin Hung heard this, he was no longer polite. This wasn't the first time he had dinner with Mingyu, and he immediately started to move around. Needless to say, with Mingyu sitting next to him today, he felt a bit like eating. When Mingyu is not around, I always feel like I am missing someone.
I heard about what happened to you yesterday,
Mingyu said slowly.
I didn't do anything to Dongju. She is slandering me. You have to believe me.
Hearing Mingyu speak, Qin Hung swallowed the food in his mouth and explained eagerly. It seems that she is afraid that Mingyu will misunderstand something. In fact, after Qin Hung heard others saying that Mingyu liked him, he was secretly happy. Who doesn't want to have a beautiful and capable woman secretly like him? Therefore, when Mingyu asked, he quickly explained, "In my heart, I was afraid that Mingyu would misunderstand."
Of course I believe you. Otherwise you wouldn't be eating here now. Ha,
Mingyu said with a smile. But Qin Hung broke into a cold sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. However, why should I be afraid of Mingyu's misunderstanding? At worst, just pat your butt and leave. Although I think so in my heart, my actions are another matter. At this time of the moon, my heart is also sweet. The little man was eager to explain to her, which showed that he was afraid that he would misunderstand. It can be seen that I already have a place in his heart. Well, good. Continue. She felt happy in her heart. But she said lightly,
Dongju, there may be something wrong with her brain. When I find her, I will transfer her to another place. As for Mr. Alfing, his status is a bit special. Just don't leave the Sun Moon Pavilion if you have nothing to do. I will arrange for a Grandmaster to be there. Okay. Thank you. Sister Yu. Is Dongyu missing?
Qin Hung asked curiously while eating. Mingyu nodded.
Well, when I came back today, I wanted to ask about her. But I couldn't find her anywhere. Even young Master Alfing didn't know where she was. Ah. They won't elope. Right.
Qin Hung guessed in shock.
Don't talk nonsense. How is it possible? Eat your food.
Mingyu rolled her eyes at Qin Hung. But her eyes were staring at the change in Qin Heng's face. Dongyu and Alfing are missing. This is easy to understand. But I probably hid first because I was afraid of being blamed. But she sent people to Alfing's house to inquire. But found nothing. Could it be that he really hid somewhere? And could Xiangman's death be related to the little man in front of her? She pretended not to care and continued.
Xiangman is dead. Xiangman? One of the 3 top names in our building? No way.
Qin Hung asked in surprise.
Oh, do you know Xiangman?
Mingyue's eyes lit up.
Well, they mentioned it to Nyo Air before when they killed cattle.
Qin Hung said naturally.
Nyo Air? Has he ever gossiped about me with you?
Mingyu asked casually.
Yes. She said you like to eat this.
Qin Hung pointed at Nyochong who Mingyu was stuffing into her mouth.
Ha ha. He is very well informed.
Mingyu was not embarrassed and chewed a stick of beef. But my heart became more active. The little man didn't lie to her. Which made her very happy. As the owner of Fengyu Tower, she has a little notebook in her heart for every disciple. Especially people like Nyo Air. Originally, she wouldn't pay too much attention to Nyo Air. But he got the apprentice around Yuan Yuan. Which is amazing. Therefore, she knew about Nyo Air. A gossipy fool. Nyo Air said that she likes to eat Nyo Chong. And she also knows. This is all true. And she doesn't care about it. Knowing that she likes to eat Nyo Chong a lot. She can still kill people and silence them. Besides, eating this stuff isn't a big deal. The purpose of her inquiry just now was very simple. If the little man said he didn't know who Xiangman was, then she was 100% sure that the little man killed Xiangman. Only by killing the other party will any relationship with the other party be cleared. It's best to just pretend not to know him. After all, he is just a handyman. And he often doesn't know or hear of the top lady. But Mingyu knew that Qin Hung had heard about it. And she wanted to train Qin Hung to become a young master from the beginning. Among the group of disciples who killed the cattle, there were other people arranged by her. Qin Heng's every move is under her complete surveillance. Therefore, Qin Hung did not lie to her now. Which made her very satisfied. Only, was Xiangman's death really not caused by a little man? The little man should have learned the earth escape technique by now. And he will definitely have no problem walking through walls. It was he who secretly cured Mr. Lu Yuan and many of his disciples. When Xiangman died, the door bolt was not opened. Obviously, the person who did it was a warlock who could walk through walls. In addition, Xiangman and the other 2 people are from the hidden sect. So the little man has the motive to kill them. If it wasn't a little man who did it, that would be fine. If it was really the little man who did it, it meant that his strength would be much higher than she imagined. There will be more hope for you and him in the future. Forget it. If it weren't for him, it would be nothing. If it were him, it would be better. Looking at the little man swallowing in front of her, Mingyu thought a lot. Chapter 175 The Power of the Senior Mage. Reproduce Zuma equipment. Snatch. After dinner, Qin Hung followed Mingyu and the others back to Sun Moon Pavilion. Qin Hung saw a woman wearing a bamboo hat and veil here. This woman seems to have a good figure. But I don't know what she looks like. With 7-star cultivation. Could he be the master arranged by Mingyu? From the sharp eyes of the other party, it can be seen that the appearance should not be bad.
This is Aunt, the elder of our Fengyu sect. And also my aunt. Just call me Aunt. Hello, Aunt.
Qin Hung was stunned and quickly bowed respectfully. But I was wondering in my heart, is this meeting my parents? The aunt in front of her nodded and said nothing.
Ha ha. Don't mind. My aunt doesn't like to talk,
Mingyu said with a smile. Qin Hung nodded and said,
Sister Yu, if nothing happens, I'll go to bed.
With an aunt in front of him, Qin Hung felt the pressure and quickly ran away.
Well, go ahead. Your injury is not healed yet. You might as well rest more. However, Xiao Qin, don't sleep all the time. You can meditate and cultivate your internal strength. It can enhance your cultivation and speed up the recovery of injuries,
Mingyu warned. In fact, what she meant was to remind Qin Hung not to forget that he could still learn internal strength and not to focus on studying magic.
Okay.
Qin Hung went to sleep. Seeing Qin Hung leaving, Mingyu and her aunt came to another room. A lot of food has been prepared here. Mingyu began to eat furiously. But the aunt didn't eat much.
Aunt, how are you?
Mingyu asked. The person in front of her was indeed her aunt, who had been very kind to her since she was a child. This time, I asked my aunt to come. In addition to helping to take care of Qin Hung when she was away, my intention was also to let my aunt take care of things.
Weak.
Auntie said one word lightly. If Qin Hung were here, he would definitely exclaim, "Damn! Another Guanyin."
Auntie, didn't I tell you? He has a very good understanding. He learned the Heart Sutra of Wind and Moon within a stick of incense.
Mingyu added points for her little man.
Growing up is too slow.
This time, my aunt said more, picked up a chopstick and tasted it carefully. This stuff is said to have beautifying effects, and women love to eat it.
Well, I plan to wait until he recovers from his injuries and then start practicing with elixirs. I think it will be much faster.
Mingyu chuckled. Then, she rolled her eyes and asked,
except for cultivation. How about other aspects? Pig.
And he spit out one word. The meaning was obvious. Qin Hung ate and slept. And slept and ate, which made her a little dissatisfied.
Ha ha.
She chuckled. Instead of explaining why Qin Hung was sleeping, Mingyu asked,
I mean, isn't he handsome? June, it's good to be a young master.
Bright moon. Naturally, Qin Hung didn't know how Mingyu and the two discussed him, so he re-entered the game. However, this time, he paused at the login interface for a moment. He is already very high level. Try to activate the third character slot.
Ding dong! Insufficient conditions. The third profession cannot be activated.
The answer was simple, but Qin Hung was a little depressed, because the system does not specify what conditions are required to enable it. However, level 30 is required to activate the second character. Both of his accounts are now level 35 or above, so it is obviously not level 35. Then it may be opened at level 40. Is a single character level 40? Or dual character level 40? Also, how many gold coins are needed to open it? According to the previous rules of the system, it is most likely to double. That means 4 billion gold coins are needed. Well, poor. Think of the bottomless pit-like official position system, as well as character unlocks and reality seals. Qin Hung felt that he was really too poor. Go online. Enter the game. Open guild chat. Household with difficulty in naming.
The first line Corpse King Palace is about to be cleared. Anyone who wants a skill book can come.
Starry Night Sadness.
Come on. Be happy.
Mu Shui Wei.
Come on. Everyone. Let's do it.
And Yuan Jiang and Tianmu.
Here we come.
Doodle-a-doo-da-da.
We are in Zuma 5. We won't come.
Dragon Tattoo.
My brother and I are in the death coffin.
Fearless Lone Wolf.
We are in Pig Cave 5. And the evil snakes are coming here soon.
Qin Hung listened to everyone in the guild yelling and suddenly felt a little confused. Where should I go to level up? Centipede Cave? Woma 3? Zuma 5? Pig Hole 5? Well, there are people everywhere. Suddenly, he remembered something. The prodigal son of the end of the world.
Brother, have you found that alluring little treasure? Ha ha. Of course. She refused to give it back at first, so I arrested her directly. Now the necklace is coming back. Don't you see I'm wearing it?
The person with difficulty in naming smiled proudly.
Oh, how is she? Did she go in?
Qin Hung asked curiously.
No. I said this is a moral issue, not robbery. Damn!
Cha Cha was confused when naming the households in difficulty. Moral issue? Qin Hung understood after thinking for a moment. This is indeed a moral issue. Because at that time, the little baby Qin Cheng also joined the team and contributed. When she hits something, she just wants to keep it to herself. I guess the law is blank on this aspect.
Brother, come to the Corpse King's palace to have some fun.
Named the person in need and invited him.
No, I'll look around.
Qin Hung refused. Although there is not a whole map for him to fight monsters. Others can level up. He felt that it would be no problem for him to level up by himself. Just a little slower.
By the way, how's the little one doing?
Qin Hung continued to ask.
She's fine. She just had an operation and needs to be nursed. Don't worry. You'll see her soon. Ha ha.
The person who had difficulty naming her said with a smile.
That's good.
Qin Hung took the trumpet out and listened to the business in the safe zone first. When he didn't have what he wanted, he flew around. Came to Zuma Temple. After many choices, He decided to try his luck at the Zuma Temple. He is covered in Walmart brand names. If he goes to Walmart and Death Coffin, etc., the most he can do is reveal the Walmart brand name. It's not very attractive to him. Although there is a possibility that Woma Leader and Evil Centipede will produce special rings. But these two things are reserved by the guild. And he will definitely not be able to grab them alone. Just follow what the Marfa Friendship Alliance does. And you won't get anything out of it. Therefore, he still planned to go to Zuma to try his luck. Entering the Zuma Temple, I suddenly flew randomly, and sure enough, there were players everywhere. Not to mention the first and second floors. The third and fourth floors are full of players waiting for refresh. It even got to the point where every small room was guarded by several people. There are more players flying around randomly looking for monsters. Qin Hung randomly went to a corner. And just as he was about to continue flying randomly, the monster spawned. As a result, he only managed to level up 2 monsters, and then they were gone. Fly again! The prince of the dynasty shouted in the area.
This land is owned by the Millennium Dynasty. Brothers passing by should give way. Otherwise, don't be blamed for accidental injuries.
Keep flying. The mythical emperor area shouted.
Brothers who are passing by, give way!
Fly again! He dragged the prince madly.
There are people in this area. Friends passing by should raise their hands, so as not to hurt the harmony.
On the 3rd floor, there weren't any big-name private parties. But after reaching the 4th floor, the entire 4th floor was almost divided into areas. As soon as Qin Hung defeated 2 monsters, a player from the mythical empire politely told him that the Marfa Friendship Alliance area was on the 5th floor. The meaning is very clear. If you have an area, don't mess around here. Qin Hung smiled helplessly and flew into Zuma 5. As a result, there are also 4 forces here. Marfa Friendship Alliance, Temple of War, Pretty in Pink, Brago, Bray. Qin Hung had never heard of it before. It was probably a newly established guild. Qin Hung was on the 5th floor. He flew into a bunch of monsters and beat a few monsters before being divided up by others. The 4 major forces here seem to be very harmonious, and no one is trying to steal anyone else's blame. Anyway, I won't grab the monster you fight, but I will definitely fight the monster next to you. In short, everyone plays his own game. But is it really so? I'm afraid if they don't produce the best products, famous brands will definitely start fighting. Qin Hung guessed. Call out. Qin Hung flew to Zuma Wu's hall, where the members of the Marfa Friendship Alliance, who were waiting for the monsters to spawn, suddenly gathered around. Doodle-doodle-da.
The prodigal boss is here.
Bye, Ife.
Hello, boss prodigal.
Yu Jian goes to HL.
Ha ha.
Boss prodigal son,
You are here. Team up.
While he was talking, the bright moon from the end of the world also flew over. A group of animals immediately surrounded him, circling around the bright moon in the sky. Emperor Yun killed the god.
Ha ha. My sister-in-law is here too.
After the guy laughed, he rushed forward brandishing a big axe. Apparently he wanted to go up and slash Tianyang Mingyu as a greeting. Call. At this moment, with a sizzle, a golden edge emerged from Tianyang Mingyu, followed by a halo of flames. With a bang, all the surrounding animals were pushed 5 meters away. Depend on. Amidst the exclamations, Zilala. A flash of light shot out. In an instant, Emperor Yun's killing god Zilal lost more than 50 drops of blood.
Holy shit! It's so fierce. What level is it at?
The god of killing, Emperor Yun, exclaimed, rushed forward, and stabbed Tianyang Mingyu from afar. But it came to nothing. Tianyang Mingyu had already run away diagonally. And before he could catch up, Tianyang Mingyu had already taken the initiative to rush forward. Resist the Ring of Fire. Flash movie. The level 28 Cloud Emperor killing god once again lost more than 50 drops of blood. Before he could react, Tianyang Mingyu rushed forward again, continuing to resist the Ring of Fire. The god of death, Emperor Yun, was pushed so hard that he wanted to run away. But he couldn't run away at all, being pushed all the way by Tianyang Mingyu. The movie passed quickly. After 4 times in a row, Emperor Yun killed the god and finally gave up, shouting loudly,
Sister-in-law, I was wrong. Spare your life. Spare your life. If you hit me again, you will die.
When Tianyang Mingyu stopped, everyone was stunned. The mage actually suppressed the warrior to fight. Beat the opponent until he begs for mercy. What's happening here? It's always the warriors who chase the mages and chop them down. Everyone was completely shocked. Especially the PK madman Dudu looked straight in his eyes. His eyes turned green, and he said,
Sister-in-law, your move is so fierce. First resist the ring of fire, and then the flash of light. Who could resist this? Ha ha! Let me try. He bullies me every day.
Dudaludadudada rushed forward, resisting the ring of fire. But instead of pushing away the god of death, Emperor Yun was stabbed by him, losing a third of his health.
Oh my god! No way!
Dududada said depressedly. Game puzzle.
Ha ha! You are at the same level as him. How can you push him away? I'll do it.
Yumi rarely participates in guild activities, and is already level 29. He pushed up and pushed Yun Emperor killing god away. And pushed again. But failed. Instead, he was stabbed by Yun Emperor killing god with 2 swordsmanship. And was beaten to a pulp.
Damn! The probability of this recommendation is not high.
Yumi said depressedly. Qin Hung.
Ha ha! You have to improve your skill level.
The game puzzle asked in surprise.
Sister-in-law's skills have reached level 3?
Qin Hung shook his head.
No. She is still level 0.
But she has a high level and good equipment. So the chance of triggering it may be higher. Really? Damn it. She's already level 36. No wonder. TSK. Boss. You too. One is level 39, and the other is level 36. Is there anyone more advanced than you?
Suifeng Shuquan exclaimed.
Qin Hung shook his head and said with a smile. There is probably no one taller than me. But Guan Hai and Guan Yun are almost 37.
Juechen.
Oh my god. Boss. You are all monsters.
Crazy mo.
Uh-huh. For perverts. However, this mage is at a high level and is awesome at fighting. Our mage's way out is here. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Damn it. I want to level up. Level up.
Everyone was chatting. At this time.
Ding dong. The legation surgeon invites you to join the team.
Qin Hung had nowhere to go for the time being. So he formed a team with everyone. The person who had trouble naming was not there. So they went to kill the corpse king with Xingya's sadness. Here they spread out and formed small teams, each fighting his own way. Anyway, if someone bullied them, just give a shout and a large group of people would immediately run over. On the same team as Qin Hung are. The sword goes to hell. The Ligator. Doodle-da-doodle-da. Game Mystery. Suifeng Xiaoquang. Cloud Emperor Killing God. Crazy Mo. Mr. Pain. Bai Yifei. The bright moon in the world is the prodigal son in the world. Originally this group was dissatisfied. But Qin Hung's arrival was just right. Qin Hung summoned the dog and started chatting and spanking with everyone. After the monster spawned, he killed them. The refresh rate of Zuma 5 is still very high. Every time it is refreshed, a large area of densely packed monsters can be spawned. There are just a lot of players. So if you divide it evenly, it won't be much. Ordinary monsters were quickly cleared by players. When encountering the perverted Zuma monster, they all used the method taught by Qin Hung before. Once the two groups merged, they started fighting very quickly. Not long after, Qin Hung and his group encountered a perverted Zuma guard. What makes Qin Hung strange is that this perverted Zuma guard only has 10,000 health. It's a long way from the perverted Zuma guard with 50,000 HP last time. This really changes as the number of people changes. But there are so many people around now. Why is it still 10,000? Could it be because there is no organization? Qin Hung thought for a while. But he didn't have an answer and was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, that's it. Although the perverted Zuma with 10,000 HP is powerful, this is not the first time for everyone to fight. After Qin Hung blocked the perverted Zuma guard with his dog, everyone quickly ran to the wall. The mage stood inside, and the Taoist priests and warriors stood outside, surrounding the mage. Qin Hung hooked up, and the mage just turned on the power. With familiarity, he quickly defeated the perverted Zuma guard. There was a jingle, and something exploded on the ground. Jing Zhongyue! Red light rises into the sky. Suddenly everyone around him looked over, and then their eyes turned red. Jing Zhongyue! The warrior's top weapon at present. The entire server currently doesn't have many. Mainly because the explosion rate is too low. In this line of Zuma Temple, all the major forces will fight for a day. And it will be great if they can explode. But how many players are there? Even if the other 20 lines are added, 10 are released a day. Compared with millions of warriors, this ratio is really touching. Therefore, Jing Zhongyue has now been paid a fortune of 80,000 Chinese dollars. Without waiting for the reaction of the people around him, Qin Hung, who was standing outside, stepped forward with quick eyes and hands. People from the surrounding guilds gathered around, and people from other guilds looked at it with envy. But in the end, they just watched from a distance. The legation surgeon. I'll go. Boss Prodigal. You are our lucky star. Take a look. Are you the best? Cloud Emperor God of Killing. Damn it. I want this kitchen knife. No one can snatch it from me. I'm level 28. Game puzzle. Wow, haha. I'm rich. I'm rich. Let's see if it's the best. Boss. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Qin Hung opened the package and took a look. His eyes suddenly lit up. This is really a top-notch Jing Zhongyue. The strength is increased by 1. When Qin Hung released the attributes, everyone was stunned. Mu Shui Wei. My day. What the H? L is the strength plus 1. Name the poor households. Hey. Does anyone want it? No one wants it. I want it. Mine is still an ordinary one. Emperor Yun killed the god. No. Boss. I want it. We fought together. I just don't know what this intensity is for. What the heck? It would be nice to add more attacks. After everyone speculated for a while about the purpose of the strength, Qin Hung smiled and said, I know the strength. I have exploded it before. Strength is to increase the durability of your weapon. The higher the strength of the weapon, the slower the durability decreases. It turned out to be like this. Everyone suddenly realized. Game puzzle. My god. Isn't this worth a lot more than the ordinary ones? The legation surgeon said on the guild channel. We are all brothers, so we don't care about this. The old rule is that the brothers in the club will give you a 10% discount on the internal price. If it's 80,000 Chinese dollars, it's 72,000. Then we will give 1/10 to the other brothers on the 5th floor. And the remaining 64,800 will be divided among the 11 of us. 5,890 each. Is that okay? No. Everyone said with a smile. So Yundi Shashin, a rich man, asked for a kitchen knife on the spot and transferred money to everyone. When it was Qin Heng's turn at last, Qin Hung didn't want any Chinese coins, which made him a little embarrassed. Boss, don't ask for gold coins. This purgatory is just for you. Emperor Yun, the god of killing, laughed and offered the purgatory deal to Qin Hung. Within half an hour of arriving, I got a bunch of purgatory, which seemed pretty good. Qin Heng and everyone continued to kill monsters. But in the next few hours, no more brand name equipment came out. Just when Qin Hung was about to log off to fill his stomach, a burst of exclamation sounded on the guild channel. Di Guiyang's little mushroom. Zuma 5. The top middle corridor. Coordinates 66:88. Please come to support. The orange light pillar mine bracelet was stepped on by Brago's people. Orange light beam? Brand Zuma. The sound caused a stir, and everyone responded immediately. Edgeworth goes to H.L. Here he comes. Doodle-a-doodle-da. Don't be afraid. We are here. Kill them. Cloud Emperor Killing God. It's coming. It's coming. Hold on. Xiao Guliang from D Mushroom. Damn. There are too many of them. Everyone in our group was killed. I flew. Bye, Ifei. Don't quit the group. If you quit, you'll be gone. Tianya Prodigal. Who hit him? Hurry up and form Tianya Mingyu. All the brothers in the guild will go over and help. Qin Heng's heart was beating wildly at this time. Soul Bracelet. This is the Taoist Zuma brand bracelet. It is said that it can increase the damage of the Soul Fire Talisman. Of course Qin Hung wants to get it.